Hello. Yeah, hi Tone, how are you? Splendid. Yeah, lovely. Okay, yeah, no worries. I'll listen out. No, it was raining. It's been raining for the last sort of half an hour or so, but it has stopped. So we think we'll start on time. The covers have just been taken off, so forecast is all right. So. No, we'll start. No, we can go at 5 to 11. You don't have to queue us in or anything. Okay, great. Cheers, Tom. Yeah, morning Tony. It has, which is the good news. It was raining quite a bit when I came into New Road just after 9 o'clock this morning, but it's been stopped a while now, and the covers are off. The roller is pootling up and down the strip at the minute. The two umpires are out having a look as well, and both sets of players are going through their respective warm-up. So it should be a prompt start. We're 25 minutes away from that. It'll be a slightly elongated day today, because they're going to add on 8 extra overs from the play that was lost yesterday. They're able to add a maximum of half an hour onto the time that was lost yesterday, because we lost most of the afternoon session to rain on day 2. The action we did see, Worcestershire moved themselves into a really strong position in this game, a match they must win really if they continue to have hopes of mixing it with the top 2 in this division at the end of the initial division phase of this first round of the county championship. The teams get split into 3 further groups later on in the summer, so the aim is to try, if they can, and finish in the top 2. But to do that, you think they've probably got to win all 3 games that are left, including this one. They're all at home, and they're in a good position to try and do that in this match. 421 they totalled yesterday. Ed Barnard getting to 90, continuing his terrific form with the bat this summer. And then by the close of play, they reduced Derbyshire to 91 for 3. There was some good resistance from Wayne Madsden and Ben McDermott late on, taking Derby to the close without any further loss after they slumped to 58 for 3. But Worcestershire picked up a first bowling bonus point to go with their 4 batting points as well. Today it's all about getting into this Derbyshire first innings as quickly as they can. Whether they would enforce the follow-on if they manage to do it is a moot point, but they just try and get to do that first. That's the first thing, and worry about that a little later. So wickets this morning set fair, overcast conditions again, so hopefully that'll help the Worcestershire bowlers. But we start, hopefully, fingers crossed Tony, in about 25 minutes time. And a very good morning everybody, and welcome to New Road for day 3 of this county championship match between Worcestershire and Derbyshire. We have play on time, which is very good news because we had a bit of rain around this morning at New Road, but thankfully it's blown away and the ground staff have worked their magic, and we've got play to start on time. It's going to be a slightly longer day than normal. They're adding on 8 extra overs to make up for the half an hour that they can compensate for yesterday after we lost most of the afternoon session to the bad weather. So there will be 100 and 4 overs today.
My fault.
Derbyshire will resume on 91.43. I'm Dan Wheeler. Dave Fletcher is alongside me again today. Morning to you, Fletch.
Morning, Dan. Yeah, messing it all up. Sorry.
That's all right.
That was beautifully. That introduction was probably the best you've done so far.
I did best of my life, actually.
I've just messed it up.
Here you come
really.
in, not turning your speakers off.
Very much amateur production from my point of view there.
91 for 3. They batted well, these two, Wayne Madsen and Ben McDermott, taking Derbyshire to 58 for 3. And it's going to be Madsen facing the first ball of the day from Joe Leach, who's bowling for the first time from the Diglis end. Not taken cleanly by Ben Cox, thuds into his pads as he stands up to the stumps. So the Worcestershire captain trying his luck from the opposite end, and is at 11th over, 10 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 23 yesterday. Pennington 8 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 25. And Ed Barnard was the other wicket taker for the home side, getting Liz Deploy out. Pigeons are in early as Leach bowls. Madsen defends away and there's no run. There are 2 slips in. Tom Fell and Darryl Mitchell, both with hands thrust deep in pockets.
What country do you think my clock thinks we're in now?
France. It's an hour ahead, isn't it?
Yeah.
Or anywhere in mainland Europe to a degree.
Always laughed.
That clock hasn't. Your clock's gone all nostalgic. Fletcher's off to talk to the good folk of Derbyshire on BBC Radio Derby. It's driven by Madsen. Very good stop by Brett D'Oliveira though in the covers. Diving to his left, fielding it on the bounce. Madsen frustrated there. 31 he has from 76 deliveries. McDermott, who announced himself his debut for Derbyshire with a smear through the covers for 4 off his first delivery. He's accrued another 14 from the following 40 balls. He's got 18 from 41. As Leach begins his run up, here he comes. Past the umpire and bowls. Madsen plays it out to mid-off. There's a race between Jake Libby and Brett D'Oliveira to get there first. D'Oliveira wins. 421 Worcestershire totalled yesterday, adding another 85 for the last 3 wickets. Ed Barnard batting beautifully to get to 90 in the end. Sad for him, he couldn't convert that into his second 100 of the season. Like Jack Haynes, just falling a little short. Leach bowls and defended out into the point region by Madsen, no run. But he got good support late on from Alzari Joseph, who played within himself for 12. It was all about occupying the crease and getting Worcestershire up to 350 first of all for that 4th batting bonus point. 5 from Joe Leach and a terrific effort from Pennington, finishing 24 not out. Played some lovely shots as well. The big number 11. Leach powering in and bowls, and Madsen forward. Won't get a run out to D'Oliveira. End of the first over. We'll have an update for Hereford and Worcester listeners on the way. We've just had the first over of the day delivered from the Diglis end by the Worcestershire captain Joe Leach. It's been a maiden, so Derbyshire will remain on 91 for 3. Madsen 31, McDermott has 18. There'll be 104 overs today to make up for lost time yesterday, so plenty of overs for the Worcestershire bowlers to try and get this Derbyshire side out, and then think about the follow-on if they can get them out for 272 or fewer. That's the target initially. Derbyshire 91 for 3. Pennington is going to continue. He'll get the accompanying coo.
They were getting a bit fruity out there, the two of the pigeons before.
Are they?
A bit early for that.
Well, Pennington bowls. Was it a bit late for that? I mean, we've had spring, haven't we?
Well, yes.
No run as McDermott left that ball alone. They've certainly got plenty to say for themselves.
Yeah.
The red pigeon now.
Tom back at the studio said to me, "Is there a pigeon near you?" I said, "Well, yes, there are 3. One's a red one." Very exciting.
There's 2 up there, and one of them's commentating with me. Here's Pennington, little shuffling run into the bowling stride now, and out to Leach, and there's no run. Yeah, you've got plenty to say, haven't they?
Metronomic in his cooing. All our heartbeats will be synchronising to the rhythm of his coo.
Well, I'd rather have that than your dodgy clock synchronising to that. Or has it corrected itself?
No, it's and that's been here all night, so just sitting there still thinks I'm in DBX.
Right.
I don't know where that is.
Pennington past the umpire, bowls. No run here, straight to mid-on. There's a slight hesitation between the two when they initially set off, but McDermott sends Madston back. It's absolutely the right decision.
Because these won't have batted with each other before.
Now, he's done alright, hasn't he, so far, McDermott?
Yeah, no, he looks solid enough, doesn't he?
Yeah. No nerves on his debut so far. I mentioned he cracked his first ball for 4. Here's Pennington. A little shuffle to start his run again. Here he comes, tall, fair-haired. In, and this is rising outside the off stump, and good ball. Just a bit too wide to draw McDermott into any kind of stroke, but cracking delivery. Bit of pace, bit of bounce. McDermott goes for a prod.
Kept his hands nice and low there, didn't he, as that ball rose outside. There was a good delivery. Really good, sharp delivery. A little bit tricky for the bowlers. The sawdust has been spread liberally, hasn't it, where they're landing foot. So be wary of that.
Pennington's got some now under his studs as he bowls, and it's played out by McDermott to Joseph. And there's no run. 2 slips and a gully in position for McDermott. Everyone else is saving a single, apart from deep backward square.
Doesn't look like they've opened the little stand in front of the hotel today. There's nobody in there at all.
No, the Basil d'Oliveira stand is the most heavily populated. Final ball of the over. Pennington bowls and out to mid-on. There's no run. Another over. Another maiden, rather. 2 maidens to start the day. 91 for 3. Madston still on 31. McDermott still has 18.
Yeah, big day for these two, McDermott and Madsen. Madsen, well, there's only been 1 century for Derbyshire this season, and that was Matt Critchley against Worcestershire in the game up at Derby earlier on in the campaign. He made 109. Wayne Madsen's got beyond 50 on just 3 occasions this season. But he's been battling hard. He looked good yesterday, I thought. Sorry, Wayne. He's facing now as Leach is in, and he defends this straight back to him. Get through the first half hour. Check out what the ball's doing. About to be doing a bit. It's overcast again. I thought this was going to be a batting day, but it doesn't feel like one. Now tomorrow, as the resident meteorologist, I can confirm will be Sunday.
I'm not even going to bother to look at the radar. I'm just going to come to you.
No, well, all as I'm willing to say at the moment is it's definitely going to be Sunday tomorrow. As Leach bowls, Madsen defends, but the forecast is actually decent for tomorrow. Looks like a shorts day.
Really?
Not for me, obviously.
Oh.
I have brought some. I've got some in the bag in the hotel. Yeah. Well, I'll be bringing the bag with me. Well, it'll be up in the car, obviously, but last day, check out, put the bag in the car. So the shorts will be very close. So I may even change at lunchtime. Who knows?
Give yourself options.
Yeah, yeah. Leach in. Madsen gets the first runs of the day with a slightly unconvincing drive into the leg side. It was very much inside half of the bat, that shot, and Ross Whiteley does the fielding out there in the deep. They pick up a couple of runs and they're up and running on day 3. 93 for 3 now. Wayne Madsen moves on to 33 from 83 deliveries.
Yeah, I'll give you a good name for it.
John Curtis is trying to butter up the opening bowler Dylan Pennington at the moment. He's having a conversation with him. We can only hear John's half, but then again, people in the Basil D'Oliveira stand can also hear that. As Leach is in, and that one is defended by Madsen out into the offside.
Well, he's smiling politely, Pennington.
Yeah, I was humouring him. Well, he was definitely humouring him.
If I humour him, perhaps he'll stop. Good old John.
He's terrific. He's great value. Can be a bit full on. Some interesting shorts on the far side, just walking around there. There's sort of long black socks and shorts which just start off as orangey red and turn into yellow before they reach the knees. They're fantastic. Here's Leach bowling to Wayne Madsen, and it's pushed out into the offside. D'Oliveira does the fielding. That gentleman has gone behind the stand, and when he returns, well, we'll spot him straight away.
I mean, they are so spectacular. It hints at they must be the bottom half to some kind of sports club strip, I would think.
Yes, I like it when there was a little fashion where the football shirt changed colour as it went towards the shorts, and the shorts were the colour of the bottom of the shirts. I do like that.
Yes.
in a football strip. Leach into Madsen, it pushes it up to mid-on this time. And it's the end of the over. 2 runs from it. 93 for 3 Madsen, 33 McDermott on 18. Just 2 runs added so far this morning in the opening 3 overs.
But it's a good effort to wear shorts today.
Yeah, well, I mean, David Griffin's got his shorts on, but then again,
he always
once the shorts go on, I mean, they're different shorts, don't get me wrong, they do come off for various reasons. But yeah, he's very much a shorts wearer, is Griff. Familiar figure at county cricket grounds up and down the land. But yeah, I don't think it's necessarily warm enough to wear shorts today, I wouldn't have thought.
No, I don't think so. Pennington, past umpire Bailey, bowls wide outside the off stump, an extravagant lead by McDermott through to Cox. Picked up 1 wicket yesterday. Dylan Pennington, it was from the Digless end. Good catch by Tom Fell at first slip to get rid of the Derbyshire captain Billy Godleman. That was the first wicket to fall. Godleman out for 10. And then good catch by Ross Whiteley to dismiss Brooke Guest at square leg, diving to his right off Joe Leach. Guest out for 20, having to open the innings after keeping for 100 plus overs, always a tough ask. And then there's deploy LBW to Barnard for 7. But since then, these two have gone along nicely. More runs here. McDermott pushing it out to square leg, but just be a single. And Whiteley covers the ground quickly and makes sure they can't come back and pinch a single.
Yes, he'll know Ross Whiteley well. Where Madsen, he'll have skipped him back in 2012 before he departed Derbyshire after they won the second division title. He knows his capabilities.
As Pennington steams in, bowls, and this is dabbed down by Madsen. slight alarm when that came off his inside edge, but may have either rolled against his boot and trickled away, or just gone straight down into the ground towards the slips. He's suspicious of something there. He's walked 3/4 of the way down the wicket to have a scrape, and then a few taps as he makes his way back to his crease. Pennington is ready, just wipes the ball on the front of his shirt and he's off. Up to the wicket and bowls, and McDermott is forward nicely steering this. Good shots. Might get a couple here. Won't go for 4. Darryl Mitchell hares after it from second slip. But they come for a second. A nice deliberate guide by Madsen, not McDermott, beg his pardon. 96 for 3.
Very much a shot that's coming to one-day cricket, isn't it? And Wayne Madsen is a terrific exponent of the white ball game.
There's an inviting gap there, isn't there, between second and slip and gully. Pennington up to the stumps, bowls wide, swinging, bit of pace there from Pennington, but the direction not quite as good. Easy for Madsden to have nothing to do with it. Does someone say stay still?
I just love it, because Paul's just sent me a tweet. Thanks, Paul. Fashion advice with Dave Fletcher, a new show idea for Radio Derby, probably on a par with Alan Partridge's Monkey Tennis. Yeah, you might be right actually, but the gentleman has returned in those. It's the dark. I don't know whether he's wearing boots or long black socks, but it's an incredible ensemble.
Pennington bowls, and this cuts back at Madsen. There's a strangled appeal, inside edge first, I'd wager there, before hitting the pad. But end of the over, decent delivery nonetheless. 96 for 3. Madsen 35, McDermott 19, Pennington 1 for 28 now from his 10 overs. There he goes up the steps. With the electric shorts.
Socks,
they do look like long black socks.
What's going on there? And a jacket and a green Worcestershire cap.
I assume it's a Worcestershire cap, yeah. Like a beige coloured coat.
He got dressed in the dark, I think.
He wouldn't have had trouble finding his shorts if he did.
They are terrific.
That's a splendid effort, has to be said.
I'll have to wear my red and white ones tomorrow. Here's Joe Leach from the Diglis end, bowling to McDermott, who turns this very comfortably down to long leg for a single. Alzari Joseph is there to do the fielding. First run of the morning for Ben McDermott, moves on to 19 from 49. Moves on to 20 as his second run of the morning, to 20 for 50 deliveries. 97 for 3.
He's got a good seat as well, but he is right next to the sight screen, or the sight sheet, I suppose.
Yeah.
So, I mean, when he's sitting down, the short's obscured, but he's got to be careful, because
good job.
It would catch the eye of the batsman from that end. Got to keep still.
Madsen waits, Leach balls to him, he drives it straight back down the ground. I'm not sure again whether this has got enough to go all the way to the boundary. Libby is giving chase and puts the slide in, and then he lifts the ball to teammate Jack Haynes, who returns it. They get back for a second comfortably enough. Madsen is to 37, 99 for 3. Nice shot early on day 3. The thing that makes me chuckle about the sight screens, the sheets at the far end, is that there are 2 bins that are actually partly in front of them, and players say, well, we have to have these huge sight screens, but there's 2 bins in front of them. This next delivery from Leach is pushed out into the offside by Madsen. You'd have thought they'd have asked for those to have been moved by now, wouldn't you?
Or painted white.
Yeah, or painted white. I think it's 2 bins, it's certainly 1. God, I need to get my eyes tested. 99 for 3. Derbyshire having started the day on 91 for 3. It's about all day job for the Derbyshire. That's what they'll be hoping to do anyway. Cox is standing up to the stumps as that one goes past the edge of Wayne Madsen's bat. Cox actually whips the bails off. Really good piece of keeping.
Yeah, it's got to be a day of discipline here for Worcestershire, hasn't it? The bowler's got to keep putting it there, You've got 2 slips in at the moment. Give it a chance. And yeah, they might get driven. Might be a lot of shots going through that V. But certainly these early stages of day 3, it's got to be up there enticing the Derbyshire batsmen. Try and find those edges.
Madsen waits, Leach bowls, too many, goes a long way forward in defence and pushes it out to Whiteley at mid-wicket. Along the ground, inside half of the bat again though, there's a little bit of movement out there for Joe Leach.
Yeah, Ed Barnard was saying last night after play that it's a good cricket wicket actually. There's definitely something in it for the bowlers. It's moving about a bit, but as he showed, and Jack Haynes and Brett D'Oliveira and these two are showing, you know, there are also runs there too if you can hang about long enough.
Next delivery hits the pads of Wayne Madsen, and that will be a leg by into the leg side. He also pinches the strike as Ben Debenham taps his leg to bring up the Derbyshire 100. 100 for 3 after 36 overs. So considerably slower than Worcestershire's from memory. Well, not considerably. Their 100 came up in 31 overs in the first innings. 36 for Derbyshire. There's Madsen on 37, Demmett on 20. Madsen's pinched the strike.
Pennington will continue. Here he comes. 100 for 3. Pennington bowls, and this is left alone by Madsen, who rocks back slightly at the waist towards square leg. Takes his bat with him as he sort of pivots round. Through it goes to Cox. Lots of encouragement in the Worcestershire field, as you can no doubt hear. I sense this is a key time, early in the morning. Ball is still reasonably hard. Overhead conditions favour the bowlers, defended by Madsen. Back up to Pennington, and there's no run.
I dare say they'd like it a little warmer, wouldn't they? Even the bowlers would like it a little warmer. But the overheads and the slightly damp outfield, we had a bit more rain this morning on top of the rain we had yesterday. It has slowed down a touch, which hasn't completely negated the short boundary to the leg side.
Pennington bowls. Madsden plays no shot to one that strikes him on the front pad. There's a huge appeal. Umpire Bailey has a look and says no. Be interesting on the replay.
It struck me that it would have had to have done quite a lot to have hit the stump. So it is brave to leave the ball, or to not play a shot and just pat it away. But
because he sometimes comes wider of the crease, Pennington. It's hard to tell from our angle here whether that was slightly wider and angled in. But we'll get a chance to have a look at that in a second.
No, wouldn't have hit another stump.
I think it was missing off, wasn't it? Wasn't hitting. Pennington bowls, up onto his toes goes Madsen, and just trickles it out to Leach at mid-on.
Yeah, I don't think. I think the appeal was based on the fact that he hadn't played a shot,
yes,
rather than where the ball was going to end up hitting.
That's when people get most excited, isn't it?
Yeah.
You haven't offered a shot, it's hit your pad, it must be out. But still has to be hitting the stumps, obviously.
Yes.
That's the key.
That's very much a prerequisite.
Otherwise, it's kind of all as you were, chaps.
My rudimentary knowledge of the laws of the game.
Pennington bowls, and this is a cracking ball to Madsen. Plays all round this one. He's getting close to Dylan Pennington. He's giving Madsen a bit of a working over in this over. Prior to those last 2 deliveries, Joe Leach came up to him and had a word and gave him a pat on the backside. That seems to have done the trick the last 2.
I must think this coaching lark's quite easy if that's all you've got to do.
Just a tap on the buttocks,
yeah,
which you can say.
You can say it on the radio, yeah. We're all right.
Pennington, here he comes. Bowls, and this is driven beautifully by Madsen. That's a cracking shot. Shot of the morning so far, and it may just have enough to get to the rope. It does. It beats Alzari Joseph. Pennington, well, he's put it there. He has to give it a chance to move. He's not happy. He's frustrated with that last ball to end the over with a boundary. He just claps his hands together in slight anger as he walks down to third man. A cleansing break for the players now for their hands.
Oh, you've gone cleansing break
have you?
I
have gone cleansing.
Wow. I quite like that, actually.
I heard it, to be fair,
Hands
I
and
can't.
souls.
104 for 3 at the end of that over, incidentally. The 4 for Madsen's taken him to the 40s. 41 he has now. McDermott has 20. Yeah, I can't.
Stolen it.
I have stolen it, yeah.
Where's that from then?
Well, it's actually from David Lloyd.
Oh, fair enough.
I had, last night. Just flicked across and it was highlights of the Roses match. And he talks about sanitisation break and he said cleansing break instead, and I thought that's less of a mouthful.
It is actually.
And it is actually officially a word.
Well, yeah, there is that. McDermott on strike, the first ball of a new Joe Leach over, he turns it into the leg side to Ross Whiteley at mid-wicket.
Because cleaning break doesn't really have the same ring, does it?
Well, no, you'd expect somebody to go out there with a feather duster and a hoover, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Or a vacuum cleaner. For a cleaning break, but cleansing, yeah, I like that. We've all been cleansed.
Although I'm expecting you say that, you know, a couple of people going out with some sliced cucumbers. It's got that sort of sparry air to it.
Put them on the rise.
Yeah.
McDermott waits. That one is driven nicely by McDermott. He's going to get 4 runs to the short boundary, driven to the cover boundary by Ben McDermott. His first boundary of the day. He moves to 24, Derbyshire to 108 for 3. When the ball's there to be hit, he's going to hit it. And when he hits it, it will remain hit until it crashes into the advertising boards. I think that's pretty much his MO. But to say that it's his first go in county cricket, I think it's his first go in county cricket. I'm sure it is. He's looked right at home. He waits now. Leach bowls. Trimini defends this one back to the Worcestershire skipper, who stops it with his left hand and goes for a little walk. He doesn't look flustered in any way, does he, Ben McDermott? It's almost as if he's been here his entire life.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he's playing his first match.
No, so I'm just going to check that he is. He is. He has played outside of New Zealand before. Australia.
Don't get those two confused.
No.
You'll have letters.
I know. Apologies. Next delivery defended up to Jake Libby at mid-off. He's played for the Winnipeg Hawks in that Canadian nonsense that was on the television a few years ago. But mostly it's Queensland in the early days, 17s, 19s, 23s. Tasmania, I think. Although I can't see Tasmania on there for some reason. Certainly Australia 19s and the full team, Hobart, Melbourne, Brisbane Heat. He's in. Now he's Leach and bowls to McDermott, who pushes this one back towards the bowler. And there's no, it's the kind of thing that I really should have looked up before he came out. Yeah, there we go. He made his Big Bash debut for Brisbane Heat in 2013, and then did play a little bit for Queensland, and then in 2015 he signed a rookie deal with Tasmania. So I knew he'd played for Tasmania. Leach bowls to him and he beats him. Good delivery from Leach, and it's taken by Ben Cox, who just removes the off bail and tries to replace it, and he's struggling at the moment because he had the cricket ball in his hand as well, but he's done it now. End of the over. 108 for 3. Madsen on 41. McDermott on 24. So we said he His elder brother is Alistair McDermott, who was given the middle name Craig, like his dad. And he is a right-arm medium-fast bowler.
Here's Pennington, 108 for 3, Derbyshire, bowling wide of Madsen's off stump, and he ignores it. Through it goes to Cox.
He's only the third player to play for Derbyshire. Fourth, with Reginald as part of his name. We had
yes.
Reginald Ryder back in 1903. Reginald Rickman in 1906, and most recently Reginald Carter in 1953. What a stat.
Pennington bowls, and up onto his toes goes Madsen. Won't get a run, steering it to D'Oliveira at point.
And regular listeners will know where I got that stat. Thank you to David Griffin. Clearly that's not the kind of thing that I would be able to access.
Fletcher's off to give an update to listeners to BBC Radio Derby. BBC Hereford and Worcester will be joining us shortly at 11:30. 108 for 3, so they've added 17 so far. Pennington bowls and Madsen pushes back up the pitch, and there's no run. Pennington stoops down, picks up the ball, gives it a wipe on the front of his jumper, his shirt.
Come on boys, keep scrapping it. We'll go nick this one in there, lad.
Keep scrapping it, you might have heard Joe Leach encouraging his players. No sign of a wicket yet this morning in the opening half an hour. What can Pennington do with this one? Madsen is tucked up slightly, but he can steer it to Ed Barnard at cover without too much trouble. Needs to have been patient. But McDermott's going along at a decent rate. 24 from 56. And Madsen 41 from 105. 272 is the initial target to wipe out the follow-on. Pennington bowls wide outside the off stump, no shot, no run. But obviously, depending on how close they get to that and the stage of the game, it's a moot point whether Worcestershire would enforce that or whether they would bat again. I suspect they might bat again, get some quick runs, and then try and put Derbyshire under real pressure tomorrow. Long way to go before that, though. Big day today for both these sides as they try and get themselves, Worcestershire, into a dominant, even more dominant position, and Derbyshire trying to restore the equilibrium a little bit. Final ball of the over is a dot ball out to point. 108 for 3. It's going to be a first bowling change by the look of it. Ed Barnard is coming into the attack. Joe Leach is finished after 4 overs this morning. 14 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 32. Almost identical figures to Dylan Pennington, who's just bowled 2 overs fewer. 12 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 32. So Barnard 1 for 29 from his 7 overs yesterday, getting their last wicket to fall. Here's deploy. Man of the moment for Worcestershire as he comes in and bowls. It's a tempter outside the off stump, and McDermott has a big stride towards it but plays no stroke. 90 yesterday. Ed Barnard, spoke to him last night, obviously delighted with that. Disappointed he couldn't turn it into 100 naturally, but aiming for 600 plus runs if he can this year. He's looking to extend his personal best. 580 I think is his highest tally so far. Barnard bowls wide of the off stump, no shot offered, but he's beyond the 400 mark now. Only Jake Libby has scored more runs than him for Worcestershire this season. And he's made no secret, of course, of the fact that he wants to bat higher in the order. And he's going about it the right way, certainly. Really good innings yesterday. Barnard past the umpire, bowls. This one keeps a bit low through to Ben Cox, and there's no run. Into double figures in the wickets as well. Here he comes past the cone of sawdust from the Diglis end, up to the stumps bowls. This is cut into the ground straight to Jake Libby at point by Ben McDermott. Didn't middle it at all. Update for BBC Hereford and Worcester on the way. Well, Derbyshire have moved their overnight 91 for 3 onto 108 for 3, so no breakthrough early on so far for Worcestershire in the opening 35 minutes or so. Wayne Madsen and Ben McDermott have continued to look untroubled, really. Madsen's got himself to 41, McDermott is on 24. Derbyshire 108 for 3, replying to Worcestershire's 421. Yeah, Ed Barnard 414 runs at 51, and he's also picked up 13 wickets, so that wicket yesterday moved him into the lead, so he's the second highest run scorer and at the moment the leading wicket taker for Worcestershire.
Not bad.
No, he's in good touch to say the least. In he comes, and this will be runs down to third man. Again a controlled edge from McDermott. All the batsmen actually on both teams have played that shot very well. They've not gone hard at the ball wide of the off stump. Softish hands, and they've just kept it down. There hasn't been any deliveries that have flown wildly through that position. They've kind of ridden the movement well, gone with it. There is a third man down there now. There's been a lot of that in both innings. But Worcestershire still on the attack here. 3 close catches, 2 slips and a gully. Pennington will carry on. 109 for 3. Fletch is back with us.
I just heard some Des O'Connor, Dick-a-dum-dum.
Have you?
Yeah. Quite alarming. Here's Pennington from the new road end, turned into the leg side by McDermott, but straight to Ross Whiteley.
So he's still on the playlist then, obviously.
No, no.
Oh no.
No, it was part of Steve Jordan's. He does a TV quiz, and the answer to which was Des O'Connor.
Right.
Which number 14? Dick-a-dum-dum. They don't write them like that anymore. Probably just as well. McDermott waits. That one is again played into the mid-wicket region, straight to Ross Whiteley. He's got a big grass stain on his right knee. Happy to chuck himself about in the field, Ross Whiteley. His first appearance of the season for Worcestershire. Just a little bit gloomy away to our left, away to the west. I've no idea where the weather's coming from, because there isn't a breath of wind out there. It's almost the opposite to last weekend when it was just horrible. At least it's pleasant enough for spectators, as Pennington is again turned into the leg side. Again, it's Ross Whiteley who does the fielding, just those 3 players involved at the moment. Bang, bang, there we go. That's more like it. Good old bang, bang. The mighty fall.
Was that another Des O'Connor tune?
No, that was, oh dear, we've had this before the season. That was B.J. Robertson, wasn't it? B.A. Robertson.
I have no idea.
B.A. Robertson.
Didn't Lulu do bang bang? Bang bang a bang? Bang a bang a bang a bang?
Beaten him, and has he taken the edge? No, says umpire Bailey. You could clearly see him shaking his head. The fielders thought it was close. The bowler thought it was close. McDermott wasn't going anywhere apart from towards square leg for a little walk and a think about it.
I have to wait for the stream to catch up, but this will be interesting.
There's been a lot of that this season, a lot of appeals.
I'm not sure. I think what's happened there, it's moved quite a lot actually. It's a great delivery because it's shaped in to McDermott and then seamed away, and I think the noise is probably the bat on the front pad.
He's still out there as McDermott. This next delivery beats him again. That's another terrific delivery from Dylan Pennington. He's only got 1 for 32, but he's bowled better than that.
Yeah, he has. The last 2 balls have been crackers.
Why do pigeons' wings squeak when they fly? They need a bit of WD-40, do you think?
Don't know.
They do though, don't they? They have a little squeak. I mean, my knees creak when I walk, but I don't think that's a 58-year-old pigeon. Not sure there would ever be a 58-year-old pigeon. McDermott waits for this next delivery from Pennington, and he's edged it to second slip, and he's furious with himself. He went hard at that one. He'd looked vulnerable in the last couple of deliveries, and at the first wicket of the morning goes McDermott. He's out for 25, and Derbyshire are 109 for 4 now.
Good catch by Daryl Mitchell, because that was travelling. It really was going at a fair pace, but Dylan Pennington's got his reward. He's kept the ball in that area. He's kept asking the questions, and this is a terrific over. And McDermott in the end couldn't help himself because he threw it out there, and it wasn't a half volley by any measure, and McDermott has tried to smear that on the up through the offside, and it's a thick outside edge, and it was really going at some pace to Daryl Mitchell. Saw it all the way, didn't have to move, it was sort of navel high, and gobbled it up nicely, Daryl Mitchell. Good catch. 109 for 4, Worcestershire's first breakthrough of the morning, but McDermott will be cross there. He's done so much of the good work, didn't look in any trouble at all, but Pennington's persistence has just got the better of him, and he can't help himself to one tempter too many.
Yeah, he was very angry with himself. He turned around and swished his bat over the stumps, and he'll be hugely disappointed. He'll get another go. Not too soon, hopefully, but he'll get another go, I'm sure, because Derbyshire's still 163 away from avoiding the prospect of being asked to follow on.
51 that partnership as well.
But he just started to look a little vulnerable the previous 2 deliveries, hadn't he?
Yeah.
With the big appeal and then an absolute snorter that left him. It was the end of the over.
109 for 4. Barnard from the Diglis end. Won't get a run here, Madston. It was full. And Toendi out to Libby at cover.
You know, the last 4 partnerships between, I hope this is right, between Wayne Madsen and Matt Critchley, 3 centuries and a 99 partnership.
There you go.
These two, they've batted together a lot this season, as Critchley's batted a lot with Harvey Hussain as well.
Barnard bowls, and Madsen ignores it outside the off stump. Worcestershire will know what Critchley can do, of course. Earlier in the season, had a terrific game individually in a match that eventually Worcestershire got out of jail from with a draw after a very good batting display on that last day. They've got plenty to say, haven't they? Pigeons. Defended out to cover point by Madsen, no run. He stays on 41. Worcestershire have caught well, which is not something they've done to this point this season. They've dropped quite a lot of catches, but the 2 slip chances that have come their way, they've both taken, and then Whiteley's terrific catch yesterday at square leg. Barnard bowls, cracking ball. Forward comes Madston. It's just past that outside edge as he came forward. Can't have been too far away from that shoulder.
Got the walk, couldn't it? shotgun tomorrow.
Good luck at getting that in.
I reckon I can get it. Damn it, trouser leg or something.
Here's Barnard. Bowling to the right-handed Madsden, and he's getting a single here into mid-wicket. Slide by Ross Whiteley and a throw, but it's good running. Critchley went on the Y of yes, and he's safely home. Throw was nowhere near the stumps in the end, but good batting. Madsden getting off strike. Important, of course, for Derbyshire to not get bogged down here. Just lost a wicket. New man in. One ball left of this Barnard over. Batsmen have a quick chat. 110 for 4. 3 slips in place now for the new man. Jack Haynes has gone in at third as Barnard comes in, and Critchley pushes out to Whiteley at mid-on. Safely negotiates his first ball. End of the over. 110 for 4. Madsden 42. Critchley yet to get off the mark with just that one ball faced so far. 93 overs remaining in the day. So making up for lost time yesterday, where most of the afternoon session actually went thanks to the rain.
Very frustrating, wasn't it? Because it was barely raining.
It was that sort of fine mizzle drizzle, wasn't it?
Everybody in. Dylan Pennington to continue from the new road end, and why wouldn't he? 2 for 32. He's in and bowls to Madsden. He pushes it out into the onside. Madsden fancied a quick single there. I'm not sure that Matt Critchley did necessarily. As a result, there isn't one. Always better if both batsmen are in agreement. Comes into this match Matt Critchley with 561 first-class runs. That's at 51. And there's only one not out in there. That's how good he's been this season. A century and 4 half-centuries. But these are probably the 2 form batsmen. Now that Harvey Hussein's missing, as that one is turning to the leg side by Wayne Madsden. He moves to 43, 111 for 4. Nelson on the board. Well, that makes absolutely no difference. Can't affect anybody. But again, I noticed it. I'm starting to notice it more for some reason.
You're talking yourself into it, Fletch, aren't you?
I've got no superstitions at all, really.
You're going to talk yourself into stepping into a manhole cover, aren't you? A hole without a lid. You can see it now.
That's not necessarily bad luck, though, is it? That's just sheer stupidity.
Yeah, but if you just gone under a ladder.
Pennington bowls to Critchley, who pushes this out into the onside. They're going through for a quick single. Leach doesn't pick it up cleanly. Mid-on, and they get there comfortably enough in the end. Critchley happy to get off the mark, no doubt. Jack Leach didn't. He went and moved to his right and bent down, and you're thinking at that stage, oh, this could be close. But he didn't pick it up cleanly. So it's going to be okay. 112 for 4.
Yeah, I'm on the rugby, John.
He's not going to the rugby.
Apparently not. No, he's
going.
gone off it.
Not going. Not interested anymore. No.
Pennington bowls. He's defended by Wayne Madsden. One day somebody will say something that they don't want anybody else to hear, and they'll say it right outside our window, and it's not as if they can't see us, because we're here. We've got microphones in front of our mouths. There's one poking out of the window to our right, but they just don't care. I'm not suggesting they should care, but if I was them, I'd just take a little more. Looking to Scooby. Paddington is in and defended by Madsen out into the offside. Ed Barnard does the fielding. Scooby says, you two keep talking over that pigeon's trenchant commentary. Yes, I think I'm with you actually.
You just let the pigeon do it.
Jack says he only just caught the very end of the description of the fashion icon. If it's the same boot. All right.
So he's no.
Pennington wraps Madson's pads, but he's quite a long way down the track. There's no run. And then I read the next bit and thought I can't read that out, but I can. He was the man who was blowing the horn on day 1 and 2. I've just changed that slightly, so it's broadcastable that we referenced. You can hear a horn.
Yes.
He's the man.
We had a couple of horns
He's the man with the horn.
well. Yeah, the old Vuvuzela. Yeah. Not got it today so far.
Which is good, I think. I think that's good. Thanks, Jack. It's good to be informed.
I mean, the odd blast of it, okay, but when they had the World Cup in South Africa, it was like you're trying to watch that. Can you imagine if you're sitting next to somebody who's blowing that constantly? Ed Barnard bowls, that's driven nicely, rare misfield by Jake Libby at cover there, so they'll get a single. Brett D'Oliveira tidies up behind him towards that short boundary, just a 1 run. 112 for 4. Yeah, I mean, if you were sitting next to someone with a horn, it wouldn't be too long before the horn was somewhere else, really.
You're sitting on it.
Quite possibly. Here's Barnard. 113 for 4. Defending back at the pitch is Madsen. No run, 43. These two really key now for Derbyshire.
Well, they really are, because
You can winkle Madsen out here. 43.
Hudson, Prentice and Hughes, they've been coming out in that order since Hughes regained his place in the side of the money was night watchman, and then it's Connors, well it's H's and Connors and Dusty. Barnard
Past the umpire, steering this into point is Madsen, no run.
Dusty being Dustin Melton, of course, his handle on, they're called handles, aren't they?
Yeah.
On Twitter is Dusty Melts. Yeah. Sounds quite delicious, doesn't it?
It does, yeah.
Dusty around.
Although I'm thinking melts, you're thinking cheese.
Yeah.
Dusty, you're thinking like icing sugar, and I'm thinking that doesn't go, does it?
Icing sugar, that's a combination I've never tried. But
no, I don't think that sounds good. Barnard bowls. No run here. Glad out to cover. Crikey. Yeah.
Definitely a car.
That is, yeah.
Notice that Sam Connors and Bennett just went round for a net earlier. They walked anti-clockwise. They went round one way to the nets on the far side of the ground, and then came back round our side. Bennett has already got his maiden first-class half-century this season. Put it nicely against Notts.
Barnard bowls, defended off the back foot by Madsen, out to cover. There's no run, probing over this from Barnard. 1 ball left of it, but he's not really given much to hit, save that drive that was fumbled by Libby at cover, which cost a run. 43 to Madsen, 2 to Critchley.
Paul says the pitching's one of my best co-commentators of the season. Well, I'll leave others to judge on that, obviously.
Yeah. Barnard bowls on the drive now is Madsen. He'll pick runs up here. There's a attempted stop from Joe Leach. Can't get on the top of the ball though, and it trickles away. Not got far to go to the fence by the marquee on that short side of the ground. And it's 4 to end the over for Barnard. 1 for 36 from his 10 overs. 117 for 4 on the spoilt. A good over that from Barnard. 117 for 4, Madsen 47, Critchley has 2. So Madsen goes to within a hit of a half-century. That was his 7th boundary.
Ari Joseph. Look at the swans to our left. You're going to miss them, you're going to miss them, you miss them. They're called a flock. I would imagine they'd be a flock. They might not be. What's the collective noun for swans? Beautiful. They were so white against the grey sky. It was quite spectacular.
I love watching swans take off and land.
So running on the water.
Yeah, it's tremendous.
I know that's not my car because it doesn't have an alarm. Here is Alzari Joseph, bowls to Matt Critchley defends it back to him. He gives him a stare, does Joseph. How dare you?
It's not my car because I don't have one.
No car?
No. Well,
You
we're
walk
down
all the way
to
here.
one car.
You get dropped off.
I was this morning, yeah, I've been borrowing a car up to this point.
Borrowing a car? Was that like borrowing a car? Yeah, some of the neighbours have
There's
noticed
no
the
need for
cars
air
have
quotes,
got.
Fletch.
There's
No,
some-
it's not borrowed a car or stolen one. Not for a while. No, not at all, obviously.
Hot-wired next door neighbours Audi is Joseph Bowles to Critchley, who beats him. Got some bounce there. This pitch hasn't really been a bouncy pitch, but he got some real lift there, Alzari Joseph. Good delivery.
One or two have taken off, haven't they?
Yeah.
If you bend your back a bit and get a bit of response. When I did have my own car, my car alarm was the most pathetic ever. It was like, it was almost apologetic. It's like, I'm sorry to trouble you, but I think someone may have smashed the window or tried to steal me. I'm terribly sorry.
Critchley heads this one along the ground just to the left of Mitchell at second slip and all the way through to a very fine third man for 4 runs. Genuine edge, but he did get it to ground just about in front of Darryl Mitchell. You could hear it. The pace off the bat was quite something.
Not sure it carried.
No,
If it did, it was really difficult.
Yeah. He moves on to 6, 121 for 4.
So to his left, I mean, right on top of the grass.
It would have been some catch, wouldn't it? If it had got to, I think it is short of him.
Ooh, I don't know though.
Or just to the left of him, possibly.
It's hard to tell on the replay.
Yeah, my initial impression was that it was just to his left.
I'm with you, yeah. Because we're at the perfect angle, aren't we here?
Don't tell anybody that. Joseph, again, this one was played off the face of the bat up to Leach at mid-on. Never tell anybody we're at the perfect angle.
But for that sort of dismissal,
Well, you might be. I'm at a very awkward angle here. I thought I described it well in the circumstances. Yeah, we are. We were right behind that. As Jimmy Armfield used to say on 5 Live.
Things replays from a different angle can make it look like a completely different incident, can't they?
Yeah.
That didn't look like what I saw on replay. That looked like it carried, but I don't reckon it did.
Critchley waits, and this time he's edged it in between second slip and fourth slip for 4 more runs. This one did hit the ground and was miles away from the slip fielders, and he's got 4 more. He moves to double figures. He's on 10 now, 125 for 4.
Yeah, he didn't go very hard at it though, did he? That's the key. Controlled it, and frustration for Alzari Joseph. He must be desperate to get in amongst the wickets here for Worcestershire. That's obviously why they predominantly signed him, to be a strike bowler, impact with the ball, but it's not quite happened for him. But now they are strengthening the slip cordon.
I think that makes sense.
Yeah,
It's a bit
3
of
slips in a gully now.
horse's bolted job, really, isn't it? But
yeah, still got runs to play with here though.
Joseph's in again, and this time he gets the face of the bat on it once more and plays it up to Joe Leach at mid-on. It's the end of the over. It was a good over from Alzari Joseph, despite the fact that he conceded a couple of boundaries from it. Critchley's got 10 mats and 47, 125 for 4 as Billy Godwin goes on a lap of the ground with Ajmal Shahzad, the bowling coach, deep in conversation. Not sure what bowling tips Billy's picking up, or what batting tips Ajmal can give to him, but they're having a chat.
Barnard from the Diglas end. Forward comes Madsen. No run as he defends it out to Libby at cover. The end of that last over was noticeable that Brett Oliveira and then Ben Cox came up to Alzari Joseph, made the effort to just say well done, good over, keep going, it will come, all that sort of stuff. 125 for 4. Barnard turns, Madsen on 47. And won't get his half century here. He would have done it if there hadn't been a third man, but Pennington is Wide enough to barely have to move to field that, except when it comes to bending down. Just a single then, up to 48 now for Wayne Madsen, 126 for 4. Critchley has 10 from 9, profiting from those. Falls the third man. 3 slips for him now. Haynes goes in to strengthen the slip cordon. Barnard bowls. He's on the walk here, Critchley. And Barnard attempts to underarm the ball back towards the stumps on his follow through, but doesn't pick it up cleanly. Madsen goes for a wander. Some early scores from elsewhere. Essex are 301 all out now. The game with Durham out in this group. Ben Rain finishing with 5 for 65. Cleaning up Jamie Porter, last man out. Bowls forward comes Critchley, won't get a run to Libby at cover. So Durham will require 385 to win. Durham here next week, of course.
Are you doing that game?
I am, yes. I'll be here for that.
Yes.
At Edgbaston, Warwickshire, Nottinghamshire. Nottinghamshire, the group leaders before this round of games. They're 222 for 5, replying to Warwickshire's 341. Barnard bowls. And it's edged, and I think that's dropped. Tom fell at first slip, right in front of the pillar, so I couldn't actually see what happened there right at the end, but I'm pretty sure that carried.
I think he carried.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One-handed, again it was very tough, but a fend by Critchley.
He took 2 steps down the track to begin with, which was slightly alarming.
So Critchley dropped on 10.
But it did carry.
Here's Barnard. Slightly wider of the crease this time, angling in, it goes over the top of the stumps through to Ben Cox. Well, he's taken 1 catch, Tom Fell. That was a regulation job last night. That one was much, much harder. Had to go one-handed, had to go really low, really fast. He kind of had to almost drop vertically down rather than sort of dive away to his right. But he did get his hand on it, but it wouldn't stick for him. It's just an instinctive effort. It's one of those ones that either sticks or it doesn't. And sadly for him and Ed Barnard, it popped out. Critchley given a life on 10. Madsen, he's not quite ready for Alzari Joseph. Quite sure what the problem was there, but for whatever reason, Madsen not completely focused. 126 for 4, just a 1 wicket this morning, but the drop catch could have been better. Critchley could have been on his way. Joseph, who's working up ahead of steam here. Last over was really good. Won't get a run here. Turns it to Whiteley at square leg. Madsen, he stays on 48 as he looks for what would be his 4th half century of the season. He's beyond the 400 mark now for Derbyshire.
Excellent, AJ. Come on, the legs.
Joseph is ready. 2 slips now only and a gully. Bowls full, flick down to fine leg, tumbling stop by Jake Libby, who's down there. Good throw as well, right over the top of the bails. Just the single. So Madsen up to 49. Critchley down on strike for 10. Dropped in the last over. But Alzari Joseph is proving a bit of a handful. His last over was terrific, luckless. 7 overs for 22. 7.2 to be precise. Here he comes, and this is cracked off the back foot for 4 by Critchley. Bit short, gave Critchley a bit of wit, didn't really get up either, sort of sat up and barely got stump high in the end, and Critchley cracked it through cover point for 4. He goes up to 14 from 14, 131 for 4. Update for BBC Hereford and Worcester on the way. Well, Derbyshire have moved on to 131 for 4, so Worcestershire have taken a wicket this morning. It was that of Ben McDermott, who was well held at slip off Dylan Pennington, who's worked up a real head of steam this morning. McDermott gone for 25, and it might have been even better for the home side as well. Matt Critchley has just been dropped by Tom Fell at first slip off Ed Barnard. He had 10 at the time. Difficult chance for Fell, low down to his right hand side. Only had time to get one hand to it. It just wouldn't stick for him though. Critchley's moved on to 14. Wayne Madsen has 49. Derbyshire 131 for 4, replying to Worcestershire's 421. Joseph is ready. Here he comes, long strides now up to the wicket and bowls. This is beautifully played by Critchley. Might have the legs to get to the boundary, will it? No. Ross Whiteley pulls it up, and Joe Leach helps him out with the relay just in front of the Graham Hick Pavilion. Still a sluggish outfield, which you can understand with all the drizzle that we've had. That was nicely timed and very well placed by Critchley. He's back for a couple. He's up to 16, 133 for 4. Fletcher's back with us.
He's made that boundary slightly bigger there, Ross Whiteley, hasn't he? He's moved the rope about a foot with the slide. They'll have to sort that out at lunchtime, the ground staff. It's a good shot to the cover boundary, the point boundary by Matt Critchley earlier on in the over.
Joseph starts his run past umpire Bailey, bowls and driven nicely again on the up, and the dive by Leach doesn't stop the ball. That should go all the way. No, that's going to pull up as well. Pennington on the slide, and back they come for a couple. Another good shot from Critchley. He's finding his range now.
When Madsen pulled up, just have a look at the replay. If it shows the batsman running, it looked to me like Wayne Madsen pulled up when he got to the end of the second run, and now he doesn't look 100% to me.
No.
I'm going to have a look myself.
Have a look here. Here comes the last ball on replay.
I'm pretty sure he's carrying on. He doesn't require any assistance, but they ran the first one.
Oh yeah.
Pretty quickly. Does he pull up?
Yeah, right at the last minute when he completes the second run. He grabs his left, it looks like his hamstring possibly, or his lower back.
Wouldn't be good, would it? We'll keep an eye on that. Madsen on 49, drives very nicely but straight. Oh no, it's gone straight through the man at mid-on, and Wayne Madsen's going to move to 50 here. It was Leach. I've no idea what happened. Oh, and there's a direct hit from the throw, and not out, says umpire Debenham. It's all going on. The throw from the far distance, about a yard or two in from the boundary rope, and Madsen gets through to a half century, the 97th time in his first class career that he's got to 50, and on 31 occasions he's gone on to make it 3 figures. That's a decent conversion rate, 1/3 of all times he's got to 50. It's come from 127 deliveries with 7 fours, but it was all kicking off there. It was a misfield by Joe Leach, and a good piece of fielding down on the boundary. Is that Ross Whiteley? I don't know if it was a left-handed throw. I should have spotted that straight away. I think it is Ross Whiteley. He's got an even bigger grass stain on his knee now. He's at mid-off. Anyway, Barnard's in, and this one is driven again, and this time Joe Leach picks it up safely. Yeah, it was the direct throw from Ross Whiteley hit the stumps, which would have had Matt Critchley with heart in mouth for a moment.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's in from the replay. It's difficult to tell because the camera is quite a long way from the popping crease, but Yeah, with the reaction from the Worcestershire players was that was
This next
incredibly
one is
close.
played out into the offside when Jake Libby picks it up in the covers. It's a direct hit. It's always a concern, isn't it? Where Madsen. He looks okay, which is good news.
I think he's probably in. Yeah.
Do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I can't see.
You're going frame by frame here now, aren't you? We're getting the third
Yeah.
umpire out and everything. Barnard in again, bowls Madsen off the back foot, pushes it up to Ross Whiteley at mid-off, and there's no run. The last thing Derbyshire need is a run out, of course, as they look for the 272 runs they require to avoid the prospect of being asked to follow on. It's not a guarantee. They need another 135 more runs to avoid that. And they followed on down at Chelmsford. This one is left alone outside the off stump by Madsen. Unsuccessfully. Well, they followed on, which means they were successfully following on, but it was an unsuccessful attempt to avoid an innings defeat. And they weren't asked to follow on by Nottinghamshire, who would have been entitled to ask them, but they decided not to enforce the follow on, but still beat them by 310. Madsen waits, 2 slips in place as Barnard is in from the Diglis end. He's edged and caught, just went forward, and a very straightforward catch for Daryl Mitchell at second slip. Madsen has just reached his half century, goes for 51, and Derbyshire are 137 for 5.
Yeah, good hands from Daryl Mitchell again. He's caught well for Worcestershire, and yes, they dropped Critchley, but they've got the set man. Madsen's gone, and Barnard's got his reward. He's probed around, in and around that off stump. He's seen one catch go down in the last over, but he's got his reward there. And Derbyshire in some trouble now. 137 for 5.
Yeah, a whole heap of trouble. Still 135 away from their follow-on target.
Again, slightly wider of the crease from Barnard, angling back into Madsen, and then flicking the shoulder of the bat and going high to Mitchell's left. He got both hands to it and made a good grab in the end. Nicely taken. Barnard 2 for 39 now from his 12 overs.
I've taken both wickets this morning as well. Oh dear.
Yeah.
Not good that. Both caught at second slip. Dermot for 25, Madsen for 51. I wonder if they would ask them to follow on or not, because then they've got the tricky dilemma of when to declare, which was the dilemma that clearly Derbyshire were wrestling with in the game between the sides at Derby, and they declared a little late, left themselves with 2 few overs with a new ball, just 4 of them in the end, with Worcestershire 8 down. Finn Hudson-Prentice has come out ahead of Alex Hughes once again. Alex Hughes with 6 first-class centuries, Finn Hudson-Prentice with none. 99 his high score.
Joseph bowls. Critchley won't get a run here. Up to the bowler actually. He stoops down to field. 137 for 5. Critchley on 18 from 18. Now joined by all-rounder Hudson-Prentice, who can bat. We've seen him produce some good innings against Worcestershire in the past. But they have a tall order here. The follow-on target looks a long way away. May not enforce it, of course. It's not as common as it once was, or not as automatic decision as it once was, as Joseph bowls. Onto the back foot goes Critchley. Won't get a run here. It's a good sliding, diving stop from Pennington. Worcestershire's tails are up here. There's some real energy in the field. Caught well, saved that one drop, done some decent groundwork as well. A couple of misfields, but nothing too serious. Joseph, long sleeve shirt, buttoned down to the wrists. Here he comes again. Past the umpire bowls, and on the drive is Critchley, finding Pennington again.
Old school, that. Buttoned down to the wrists.
Yeah.
Remember, we used to wear just a plain white shirt when I was at school. That was your cricket shirt, wasn't it? There was none of these.
Yeah.
These fancy shirts they wear these days.
No.
Breathable material. Nylon white shirt. Your sweat used to pour off you.
Yeah. It's Joseph turning by the sawdust and sprinting away from us some bowls, and on the drive, that'll be 4. Critchley, no need to run for that apart from Brett D'Oliveira to go and fetch the ball. Not a half volley, on the up. Not a huge flourish of the bat from Critchley, but when you time it like that, it doesn't need to be. That flew through the covers for 4. Not much more than a push, really.
Glorious.
Lovely
When he plays his strokes, Matt Critchley, there's no finer batsman to watch. But he does sort of leave you sitting on the edge of his seat a bit with regards to edges and that kind of thing.
What sort of response has Joseph got here? 141 for 5. Critchley driving, not too dissimilar to his last shot, but brilliant work by Barnard in the covers, diving to his left, steadying himself on his knee as he hit the turf and got both hands to it. That saved 4. I think even with this sluggish outfield that would have gone to the boundary. Again, really well timed by Critchley. 22 from 22. 141 for 5. Last ball of Alzari Joseph's over coming up. None for 34. 3 slips waiting. Joseph bowls, Critchley drives, that'll be 4. This time it's Pennington who has to go and fetch, and Barnard motionless. It was nowhere near him, to be honest. It was perfectly placed between him and Pennington, and that cracked away to the fence. 26 now he has, at more than run a ball off, just 23 deliveries, 145 for 5. Matt Critchley is carrying the counter attack to Worcestershire here. Joseph 9 overs, none for 38. It's not happening for him again so far, but like much of his spells for Worcestershire, he's bowled well. He's bowled some really good deliveries and not perhaps had the luck he might have. Still wicketless, 145 for 5.
And Finn Hudson Petis is yet to face a delivery. Hair not as obvious out of the back of his helmet. He's waiting now as Ed Barnard is in. He pushes it straight back to him. Still run, but a couple of really glorious shots from Matt Critchley in that previous over. To maintain his concentration. I mean, clearly he can maintain his concentration because he's Derbyshire's leading run scorer by a distance in the championship this season, with his century and 4 half centuries. Closing in on 600 runs for the season. As Barnard balls, that's left. Oh, that looked a good leave from Finn Hudson Prentice. Certainly 2 of the slip fielders have got their hands on their head. Fell and Haynes can't have been far away.
Let's have a look. When I can.
Yeah. Loads
I'm getting
of time.
a lot of spinning
Loads
wheels.
Of time. There's 86 overs to go in the day. Well, you'll
right,
probably see it before the end. Barnard too. That's a Prentice who drives but doesn't time this one up towards Ross Whiteley at mid-off. Jake Levy ran across the ball and left it for his teammate. One more wicket for another bowling bonus point for Worcestershire. 5 in the bag already in total. Derbyshire with 2. As we halfway through the 50th over of the innings. No ball. Signalled by Ben Debenham. Ed Barnard then puts his foot where he thinks he might have put it, and Ben Debenham would clearly say to him, right, it was about an inch further forward. So 2 more to the total. 147 for 5, excuse me. Chrissy with a very healthy average of 53 with the bat this season. It's Barnard balls, and there's another good lead by Hudson Prentice. Not as good a lead as the previous one. Ben Cox tosses the ball to one of his slips, but none of his slips were actually waiting for the ball to be tossed to them, so it just dribbles along the floor. It's eventually picked up by Jack Haynes at the 3rd slip and given to Brett D'Oliveira to do a little bit of polishing.
3rd no ball of this Derbyshire innings. Just check how many.
Sure Derbyshire bowled any. Barnard in, and that's left alone by Hudson Prentice again to go through to Ben Cox. It's the no, it isn't. It's been a no ball. It's the penultimate delivery of the over.
None. You're right, Fletch.
Yeah, I didn't think
no balls, only 2 wides.
Yeah, 2 wides and some leg byes, wasn't it? The extras. Good discipline from that.
I've given up trying to find that leave. It's too much trouble. It's more trouble than it's worth.
Hudson Prentice gets a leading edge on a drive. He was looking to play into the leg side. It goes along the floor, but up to mid-off, not where he was intending it at all. The over from Ed Barnard comes to a close. 2 for 41 from his 13 overs. Hudson Prentice yet to go off the mark, having faced 7 deliveries. Matt Critchley with 26 from 23, 147 for 5. Means that they are, he says, getting his calculator out, 125 away from avoiding the possibility of being asked to follow on. 2nd time this season. It's not a great record, that.
Joseph to carry on then. Joe Leach is going through some warming up exercises, so the captain might be bringing himself back soon. Joseph's got to try and make this count then. Won't get a run here, Critchley, as he defends up to Leach at mid-on.
The 2 worst sides statistically in the competition, Leicestershire and Derbyshire. Hard to imagine, is it? 1996. As recently as 1996, Leicestershire top, Derbyshire 2nd in the county championship. Dean Jones's Derbyshire side. Which reminds me, there's a podcast on BBC from Dean Jones.
Glorious segue.
Thank you.
Joseph bowls full. That's a terrific delivery. Huge appeal. Umpire not interested. Rob Bailey says no. Did sound a little bit woody.
Might have been going down leg.
And if it wasn't, yeah. I think that may well have been sliding down. I'll wait for the replay to show us there, because that will be interesting.
Can't wait till Thursday. I've got to go home.
To be fair, I think it's probably more my computer, which is horrendously slow at the moment. I don't know, mirroring its owner. I think. Just broke out in sympathy. Here we go. This should be it. Yeah, that's going down. Good decision. Joseph in. And Critchley will get a run here. Barnard throws, and if that had hit, interesting, but it didn't. It clattered into the pads of Critchley. Rather sportingly follows the ball and stops it and knocks it towards Joe Leach. 148 for 5. Critchley up to 27. He's still going along at more than a run a ball. And Hudson Prentice now will, or is it a silent P? Could be Hudson Price.
It could be, couldn't it? Could be the silent P, as in Smith.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Joseph, here he comes. bowls, and Hudson Prentice won't get a run, steers it calmly to gully. Not in the air, that one. Played it down. That one didn't seem to come through with much pace either. Some of the deliveries are zipping through and others aren't. We've seen some action today, mostly in the slip cordon. 2 catches taken, 1 dropped. 148 for 5. 2 balls to go of this over for Alzari Joseph. Past the umpire and bowls. Won't get a shot here from Hudson Prentice.
Doesn't mind a lead, does he?
No. That looked a confident lead to me, that. I assume he's batting in a headband as well, isn't he?
I think he'd have to, wouldn't he? Just keep it out of his eyes, not flopping down to his grill.
Well, it could be a batting headband as opposed to the old
bowling headband.
Terry Towling, yeah. The old McInroe that we saw in the field. Joseph bowls again. It's a good leave outside the off stump. Confident. Not having anything to do with it. End of the over. 10 overs, 1 maiden, none for 39 now for Alzari Joseph. Derbyshire 148 for 5. Critchley 27. Hudson Prentice yet to get off the mark, having faced 10 balls.
Box of bags has just been delivered to the media box.
Oh yes.
Bit of fruit, a bit of cake in there. Wrap. Packet of crisps. And we're miles away from eating it. It's only 25 past.
So late for lunch today as well, isn't it?
10 past
Nearly an hour.
It's unbelievable, they're teasing us. So Matt Critchley, 27 from 26 to face Joe Leach, who's back from the Diglis end, and he's on the march. Is Critchley, and he plays and misses. 2 steps forward, the miss.
Have you seen a batsman, when he'd walked down the pitch a couple of paces, actually played a convincing stroke?
No.
Because that's what, twice Critchley's done it now, and he's very nearly feathered it through.
No,
And he's not the first to do that.
I
either.
understand why they're doing
Yeah.
it, to try to negate any swing and that kind of thing, but it doesn't seem to be working, is what I would say.
Cox is not standing up at the moment either.
No. Leach in, this time he stays in his crease and guides it down to the vacant third man area for 4 runs. It's the rope now. No third man means runs on offer, because it's a fairly short distance to the third man boundary, to the right-hander when the ball's coming in from the Diglis end.
Leach has seen enough though. He's beckoned Pennington to make the long trek from fine leg to third man.
The rapturous applause that you can't hear in the background is for Derbyshire's 150. Because there shouldn't be any Derbyshire supporters in the ground anyway, so other than the committee away to our right hand side. As Leach bowls and it's guided into the offside. Nice piece of fielding by Barnard, who picks up and throws at the stumps of the non-strikers end. Hudson Prentice had to scramble back. Really good piece of fielding.
I'm not quite sure why Hudson Prentice was so keen to think there was a single there.
Quite a long way down.
He was, yeah.
I hadn't realised until I saw
Never
the throw. No.
Okay. It's a good job that he had to, I mean, if that had gone straight to Barnard, or he hadn't had to get down so low, and obviously it hit the stumps, but I mean, that was, if it hit the stumps, that was very close as it was. It was unnecessarily edgy there,
it was.
on striker. Not what Critchley wants to see at the other end.
He's ready now. Critchley drives this up to Dollyville. They're moving. No, it's not. Yes, it is Dollyville. They're all moving around out there. What's going on? Dollyville's at mid-on now.
Well, the Ajax of field
Well,
positions.
they are. Well, Alzari Joseph's in at mid-wicket. Ross Whiteley is out on the cover boundary. He's been at mid-off in recent times, but Jake Libby's there now.
I mean, Libby's done cover, mid-off, mid-on.
Just keeping it fresh. Keeping it fresh. As Critchley waits, and it's off the back foot straight back to the bowler from Matt Critchley.
Wonder where Ben Cox is going to field next.
He's the one constant. The slips are fairly constant, aren't they? Darryl Mitchell at second slip, Tom Fell at first slip, Jack Haynes at third slip. No, they seem to be a constant. The rest of them are all over the show. Doesn't make it any easier for me. Umpires are still where they're supposed to be. Leach is in, balls to Critchley, who gets one high up on his bat as he pushes it out into the onside. Brett Oliveira comes in at mid-on to do the fielding. It's the end of the over. 152 for 5 now. Derbyshire still 120 away from the possibility of being asked to follow on. Critchley has 31. And Peanuts and Prentice has faced 10 deliveries and is yet to get off the mark.
The good thing is in the key positions, of which cover point is one of them obviously. Ed Barnard and Brett Oliveira, I mean there's hardly any to choose between them actually. They're both fantastic in that position, so it's a nice luxury for the captain to have when he wants to move things around. Now Barnard's at cover and Oliveira's back at point for this new over from Alzari Joseph. Is keeping going from the New Road end. In he comes and bowls to the right-handed Hudson Prentice. Is in the air. There isn't a third slip in. It goes down to third man for 4. Well, Derbyshire now have lost another wicket, 156 for 5. Wayne Madsen is the last man to go. Good catch at second slip by Darryl Mitchell, high to his left off the persistent Ed Barnard. Madsen out at 137 for 5 for 51, just not long after he brought up his half century. Played really well, but a bit of a loose stroke. They've caught well in the slips, 2 catches taken, 1 drop though by Tom Fell. That was when Matt Critchley was on 10. Critchley's moved on to 31. Finn Hudson Prentice, the new man, has 4. Derbyshire 156 for 5, replying to Worcestershire's 421. Joseph past the umpire, bowls. Hudson Prentice drives. He'll get runs here, probably 4. Nicely in the V, straight enough to evade Dylan Pennington, and away it goes to the rope for 4. So he's gone 4-4. The second one much more convincing than the first. There is a third slip in there now for him, but it's a bit late as far as that delivery before last was concerned. That would have gone straight to Jack Haynes, who's fielding there now, had he been there. It's just not worked for Joseph. He's just not had any luck at all with those edges and fielders not being there. As he bowls, Hudson Prentice defends up to Leach. Won't get a run there. Hudson Prentice has a best of 31 this season. He's averaging 16 3/4 with the bat. 16 wickets though. Useful performer. Elsewhere, other scores, I'll give you those in just a second, because Joseph is ready. 160 for 5 Derbyshire. Hudson Prentice waits for Joseph. He bangs it in but doesn't really get up very high, barely stump high, and Hudson Prentice comes down on it, doesn't get a run. Durham have been set 363 to beat Essex at Chesterley Street, but they've lost a wicket already in that pursuit, 22 for 1. Nottinghamshire 251 for 7 against Warwickshire at Edgbaston, replying to their 341, so they're still 91 runs behind, with only 3 wickets left, so the Bears potentially having a useful first innings lead there. Elsewhere, as Joseph comes in, Hudson Prentice defends. There won't be a run out to cover. Middlesex are 108 for 3 in their second innings at Grace Road, so they lead Leicestershire by 267 with 7 wickets remaining, so a dominant position for them. Down at the Oval, Surrey racked up 473 in their first innings. Gloucestershire struggling. They've had a terrific season to this point, but they're struggling at the moment. They slipped to 90 for 5 in the Roses match, which has been dominated by Lancashire from day one, really. Yorkshire 159 all out, Lancashire 418 for 6. Joseph bowls it short and played calmly off the back foot by Hudson Prentice. End of the over, 160 for 5, 11 overs, none for 47 now for Joseph. Hudson Prentice has 8, Critchley dropped on 10, has moved on to 31. Finally at Hove, Sussex 209 for 5 in their second innings against Northamptonshire, so they lead by 128 with 5 wickets remaining, so that game is very delicately poised on day 3, and it's the start of the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy as well. Today we'll keep an eye on Central Sparks in that in particular. They are playing Northern Diamonds. They're 144 for 2, the Diamonds, after 21 overs. 2 Worcestershire players in action there, as Leach bowls to Critchley, doesn't get a run, out to cover. Yeah, both Sarah Glenn, a Derbyshire born as well, of course, so she's got her foot in both camps, Derbyshire and Worcestershire. She's playing today alongside Emily Arlett as well. Arlett's picked up a wicket as well so far. Leach turns, sprints towards us now, past the umpire and bowls. Critchley defends out to Libby at mid-off, no run, persisting with the 3 slips now, and Pennington is down there on the 3rd man boundary, so there's nobody down at long leg. Ansari Joseph has got from mid-wicket all the way round to Ben Cox to try and cover, so just 2 men on the leg side, D'Oliveira at mid-on and Joseph at mid-wicket. That's it, so no margin for error here for Leach. Got to keep it off stump and outside. Driving, this next one is Critchley, brings the bottom hand in, steers it up to mid-on, but D'Oliveira will field, and there's no run. Light is good here at New Road. Cloud cover is a bit higher, still quite grey, but definitely improved. We did start on time, which perhaps didn't look likely just after 9 o'clock this morning. It was pretty heavy drizzle, covers were on a long time. We got underway at 11. Leach bowls outside the off stump, no shot offered. There'll be 104 overs today to make up for lost time yesterday, so still 82 to go including this one, so plenty of time for either Derbyshire to get back into this match or Worcestershire to really force home their advantage. Leach moves in and Critchley will get a run, just dropping it into the covers. It's wide enough of Libby for them to come through quite safely. Leach wants a tweak to the field. He's for Hudson Prentice, he's plugging the gap at fine leg. Ed Barnard has moved out of point and Ross Whiteley's being drawn up into that position from the cover boundary, and Ansari Joseph's also dropped out to deep mid-wicket, so 2 men in the deep. Will this be a trap? Something short for Finn Hudson Prentice. In comes Leach, bowls, no, won't get a run here though. Whiteley trots forward to field. Attempter there possibly for a short ball, or to give Hudson Prentice a single and keep him on strike. 161 for 5. We're not going to see a change here. Alzari Joseph has been taken off. 11 overs, 1 maiden, none for 47. And Ross Whiteley is going to come on to bowl against his former county. He's been in decent touch with bat and ball for the second 11, the twos captain. And one of the reasons why he's given his chance back in here, of course, offers something both with bat and ball. And batted well in the first innings, considering this is his first red ball game of the season, and does offer Joe Leach the option not only of a few seamers but also the variety of being a left armer. So this is something new for the Derbyshire batsman to contend with. 161 for 5.
Former Chesterfield teammates, these two, of course, Whiteley and Critchley. That's a full toss that Critchley doesn't take full advantage of as he pushes it out into the covers. First ball bowled by Ross Whiteley. Oh, sorry, I was so late, long away that time. No, I was looking at an entire Dire Straits song. Nobody should be forced to do that. I didn't like the inference of playing money for nothing and then handing to me, though. I thought that was a bit harsh. Here's Whiteley in again from the New Road end. Bowls a wide-ish delivery, well, a very wide delivery, which Critchley manages to reach and cut out to the cover boundary, but unfortunately for him, Alzari Joseph's now been stationed over there in front of the sheeting that cover the square overnight. He picks up a single, moves to 33, Derbyshire to 162 for 5.
It could have been more insulting to you, though, couldn't they? They could have played the B side, Money for Old Rope.
Yes. Whiteley to Hudson Prentice, who drives it out to Alzari Joseph for a single. Not with the Ross Whiteley's finest over so far.
It's a bit gentle, isn't it?
Yeah.
At the moment.
He's just
Let's
sort of
you've got to get into it.
bowling them outside the off stump. 163 for 5.
He has been a bit of a golden arm in the past. That's what Leach will be hoping he can do, but he'll take a couple of overs to warm up.
He's in again now, left arm over the wicket, bowls even wider of the off stump this time, and Matt Critchley has absolutely nothing to do with it, allows it to go through to Ben Cox. Behind the stumps for Worcestershire, Ross Whiteley with 40 wickets at 51 in first class cricket. But a best of 2 for 6, which bears out the golden arm tag. If he can pick up 2 for 6 here, his captain will be delighted. He's in and bowls and is driven very nicely indeed by Matt Critchley. There's a dive by Dylan Pennington which prevents the ball from going to the boundary, but he has to get back up off the floor and retrieve it, and that allows Critchley to get back for a second run. 165 for 5, Critchley on to 35. Half an hour till lunch. Extra 8 overs today, of course. Critchley on 35 waits, and this one is a drive out into the offside again. It doesn't really time it there, Matt Critchley. Straight to the fielder. The end of the over. 4 runs from it. Felt like more. 165 for 5. Hudson Prentice has 9 and Critchley has 35.
Sarah Glenn's picked up her first wicket for Central Sparks. Northern Diamonds 154 for 3 after 31 overs. Derbyshire.
Derby-born Sarah
Derbyshire's, Worcestershire's.
Yeah, she's everybody's.
Sarah Glenn.
Yeah, hopefully we're going to speak to Sarah in the next day or two. She's part of the 50 days until the launch of the 100, or the first game in the 100.
Derbyshire here 165 for 5. Leach turns with 3 slips. hands on knees, down they go. Leach bowls, Hudson Prentice edges, down to third man. Pennington
It's played straight back to him by Matt Critchley. He's taken a couple of steps down the track. He played it straight back to Whiteley's left hand, and he hurled the ball at the stumps, forcing Critchley to scramble back into his ground. And he's made a bit of a mess of the pitch, I think, doing some extra gardening there. He might have had a bit of grit on his gloves as well. A batsman don't like that. So there's no point in us apologising for no sound, because, well, there's no sound. This next delivery is pushed up into the offside.
But there is no sound. I've just checked.
Yeah, well,
it's very, very,
but
very,
it's not
very,
us, is
no.
it? It's not us. We haven't done anything.
Knocked anything off.
I don't think so. Touch the finger.
All as you were.
Very peculiar. We have to go back to the old-fashioned BBC Sport website. If you can hear us. Next delivery from Whiteley. Of course, without much footwork back to him by Matt Critchley. Played it outside the off stump and barely moved his feet at all. They always come to us because they think that we're in charge of things like sound on the stream, don't they?
We might stop the Wicket cable or something.
I know it leaves our box. Where it goes after that, I've absolutely no idea. He's in again. That's driven handsomely by Matt Critchley. There is a fielder out there on Zari Joseph, and he's only going to get a single for it. That seems a bit of a shame. That was a nice shot.
He's played 2 crackers for 2 singles, hasn't he, Critchley?
No, he does want some fresh gloves. Yeah, I thought he would, because once a batsman dives back into his ground and gets grit on his gloves, they're very sensitive soles, aren't they? Yeah. Just improved apparently. Normally we're on 22. 99 the 80 since this next delivery from White was left alone by Watson Prentice outside the off stump. He said he's now got it down to 77, but we're a bit distorted.
Okay.
So I could only apologise to you about it, as I say. Poor Michael's watching the stream, listening to the commentary on the phone, which of course is ahead of the stream by about a delivery. Yeah, how do you know it's not just us who are ahead of the action?
Ahead of our time,
telling the future as Whiteley goes to Hudson Prentice, who's alone outside the off stump, goes through to the keeper. That was a better over from Ross Whiteley, who only conceded 1 run on that occasion. 3 overs for 11. His figures now. Critchley 38 from 50 balls. Hudson Prentice 23 from 34. 182 for 5. These two have already added 45 runs for the 6th wicket. It's a decent effort following the dismissal of Wayne Madsen for 51, and earlier on today Ben McDermott for 25.
Well, they're doing what Worcestershire did. I mean, it will be on a smaller scale at the moment, but they've all got going partnerships, haven't they?
Yeah.
14, all in double figures. 14, 18, 26, 51, 28, and they're approaching another half-century one here. So, like the Worcestershire innings, the bowlers haven't been able to take wickets in clusters very often. 10 minutes to go before lunch. Not like that's 15 minutes, it's 10 past 1 today. Leach's first ball is defended up to mid-on and there's no run.
The problem solved because we disappeared from the stream momentarily. We're back. It's a terrible one.
She's against us today. Determined to take us on.
Anyway, Ian's gone off to play golf, so he's not bothered till 5 o'clock.
Don't blame you, Ian.
Get it sorted by 5, he suggests. That will be handy.
Still 18 then, is it? 5 hours? Critchley will get a run here. Out to Whiteley, who's coming off the boundary. Attempt by Barnard at point. Is unsuccessful. Stop the ball.
I don't know where he plays, but I imagine it'd be nice because Formby Way, I think Formby, one of those areas there, some terrific courses. Cast up there. I say terrific courses as though I know what I'm talking about. No idea about golf, really. That's one with the sticks in it.
Yeah. And the funny trousers. Big bowls outside the off stump, no run.
I could do the sticks. I've got some sticks actually. My back isn't. The back's up to it really. Back's up too much.
Crazy goal.
Yeah, I could probably get away with a crazy goal.
Well, start small, work your way up. Won't find many windmills on the golf course, sadly. Out to Cox's next one, it's swinging away, and Prentice let's go attempt to stroke. 185 for 5.
Could be improved by the addition of a windmill, couldn't it?
Good, yeah. Helter-skelter holes.
Yeah.
Where actually the greens at Augusta are sometimes like that.
Yeah.
Where you just tap it and it just goes round and round and round and round and round and round.
Nope.
Here we go. The bongs. It's 13 seconds out, is it, today again?
Yeah.
Fletcher's off to deliver the news to BBC Radio Derby listeners. There'll be an update for Hereford and Worcester listeners on the way. 2 runs here to Finn Hudson-Prentice. He tucks this ball from Leach off his hip. Alzari Joseph sprinting in from the deep mid-wicket boundary to do the fielding. 187 for 5. Hudson-Prentice 25 now from 36 balls with 5 fours. Leach turns and runs towards us now. Cox up to the stumps and he takes this well to his right hand side. Hudson-Prentice has a stride towards the ball but turns away from it with his bat in hand. 1 for 52 from 18.4 overs so far. In the 5th over of his spell, none for 20 for the Worcestershire captain in this particular burst. Past the umpire bowls and Hudson-Prentice won't get a run again. Happy just to push it to Libby at mid-off. End of the over. I think the Ross Whiteley experiment is going to come to an end after 3 overs. Dylan Pennington is now rushing up, taking his sleeveless sweater off and his cap. And he's coming back into the attack. He's bowled well, Dylan Pennington, today.
Returning to bowl from the New Road end is Dylan Pennington.
Expertly done by our new PA announcer, John Curtis. Pennington with a couple of wickets so far. 2 for 34 from 14 overs. As Worcestershire seek a 6th wicket before lunch here. Probably got 2 more overs to go. Pennington past the umpire bowls, and this is a bit inside edgy from Critchley. They'll get a run out to mid-wicket. Leach scoots to his right and slides, getting a big grass stain below his left knee in the process. Him and Whiteley next to each other. Whiteley's got stains on his trousers everywhere pretty much. It's a good advert for a washing powder company. There's going to be an update soon. Not on the washing powder company, the radio for BBC Hereford and Worcester listeners. Pennington bowls. Forward comes Critchley. No run here. Well, Derbyshire are recovering a little bit here. 187 for 5 in reply to Worcestershire's 421. They've lost 2 wickets this morning. Ben McDermott out for 25. and also Wayne Madsen out for 51. Both caught at slip by Darryl Mitchell, Pennington and Barnard, the respective wicket takers, but Matt Critchley is going well. He was dropped on 10 at slip by Tom Fell. He's now got 40. Hudson Prentice has been impish as well in his innings. He's played well. He's got 25. Derbyshire 188 for 5. 272 is the follow-on target for them. They're 188 for 5, closing in on lunch. Pennington in and outside. Hudson Prentice is off stump, has nothing to do with it. Through it goes to Cox. Three slips still in place. Pushing hard here, Worcestershire. Just before lunch, there'll be time for another over after this one. Here's Pennington. 2 balls left. Here he comes. Well, there he goes, really, running away from us from the New Road end, outside the off stump of Hudson Prentice, and there's no run. Normally, I'd say.
Love a bit of Bob Dylan.
I was going to say normally I'd say they've left the cue on, and that's not
good.
a good
No,
thing.
Leave this.
Like a Rolling Stone, we'll have this on, please.
Yeah.
Leave it, Tony. Leave it.
Saw him about 30 years ago in Manchester at the Apollo. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Big hat he had on, I remember. Huge hat.
188 for 5. Pennington bowls. Hudson Prentice steers it out to mid-on. There's no run. It's quite good watching cricket to a Bob Dylan soundtrack, isn't it?
It is.
Just need a bit of sunshine and that would complete it, really. 188 for 5, end of the over. Pennington 2 for 35 now from his 15 overs so far. 188 for 5, Critchley 40, Hudson Prentice 25.
Good effort by these. 251 they've added in 80 deliveries. Half century stand coming up from 72 balls. 25 of them, so exactly half, going to Finn Hudson Prentice, who's had the odd moment where he edged one down to third man. He's played a couple of glorious straight drives, and Matt Critchley's just gone about his business as well. He's on strike now. Joe Leach from the Diglis end. That's a short delivery and it goes through everybody, and for 4 byes. I will, in mitigation, say that Ben Cox stood no chance because he's standing up. Once the ball had leapt and Critchley had played no shot, well, if Cox had stopped that, it would have been a phenomenal effort.
Yeah,
he stood no chance, and the ball races to the boundary.
But he's the sort of keeper that would take those. I mean, I don't know whether there'd have been a signal from Leach that he was going to do that, but as it stands, he had not a prayer of getting that.
Problem is, when he's standing up, if he gets a little nick on it, I mean, it could go anywhere, couldn't it? This next delivery is, he's got some bat on that. He must have done, surely. It's not. It's been kept in as well. That's a good piece of fielding by Haynes down below us, and that will potentially go down as a chance because there's no signal. Critchley picks up another single. It went sort of in between Cox, and then, well, it went past Cox and in between the 2 slips, I think.
It's a funny shot again, wasn't it?
But he got some bat on it. He's moved to 41, 193 for 5. It didn't go to anybody's hand, but it would have to go down as a chance, I fancy.
Yeah, I mean, it was an attempt at catching practice, but let's have a look.
Leach is in again, and this time he's bowling to Hudson Prentice, who defends it up to Brett D'Oliveira, who's at mid-on, and there's no run. We wait the verdict. I mean, it was a very tough chance, I think. The problem that the slips have got is that their view of the ball when it comes off the bat is obscured by Ben Cox, who's standing up very, very close to the stumps. As Leach is in, and that one is edged, and this time it is caught. It's a terrific catch. It came quickly to Jack Haynes, and Haynes held on, and Hudson Prentice goes just before lunch. He batted well for his 25, but that is a terrific catch, and he's furious with himself is Hudson Prentice. He's out for 25. The horn's back, and Derbyshire are 193 for 6.
And that will be lunch, of course. Brilliant stuff from Worcestershire. They were really keen to just chip another one off the block before the break, and they've managed it. There was that disappointment a couple of balls before with that strange one that was steered beyond Ben Cox, and then the slips didn't pick it up, and the chance went, but then Jack Haynes has held on to a corker there, because that was travelling as well. Really good, just below his left shoulder, and got two hands to it and made it look very easy. That was travelling. He's getting pats on the back now from his teammates, Jack Haynes, as they make their way up the steps of the Graham Hick Pavilion for lunch. Worcestershire will be absolutely delighted. Derbyshire 193 for 6. Critchley is still there on 41, but Hudson Prentice, who was looking good, he's gone for 25. Leach has struck 2 for 53 now.
Yes, they're still 79 away from the possibility of being asked to follow on. Alex Hughes, I assume, will come out to join Matt Critchley after the break. 6 first-class centuries to his name, and then after that Ben Aitchison, Sam Connors and Dustin Melton. So Worcestershire will be scenting blood here, I fancy, and in 40 minutes time they will come out to try to get rid of the remaining 4 wickets. On a 0 for 6 on the scoreboard. Looks horrible. It was 0 for 3 last night. It is indeed at lunch. 193 for 6 with Matt Critchley unbeaten on 41.
Yeah, lunch here, Tony. 193 for 6 Derbyshire, so they've added 102 runs in this morning session, and Worcestershire have picked up 3 wickets. Ben McDermott for 25, the first out, caught at slip by Darryl Mitchell off Dylan Pennington, and then Wayne Marsden also perishing at slip. Another good catch from Mitchell, this time off Ed Barnard, not long after Madsen had brought up his half century. Very well crafted knock from the Derbyshire man. Out for 51 though. Matt Critchley is still there though at lunch. He was given a life on 10, dropped a very difficult chance low to the right of Tom Fell off Ed Barnard, but he's moved on to 41. Finn Hudson Prentice also giving good support, but he was the last to go before the break, on the stroke of lunch in fact. Caught very well at third slip by Jack Haynes, this time off Leach for 25. So Worcestershire have caught well in the slip. The ball is doing a little bit, but if you're prepared to get your head down and graft, you can get runs as well. Derbyshire's target will be 272 to try and avoid the spectre of the follow-on. Whether Worcestershire will enforce it is another matter, but at lunch they are 193 for 6, replying to Worcestershire's 421. Well, a very good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to New Road. The sun is almost out here. It's the brightest it's been. Looks set for a fair afternoon, and this game is still in Worcestershire's grip. Derbyshire 193 for 6 in their second innings, so they're still 79 runs off the follow-on target. Whether Worcestershire would enforce that is another matter. I suspect not, but Derbyshire will want to make that academic anyway, of course. 3 wickets taken this morning for the addition of 102 runs. Joe Leach, the Worcestershire captain, will open up at the Diglis end after lunch, and he bowls to the new man Alex Hughes, who's forward and doesn't get a run. Matt Critchley, the not-out batsman, on 41. He was dropped on 10 by Tom Fell at first slip off Ed Barnard. It was a difficult chance low to his right, but he's made the most of it so far. 41 from 55. The men out this morning were... that's a good question, actually.
Sorry, I wasn't listening. What was the
Ben
question?
McDermott, he was the first. I was thinking, no, McDermott was yesterday. And he's not. He was this morning, wasn't he?
Yeah.
McDermott for 25. Leach bowls, and that's the mid-wicket, and it won't be a run for Hughes. Alzari Joseph is there. Yes, Ben McDermott out, caught at slip by Darryl Mitchell. The first of 2 sharp catches for him. Dylan Pennington, who bowled with some real pace this morning. McDermott gone for 25. Madsden out for 51, not long after bringing up his half-century. He played very well too, caught by Mitchell off Barnard. And then Hudson Prentice on what turned out to be the last ball of the morning, caught by Haynes off Leach for 25. So 193. He's just finishing off that over. That's going to be Ed Barnard.
Yeah, sorry I wasn't listening. I was reading my emails. Doing a bit of
fair enough,
catching up. I just spotted a schedule change that I didn't really understand. Ed Barnard then from the New Road end. His 14th over, 2 for 41 so far. Comes in the balls to Matt Critchley on 41, and he leaves it alone outside the off stump to go through to Ben Cox. Yeah, it's quite a picture now, isn't it? It's really bright. Too bright, if anything.
Best part of the day.
Yeah. It's supposed to warm up today, and then tomorrow, sweltering. Well, warmer anyway.
I think there might be a few more members in today.
Yeah.
Since lunch.
Ball's driven handsomely by Matt Critchley for 4 runs. The outfield's quickening up as well, as you'd expect, as it dries out. And that's a glorious shot from Matt Critchley. The move to 45. 197 for 6, heading towards a bonus point here, Derbyshire.
7th 4 for Critchley.
He's batted nicely. He's had a couple of false shots, but he has batted nicely, Matt Critchley. He's got a century and 3 half-centuries this season. Or 4, can't remember. Next delivery, he's left alone. I shouldn't have started that. Left alone outside the stump. I think it's 4 actually.
Always have an exit strategy.
Yeah, no, I had nowhere to go at the end of that sentence. Yeah, a century and 4 half-centuries this season. One of the few batsmen, it is remarkable, isn't it? One of the few batsmen not to have got a duck. The others being Brooke Guest, Ben McDermott, who's only batted once, of course, as Barnard is in again. Balls to Critchley, who slaps this up to mid-off this time. Pennington does the fielding. Dustin Melton, remarkably. Tom Wood hasn't got a duck this season. Finn Hudson Prentice has always got one, beg his pardon. Didn't want to bring that up. And Alex Hughes, who is yet to get off the mark, but Alex Hughes, this is only his 3rd match of the season. Barnard is in, and that one is driven. They're going to go through for a quickish but comfortable single in the end as Pennington moves to his left, has to dive to stop the ball. Critchley moves to 46, 198 for 6. Come on, Eddie boy. yeah, whatever. Final ball of his 14th over, Barnard in and balls to Hughes outside the off stump. It goes through to the keeper. There is no run. He's hit 74 boundaries now this season as Matt Critchley. 4 sixes as well. A number only matched by Ben Aitchison, who went mad against Notts in the second innings as Derbyshire were eventually beaten quite heavily, but he showed a bit of resistance with a half century. He's hit 7 fours and 4 sixes as Ben Aitchison this season. I'm still slightly disappointed nobody's taken on the ladies' pavilion.
Yeah, nobody has, have they?
No, not really.
No.
I know, bless him, Jack Haynes tried to and perished, so perhaps everybody's learnt the lesson.
198 for 6 as Leach starts a new over. This is cut towards that short boundary by Critchley. It'll only be a single to Whiteley. He moves to his left to field. Yeah, I guess, well, Critchley bowled most of his overs, didn't he, understandably, from the Diglis end.
Yeah.
And then ironically the ball that did get the wicket out towards that was from this end for got rid of Haynes.
Absolute pie.
It wasn't good, no, and Haynes was sort of wondering exactly where in Worcestershire he was going to put the ball, but sadly ended up in Melton's hands for him. As Leach bowls, and this is close, very close to Hughes, his outside edge as he gropes forward, feeling for that one. Through it goes to Cox. So if we do see Brett D'Oliveira, I've not seen him yet in this innings, then it's almost certainly going to be from that Diglis end. But no sign of spin yet. We've had some overs with Ross Whiteley. They were fairly gentle, to be honest. 4 overs from him. But otherwise it's been all seam. Leach bowls, doesn't get up at all, that one keeps low outside the off stump. Hughes looks at it, and that's all he does.
Decent grunt though.
Cox. It was. He grunted quite a lot at the end of that first session. He was quite annoyed, Leach, with some of the things that were going down to third man, the edges, and then that appeals that didn't come to anything, and then that wasn't, well, it was a short ball that evaded Cox behind the stumps. He was seemingly caught by surprise by it, couldn't get his hands up to it standing up as he bowls Leach, and he will get off the mark here, Hughes. There's a shy from mid-wicket from D'Oliveira. I think he'd have been in, Matt Critchley, if he'd hit anyway. So yeah, he's been quite grunty.
Just wait for the batsmen to nod at each other there, because they normally nod at each other when there's a close call, don't they?
Yeah, the reaction from the Worcestershire fielders suggests that wasn't close, had it hit.
Batting bonus point.
Yes indeed, with that single. Derbyshire bringing up their first batting bonus point. Critchley on 47, boundary away from a half century. He won't get it here, down into the ground. Fielded at point by Barnard.
And again, just the 200 coming up, just a couple of overs shy of Worcestershire's, so they're matching them in the scoring stakes. It's just the loss of those 6 wickets that is proving a little costly.
Yeah, well, they're not a million miles away though. 248 for 6 Worcestershire were when D'Oliveira was out, the 6th wicket down. So they might match that yet. As Leach strides towards us and bowls, driving his Critchley, won't get a run. Libby the fielder at mid-off. And the end of the over. I think for the first time in this match, Fletcher, I'm having to sort of squint a bit because of the brightness.
It's bright, isn't it? Yeah.
Which is good.
Well, we shouldn't complain, should we?
No, not after the miserable start we had this morning.
What's
the rain around?
It won't stop us, but we shouldn't. 221 behind Derbyshire.
I did see some suspicious rain clouds on the radar earlier, thinking they might drift towards us, but I don't think that's going to happen now.
First delivery of a new over from Barnard's played into the leg side by Hughes. Fielded by Ross Whiteley at mid-wicket. No, it It doesn't feel like there's any rain about, does it? The clouds are quite high now, and you can actually see the clouds rather than it being that uniform grey colour, which I always think is a good thing. Might be a bad thing. Hughes waits and lets that one go outside the off stump from Barnard. 200 for 6. And the 65th over of Derbyshire's innings. Still 71 overs left in the day's play, with the extra 8 tacked on to the end to try to make up for some of the lost time from yesterday afternoon. Tea at 4 o'clock if you're clock watching, so a couple of hours and more this session, as his next delivery is driven very nicely by Hughes. Backward a square on the offside. Alzari Joseph comes round. Hughes is set back off for the second run and gets there very comfortably indeed. It was Matt Critchley who was concerned that there might not be 2 there, but it was Hughes running to the danger end, and he moves on to 3, 202 for 6.
Yeah, it couldn't have been any quicker down there. Alzari Joseph got to the ball as quick as he could, got rid of it crucially quickly as well. And good running in the end.
Get ready for the bongs as Barnard is in and bowls to Hughes. There we go. Pushes it out to the offside, and there's no run. Just the 2 of them, with it being 2 o'clock. That's how these things work.
Standard, I think, isn't it?
I think so, pretty much. Yeah. Really, it should be 14, shouldn't it?
Yeah.
But I don't think the 24-hour clock had been invented when the
so.
cathedral was built.
No.
That was a couple of years later. How old is it?
Oh, I knew you were going to ask me that.
Sorry. Barnard in a bowl.
Like many things, Fletch, I used to know the answers to lots of things.
Well, I think,
and
it
now
looks to
I
me
don't know the answer to anything.
A bit like a building that would have been completed around 1400, 1370.
It's of that order, yeah. It's of that order. It's got older parts and newer parts.
Yes, of course. Yeah.
The oldest part being the Norman crypt.
The bit that was built first.
Yeah.
It's Barnard balls to Hughes, who plays it straight back to him. It's the end of the over. Critchley has 47. Hughes has 3. Derbyshire 202 for 6.
I do know it was built over several stages, though. So started in the 11th century, finished last week. No, not quite as bad as that.
Yeah, they'll have it finished in a fortnight.
Yeah. Well, we'll get the dates. We'll get the dates and the specifics in due course. .202 for 6. Here's Leach then, continuing from the Diglis end, bowls, and Critchley plays and misses. Just about carries through to Ben Cox. Again kept low. I've seen quite a few skid through today. Bit of up and down bounce. Some have flown through, mostly from the New Road end. Alzari Joseph got some to lift, and Dylan Pennington certainly did. Pattern of the match though has been, most of the low stuff has been from the Diglis end, where Leach is bowling now, and won't be a run here up to Alzari Joseph. A scrambling stop from him. Leach receives the ball from Libby, and he's ready to go. Healthy population of members behind him in the Basil d'Oliveira stand though today. No run to this one, back up the pitch, and he fields on his follow through. It's going to turn into a nice afternoon for the members that come down today. Much better than this morning, as we mentioned. Lots of rain around, but thankfully that's all blown away and no sign of anything else to come, so we should get uninterrupted play now for the next 70 overs, including this one. as Leach moves in and bowls it short, hooked by Critchley and away for 4. He played a very similar shot to that this morning and hit Dylan Pennington straight away. Only got a single, but he's found the fence that time, and quite a way to bring up your half century. 8 fours in his 51 off 67 deliveries. 206 for 6. It's proving an expensive drop at the moment. Tom Fell, the man who put him down on 10 at first slip. That was a terrific shot. 51 he has now. 206 for 6. Here comes Leach. Bowls. Critchley will get a run here off the back foot out to cover. It's a deep position for Ross Whiteley, so in he comes.
19th time that Matt Critchley's passed 50 in his first class career. He's got 4 centuries to his name as well. 59th or 60th first class match, this one for Critchley. And his 5th half century of the season. 1 century to go with that, so he's having a terrific campaign, is Matt Critchley. Now got 612 runs for the season.
Leach bowls, and this takes off a length as Hughes comes forward. It does look a different game when Hughes is facing. I guess that's understandable. Critchley's been in a long time and set and playing well. Hughes is still feeling his way into this a little bit. 3 from 13 balls. End of the over. 207 for 6. Leach 2 for 60 now from his 22 overs. The Cathedral Fletch was built between 1084 11th century, so we were in the ballpark, weren't we?
Well,
and 1504. So that's a big stretch, isn't it? I mean, what's that? 420 odd years. I mean, that puts I'll be back a week on Tuesday into perspective a bit, doesn't it?
That's really. Ed Barnard's to be getting new over for the new road, and it's driven straight back down the ground for 4 runs by Matt Critchley. Into the ground beyond the right hand of Ed Barnard, over the stumps and into the advertising boards just to our left hand side. He moves to 56. Derbyshire to 211 for 6. Nice shot. This is one of the things when you do look it up, because I had a little sneaky look, as who's buried at. And you're thinking, oh, that's a bit, I don't know, I don't think I want to know really.
King John's buried there.
Is he?
Yeah, I remember that very clearly.
The
from
Disney
school.
Character. That's left alone outside the house.
Not the lion, no.
Matt Critchley. King John, Magna Carta, 12:15.
Yep.
Yeah, just around lunchtime.
Yes, I remember King John's tomb is between 2 saints, St Oswald and St Woolston.
Right.
In the nave, I think it is.
Barnard in, balls to Critchley, who just guides this down to D'Oliveira at backward point.
And the reason for that is King John decided to cover his bases with the man upstairs, because he thought, because he'd been a bit of a naughty boy, he thought the only way I'm going to get into heaven
is to sneak in
between 2 saints and they won't notice.
Yeah.
That was his thinking.
Okay. Apparently the carving on his tomb is exceptional. This one is driven but didn't really time it, and then the ball's thrown towards the stumps and actually hits Matt Critchley. Barnard apologises immediately. There was no intention to hit the batsman. Clearly he was just excited by the fact that he'd fielded in his follow through and Critchley was out of his ground. It's an excellent depiction of the real man at the time of his death, rather than an heroic interpretation. Dating back to 1232, it's also the oldest royal effigy in England. That's a remark. I should go in and summon. Tomorrow wouldn't be a good day necessarily, would it? Because I'm usually busy on a Sunday, but
it's amazing. I mean,
I've never been inside it.
Yeah, it is fantastic. But it's one of those things that when you're a kid, you don't really know, you don't really appreciate it, and you take it for granted.
York, and York Minster's very similar.
Yeah.
This one's left alone by Critchley outside the off stump.
Well, Derbyshire have moved on to 211 for 6 after lunch. Matt Critchley is making the most of being dropped on 10 by Tom Fell at first slip off Ed Barnard. He's moved on to 56. Alex Hughes is looking a bit more nervous at the moment. He has 3 from 30. He's been beaten a couple of times by Joe Leach outside the off stump. 3 wickets taken this morning by Worcestershire though. Ben McDermott for 25, Wayne Madsden for 51 and Flynn Hudson-Prentice for 25. 2 slip catches for Darryl Mitchell, 1 for Jack Haynes and a wicket apiece for Barnard, Pennington and Leach. Derbyshire 212 for 6, heading towards the follow-on target of 272 in reply to Worcestershire's 421 all out. It was a bit of a surprise. I wasn't expecting that.
I wasn't expecting
wasn't
that.
Expecting that.
No. The final ball of that over from Ed Barnard was played for a single by Matt Critchley. He's moved to 57. Hughes has 3, 212 for 6 now.
Leach in to bowl to Critchley, who drives, won't get to 4, or will he? Will actually. He's placed that really well. It is the short side of the ground, but he's found the gap between D'Oliveira at mid-off and Whiteley, who's out in the deep at sort of cover point. And that's ended up hitting the boundary boards in front of where the other 2 chestnut trees used to be. So he moves into the 60s now, Matt Critchley, 61, 216 for 6. Ominous signs here for Worcestershire. Sun is out, Critchley's going well. And they will feel that with 6 wickets down, it won't be long before one end is open. If you get rid of Critchley, so much the better. He's on the back foot and punching this one up to D'Oliveira at mid-off. He's had a brilliant season, Critchley.
Yes, he has. He's been terrific.
So not a surprise that he's causing problems for Worcestershire here. Wasn't his day with the ball, certainly not first time round. But it is with the bat so far. 61 have come off 76 balls as well. He's into this next one from Leach, but straight to Jack Haynes at cover.
He's a big man, Matt Critchley, and he's probably quite a tall man for a leg spinner. But that certainly helps his batting. Well, he still tells us he regards himself as a bowler who bats.
Really?
Yeah, that's how he sees himself. Now, whether that's to take pressure off his batting, I wouldn't like to say, but
Leach bowls to him now. It's a bit of an inside edge into his leading pad, but doesn't loop up anywhere, just trickles off that front leg and out to Haynes at cover. Haynes has already picked up 1 good catch today. Hudson-Prentice on the stroke of lunch. Off Leach for 25. All the catches that have been taken actually have been good. Even the most regulation one, Tom Fell again to get rid of Godalman, was low, straight at him, but took it right above the grass.
That was a heron being mobbed by a gull. Yeah.
Leach bowls, and a really good stop by Haynes again in the covers. Stopped possibly 4 runs there, because Whiteley would have been on a big chase out towards the chestnut trees again that he might have lost. It's a bit of action there.
It's a bit incongruous. David Griffin, I think he put a photograph of this up a few days ago, but a heron is a big bird, and there was 1 gull mobbing it there as it flew over the ground, and it looks really bizarre to see a bird as small as a gull. I know they're quite big, but trying to attack a heron. I think he put a photograph of that up the other day, Griff, didn't you?
Was it black-tipped gull?
He's not listening. I don't know.
They're vicious.
No, because I don't.
Yeah, they can really handle themselves. Leach pushes it outside the off stump, and Cox takes it, no problems. End of the over, 216 for 6. Leach 23 overs now in total. 2 for 64, 4 maidens as well. Hughes 3, Critchley remains the key here for Derbyshire. He has 61.
I believe we're having a cleansing break.
Ah, marvellous. So we are.
This is no, it isn't. Scrap that. I think he's now got 622 runs for the season. He's faced in excess of 1,000 deliveries. Matt Critchley, which is more than 200 more than anybody else in the Derbyshire side. And
Coming back into the
with
attack.
this not out, Alzari Joseph, nicely announced, comes back into the attack from the new road end. With this not out, he moves to the top of the Derbyshire batting averages ahead of Harvey Hussain. Harvey with 55 as an average from 11 knocks. He has got 5 not outs, but just the 1 not out for Matt Critchley in his 12th innings, as Alzari Joseph is in and bowls to Hughes, who drives it one-handed gloriously out to the cover boundary for 4. It was a little bit too wide from Joseph, who looked very sorry for himself before lunch when he was removed from the bowling attack. 11 overs for 47 prior to this. His half century's up. He's now bowled at 11.1 overs and has gone for 51 runs. That was a beautiful shot from Alex Hughes, even if it was played with one hand off the bat.
Come on, lad. Come on.
Hughes on to 7, 220 for 6.
Yeah, Jake Libby talking about 1,000 balls faced. He's faced the most balls of any batsman in the Championship this year, and he's the leading run scorer as well.
So Joseph bowls to Hughes, who defends it out into the offside. How many runs has he got then?
He's got 637.
Well, Critchley's closing in on him.
He is, yeah. I mean,
622.
there's only 4 batsmen in excess of 600. Critchley's got the same as Haynes from Sussex, 622. And then Beddingham, who was leading, 634.
He scored most of those against Derbyshire.
And Libby's, what did he get? 26 yesterday. Has taken him 3 clear at the top, 637. 1,408 balls faced.
Joseph to Hughes, who dabs this down in between the man at gully and point. Brett Oliveira chases it down towards the boundary, puts the slide in, and they come back for a couple. Hughes to 9, 222 for 6.
That's nearly 200. In fact, there's 199 more than the next man, who's Hamid.
He bowled nicely for batted nicely rather for knots.
Yeah, he got a good 100, twin hundreds here.
He got called into the England squad, didn't he? I just hope it's not too soon. Let him continue to regain his form and confidence as Alzari Joseph bowls to Alex Hughes. Pushed out back of the square on the offside. Looks like a different person with his long hair. He seems to have become more of a man, if that makes any sense. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's
matured.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would have been a better way of putting it.
Well, I think his game has as well, hasn't it? I mean, Ashley Giles was saying that the reason they've called him back in is because he's proved that he's gone away, worked on his game, and has shown the dedication to improve, and he's got the numbers.
Next delivery is defended by Hughes, out into the offside.
I think wasn't part of it when he first played for England and did so well in India that typically people then gave him stick because he was quite slow, or not slow, but it wasn't exactly the most flamboyant.
Well, that's why Sibley gets stick, isn't it?
Yeah.
But then
So
they
then he
say,
went to
well,
change his
the
game,
players
didn't he?
playing all these flash shots.
Yeah. He tried to be a bit more expansive, didn't he? And then completely lost his way at Lancashire.
And suffered a number of broken bones in his hand as well, broken fingers and that kind of thing. As Hughes waits and pulls this, and now that might have gone all the way for 6. He has taken on the ladies' pavilion, and he's got the 6. Alex Hughes, short arm jab, no more than that really, to the short boundary away to our right hand side. Terrific blow. And a maximum for Alex Hughes. It's not a maximum, I know. I don't know why I said that. I hate that. 15 to him. Well, you can get 8 from a no ball and a 6, can't you? 15 to Hughes, 61 to Critchley, 228 for 6. Now that was a great blow. Ruined a perfectly good piece of commentary by contradicting myself.
And a perfectly good roof tile, I think, as well.
Do you think it hit the roof?
It bounced on the front of the roof and then leapt over the top. So that's somewhere in the car park.
So he has managed to get the ball over the ladies' pavilion. Excellent. In fact, yes, the box of cricket balls has been brought down and Ben Debenham
Coming on to bowl.
is looking for a new ball. It's not a new ball, it'll be a
one without
69
with some shards of terracotta in it, if possible, please.
They should try and find that ball for Alex Hughes so he can have it mounted, stuffed and mounted at home on his mantelpiece. I'm not sure his wife necessarily wants a grotty old 70 overall cricket ball on the mantelpiece at home, but you know, I'm sure he could find a little place for it. Excellent blow. I think that's his first 6 of the season, Alex Hughes. As I say, the caveat is he hasn't batted that much, hasn't played that much.
Bit of a surprise given how he's started his innings, where that shot has come from, but very nice.
But it was just a
yeah,
jab,
hardly
wasn't
hit it. Yeah,
it is such a small.
Yeah.
Maybe we're going to see some spin. Look,
Daryl Mitchell.
Oh no, we're not going to see some. We're going to see some stuff.
Well, you say spin, no, we're not going to see some spin, but he does bowl. He's like slightly quicker off breaks now. He can mix it up. Yeah.
Because he's the archetypal. Well, he's very much in the Alex Hughes mould, certainly in one-day cricket, where he comes on and bowls the kind of stuff that batsmen just can't hit, isn't he?
Well, he's done a job. He's got through some overs this season. He's bowled 82 to this point, which is more than he might normally expect. Here he comes then from the Digless end, replacing the captain, Joe Leach, the former skipper, Daryl Mitchell. And this one is tickled down to fine leg to Dylan Pennington. So one more to Critchley. He goes up to 62, 229 for 6. This is, he started off by bowling his sort of usual
medium
paces, but he has got this sort of quick off spinner in his armoury as well.
Countdown to the new ball, really, isn't it?
Yes, what's that? Another 10 overs, isn't it?
Yeah.
As he throws himself a catch, almost like he's bowling a leg break to himself there, Daryl Mitchell, and he comes and bowls. Hughes is on the drive to Joe Leach at mid-off. Yeah, so 82 overs this season. He's picked up 4 wickets in the process. Here he comes, past the umpire, little short run up, and they'll get a run here. Slight hesitation, but they'll be okay. Barnard turns from point where he's ended up picking up the ball and throws it at the non-striker's end, but doesn't hit the stumps. So they're through for a safe single in the end. Best bowling of 2 for 34. That was at the county ground in round 2. Here's Mitchell. Critchley stands up to this one and plays it out to Barnard at cover. Took a wicket up at Nottinghamshire as well. Yeah, he's bowled more than usual. Still a key performer with the ball in 2020 as well, Daryl Mitchell. If so not much with the bat, he comes in much lower down these days. Driven out to cover by Critchley, not missed anything. Dot ball. Libby with the fielding. 62 for Critchley, 230 for 6. Follow on target rapidly. Getting closer here for Derbyshire. This is cut off the back foot and it's going to be 4. It's a great effort from Whiteley, who was always second favourite to try and stop that, because that was thrashed away by Critchley. And Whiteley gave it a go, but alas no. He's up to 66 now, Critchley. 234 for 6, a 4 to end the over.
Very much that short boundary coming into play there, wasn't it? Because he wasn't too far away from it, but stood no chance really, Ross Whiteley.
Well, is this going to be the moment, Fletch, that a team targets that boundary more obviously than anyone's done before?
Well, that previous delivery bowled by Alzari Joseph ended up on the roof of the ladies' pavilion. He's going to come in again now and bowl to the man who deposited it there, Alex Hughes, and he defends it back to him. That'd have been a great piece of commentary if he'd have done it again, wouldn't it? Would have been great. As it is, that'll just disappear onto the cutting room floor.
Not his sort of surface really, Alzari Joseph. Not a lot of pace in it.
38 required now to avoid the follow-on target. It's within sight for Derbyshire now. They were still 79 away from it when these two came together at the start of this session after Hudson Prentice was dismissed. Hughes pushes this next delivery out into the offside. Ed Barnard does the fielding. You can just imagine that Alzari Joseph sees Darryl Mitchell come on because they're bowling towards the new ball and he's still bowling with this 870 over. 17-year-old
ball,
yeah. It's a bit dispiriting for him, isn't it, really?
Yeah, he's not had a lot of luck. He's bowled better than his figures suggest today.
Joseph runs away from us, bowls 2. Hughes, who clips this into the leg side. There'll be 1. They might think about a second, actually. Yeah, Hughes is quick. And they get back comfortably enough in the end for 2 more. As Hughes moves on to 18, 236 for 6. Hughes this season didn't come into the side until I don't think I've got him. I mean, it's so little play from him. I don't think I've put him in my book. Oh, Yoz, I'm sorry. I've not put him in my book. That's embarrassing. Joseph bowls to me, leaves it alone outside the Austin. That's terrible, isn't it? Yeah, he's not there. Excellent. So I can't tell you anything about him. I think I've met him before, but
might have something.
I met him
more than I've done.
Met him outside the hotel this morning. We had a quick chat. As insightful as ever. He said, "Where's Costa?" I said, I assume it's over the bridge, mate." Off he went. He waits now. That's a full-length delivery from Joseph that Hughes plays up to Joe Leach at mid-on. He's a top man.
Well, if he likes his coffee, he's got a lot of choice in Worcester.
Yeah.
Because there are a lot of,
plethora.
Yeah, that's the word.
Yeah.
Of coffee houses.
No, he's a good lad. He's waiting now as Joseph sets off towards him, and he goes on his toes and plays that down into the ground to backward point, where it's fielded by Brett D'Oliveira. End of the over. 13 overs, 1 made, 0 for 61 now. Alzari Joseph. Hughes has 18, Critchley 66, Derbyshire 236 for 6. There's a lot of 6s there.
What's happening?
Oh yeah.
My wasn't very good.
Wasn't
good, the Wi-Fi.
No idea.
Knots are all out for 297 against Warwickshire at Edgbaston. Danny Briggs has taken the last wicket there. Liam Patterson-White, the man out. Knots missing out on their 3rd bonus point. Dot ball here. Alzari Joseph fields it at mid-on. 44 behind the Bears on first innings. Lancashire 490 for 7 in the Roses match now. Danny Lamb is the man out for 61. Don Bess has picked him up. Driven by Critchley. And a really good stop by Joe Leach, who almost ends up face down in the sawdust. He just ground to a halt before, which is good news for him, certainly. But they are through for a single. Critchley calling Hughes through. He's up to 67 now. 237 for 6. And Josh Bohannon's got his 100 in that game for Lancashire. 490 for 7. Durham against Essex. Durham need 311 more runs to win. They are 74 for 2 as Mitchell bowls to Hughes, and they'll get a single here into the offside. It's far enough away from Ed Barnard as he picks up at cover point. So 74 for 2, 311 runs to win. Essex 301 all out in their second innings. Grace Road, false start for Daryl Mitchell. Middlesex 162 for 4, leading Leicestershire by 321. It's a very strong position for them. And for Surrey, who had Gloucestershire in a lot of trouble, but they've recovered a little bit to be 129 for 7. Mitchell bowls, punched up to Joseph at mid-on by Critchley, and there's no run. Surrey 473, Gloucester 129 for 7. Rose's match we know. And Sussex 284 for 7 in their second innings. They lead Northants by 203. Mitchell bowls, Critchley plays out into the covers, there's no run, end of the over. 238 for 6, Hughes 19, Critchley 67. In the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy, we're being biased here for the Central Sparks. They bowled out the Northern Diamonds for 279 inside their 50 overs, 49.2, so with 4 balls to spare. Update for BBC Hereford and Worcester coming. Derbyshire have moved on to 238 for 6. Matt Critchley has 67, and Alex Hughes, who's just deposited Alzari Joseph onto the roof and then over the roof of the ladies' pavilion on the short boundary on that side of the ground. He's got to 19. Worcestershire yet to take a wicket post lunch. They picked up 3 this morning. Ben McDermott for 25, Wayne Madsden for 51, and Flynn Hudson Prentice for 25. Barnard, Pennington and Leach, the successful bowlers. 2 catches for Daryl Mitchell at slip, and another one at third slip for Jack Haynes. We're just beginning the wind down now to the second new ball. That is 8 overs away, as Hughes just rocks onto the back foot and pulls Alzari Joseph through mid-on for another boundary. He's up to 23, 242 for 6, and now Derbyshire are only 30 runs away from saving the follow-on. Not that Worcestershire would probably enforce it anyway, but still a long way behind in this game. Derbyshire 242 for 6, trailing Worcestershire's first innings of 421. Lancashire 500 up is for them. 500 up now, 506 for 8 against Yorkshire. Another single here quickly for Hughes. Drops it down to square leg, through they come. So poor old Zari Joseph not getting much reward today. He's taking a bit of tap as well. He's into his 14th over now, none for 61. Here he comes, sprinting into Critchley, who's onto the back foot and smacks it down into the ground and thuds into the chest on the bounce of Brett D'Oliveira at point. He's played that cut shot very well, Critchley, so he'll be annoyed that he couldn't beat his man. The Northern Diamonds Central Sparks match, Northern Diamonds all out for 279. Derbyshire-born Worcestershire player Sarah Glenn in action there, of course, and another Worcestershire player, Emily Arlott. Both of them picked up some wickets as Joseph comes in and bowls. Critchley on the drive again. He's opened the blade at the last minute and turned it down to third man, so through they come for a single. He's up to 68, 244 for 6. Sarah Glenn 10 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 35. Emily Arlott 8 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 44. So they're chasing 280 to win the Central Sparks, and they're 6 without loss halfway through the second over there. Fletcher's back with us.
Lovely. Yeah.
Joseph ready to go. Last ball of his over, in and bowls to Hughes, and he'll leave it for Joe Leach to field. End of the over though, and now we are 7 overs away from that second new ball for Worcestershire. But luck is not changing for Alzari Joseph. None for 67 now from his 14 overs, just the one maiden as well.
Alex Hughes' highest score of the season. This 24 not out. As I say, he's only in his 4th innings.
Was that his first 6 of the season, did you say?
It was his first 6 of the season, yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. Dustin Melton's got a 6 as well. He put Simon Harmer straight back over his head and into the river at Chelmsford. It was very satisfying. They were hurtling towards defeat by that stage though, so perhaps not quite as satisfying as it might otherwise have been. Darryl Mitchell's going to continue from the Diglis end. 2 overs for 8 so far, bowling to Matt Critchley on 68. Critchley clips this into the leg side. Chase on here for Brett D'Oliveira. There'll be 2 runs there. D'Oliveira catches up with the ball now, turns and hurls it back in, but 2 more to Critchley. He moves to 70, 246, 4-6 now. And the race is on between the arrival of the new ball and the avoidance of the potential of being asked to follow on. One is 6 overs and 5 balls away. So Critchley plays this into the leg side. Another chase on here for D'Oliveira. The outfield is definitely quickening, and they've run 2. They'll come back for a 3rd here as the ball just stops about a yard in from the boundary out at mid-wicket. 3 more to Critchley, who moves to 73, and Derbyshire to 249 for 6. Run away from a second batting bonus point, which will be their 4th in total. 6 for Worcestershire. They're now 23 away from that follow-on, and it's 6 overs and 4 balls before the new ball, so you'd think that Derbyshire might be favourite to avoid the follow-on before the new ball arrives, which would probably be very useful indeed, you would expect. 249 for 6 means that they still overall trail though by 172, so Worcestershire still on top as Hughes plays that one from Mitchell out into the offside.
I think even if they got 4 wickets now quite quickly.
Do you not think they do?
I don't, not now, I don't really think so. You know, having a 150 lead is quite nice, isn't it? Going out there to have another thrash.
True enough, true enough. Mitchell bowls, it's dabbed into the offside by Hughes. Good single taken there as out from slip comes Tom Fell to do the fielding. I guess with 1 day left 250. Sorry.
You can just pile all the pressure on Derbyshire, can't you? There's no way out really. I mean, providing you bat well in that second innings and bat them completely out of the game.
Yes. Auxiliary from Mitchell is driven, but straight to Alzari Joseph on this occasion. Just looking for the... I should be able to find it quite easily. Perhaps I didn't write it down. I might not have done. Anyway.
Plus Worcester also got their fingers burnt a little bit the last time they enforced a follow on this season against Nottinghamshire here.
Mitchell to Critchley, guide this up to a deepish mid-off. It's the end of the over. That was a dot ball. Critchley's got 73, Hughes has 25, and Derbyshire 250 for 6 now.
Slightly different circumstances there though against Nottinghamshire. The pitch certainly
it's quite flat, wasn't it?
Yes, pretty much.
Quite flat, yeah.
Yeah, and then they batted all the way through that final day.
Each get 200?
Yeah.
Yeah. Ben Slater and Hasib Hamid having a good season. Ben Slater, good to see. Chesterfield born through the ranks at Derbyshire. Dylan Pennington's going to come back with 6 overs to go until the new ball's available, so they're quite keen to winkle out a wicket or 2.
And getting warmed up should he carry on with the new ball.
Chesterfield have won at Halifax, which means they're in the National League playoffs, which is a highly complicated
It is, isn't it?
system of there's about 15 teams in it.
I think if you finish bottom, you can still win the playoffs, can't you? Something like that. Pennington has picked up a wicket. That's surely caught behind. Hughes has dangled his bat at that one. A definite edge. We can hear it from here. And Cox does the rest. And Derbyshire lose their 7th wicket. Hughes, who was starting to look good and more confident. It was growing all the time the longer he was out there, but he's gone. Caught behind for 25. So no sooner has the next batting point come up for Derbyshire, they've lost a wicket. Alex Hughes gone for 25. Pennington's done it again. A good bowling change by Joe Leach.
Yeah, really simple, straightforward catch, wasn't it, for Ben Cox, as Ben Aitchison comes out to the middle to replace Alex Hughes. Be disappointed. 25 from 36. He was looking okay. Hit that 6 of Alzari Joseph. He added 57 with Matt Critchley for the 7th wicket. But now Derbyshire have just got to be careful here, because after Aitchison it's Connors and Melton. And they're still 22 away from avoiding the possibility of being asked to follow on.
Again, they've got starts, haven't they, with these partnerships? 51, 28, 56 and 57. No one's gone on.
Another couple of half-century partnerships now between now and the end, though, and puts a different complexion on the game altogether, doesn't it, really?
Well, it's what Worcestershire did, wasn't it, really? I know they had that century stand between Haynes and D'Oliveira. Pennington then, buoyed by that wicket with his first ball, his 3rd of the innings, and this is full on leg stump, and Aitchison punches him out to Joe Leach at mid-on.
I'm indebted as ever to David Griffin. I just spotted his tweet that he sent out a little while ago, that the Matt Critchley half century means that having scored 50 plus in 6 first class innings this season, it's beaten his previous best from 2018.
Pennington bowls and Aitchison drives it back, and an enthusiastic stop from Pennington. He's a big man, so he's got a long way down to bend to get the ball, but he threw his whole body at that to make sure that the ball didn't go past. Good work from him. Well, Les Deploy's let the side down, hasn't he, if you look at that scorecard, because he's the only one in single figures.
The
rest of it looks quite nice.
Don't mention that to Griff. No. He's been waiting for everybody in double figures innings for a long time. Don't think it's happened in my time here.
Pennington past the umpire, short ball, a grunt of effort, but Aitchison plays that well, doesn't get involved, ducks underneath it, through it goes to Cox. 250 for 7. Worcestershire consents here. Spig half an hour or so. New ball round the corner. 3 wickets to go to wrap it up. If they can do it within the next 21 runs, then they'll have a decision to make about the follow-on. There's another bounce. If it doesn't get up very high, Aitchison plays that even better, because he's had to get down super low, and it's only just past. It's above stump height, but not much more than maybe stump and a half high, and he's a big chap as well, Aitchison. So he's had to get down quickly. But again, get out of the road if you want to and need to. Well played.
Batsmen have to punch gloves after that.
I'll set Griff off again.
Not sure why they did it, but they did.
No, me neither. Pennington past the umpire in, and this is flicked nicely down to long leg by Aitchison. He'll get off the mark. Libby under the solitary shadow of the one remaining horse chestnut tree. And the end of the over. Good over from Dylan Pennington. 3 for 36 now from his 16 overs. Gets a pat on the back and the backside by Brett D'Oliveira as he makes his way down to fine leg. 251 for 7. Critchley 73. Aitchison pinching the bowling with that single off the last ball.
Going to give Alzari Joseph a go from the Diglis end. Now I don't think he's bowled from that end.
No, he hasn't. Maybe his luck will change. Maybe this will work for him.
Look at him with a change of luck. Good enough. 67 from 14. He's had a tough time. It was his debut when they were up at Derby earlier in the season. Went wicketless in the first innings. Joseph on his way into bowl to Ben Aitchison, and they've clearly decided that the way to get rid of Ben Aitchison is to bombard him with short deliveries. Because that was short as well.
Again, well played though.
Yeah. No, he's a decent bat. This Ben Aitchison, he was a batsman in his youth, I'm told.
11 wickets at 48 though for Alzari Joseph.
Next delivery is a full one, hits him in the pad, big appeal, and he's gone. Ben Debenham had absolutely no doubt there. He was trying to work it away into the leg side and pretty much in front. And Alzari Joseph picks up his first wicket of the match in his 15th over, 1 for 67 he has now. Aitchison goes for 1, Derbyshire 251 for 8.
Finally it's worked for him. The change of end has done it. A bouncer followed by a full ball, and that was fast and straight, and if you miss I hit really, and it was a full toss in the end. Yeah, sort of looped down and hit him shin high, Aitchison. It was going to clatter into middle and leg, no doubt about that. Sam Connors is the new man.
21 away from avoiding the follow-on.
And Derbyshire in danger now of squandering their admirable work so far to try and get up towards this follow-on target, but it's suddenly looking a bit more distant now. 2 wickets to go.
It is.
And still what, 20 runs? Yeah, 21?
21, yeah. The overall deficit is 170. So Connors, as Joseph is in and he drives it as Connors out to mid-off. There's no run. Sam Connors' finest moment was a 5 not out at Trent Bridge last season in the Bob Willis Trophy, while at the other end Leas Deploy went from 70 to 130.
Tremendous.
And he was batting 11 then, which is probably where he should be batting. He'll be batting, or he is batting 10, because Dustin Melton is a 12. In comes Joseph and bowls. What a good delivery, and he's done well to dig that one out there. Sam Connors almost sneaked it under his bat.
Might be the way to go for Alzari Joseph.
Yeah.
Keep pumping them into that block hole.
Full and straight.
Yeah.
Full and straight. His bat looks like it's covered in black tape. It clearly isn't, but it looks like he's got that much tape on his bat. You can't see any wood anymore. That's just the back of it that we can see, obviously. It's a strange looking contraption. This next delivery, strikes him in the pad, probably going down leg side, perhaps a little high as well. There was no appeal.
Bit of pace in that one as well.
That was quick. And Matt Critchley immediately summons Sam Connors for a chat.
Quick single.
Look at the scoreboard, I'm on 73. I'm sure that is not what Matt Critchley's saying to him. I'd be surprised if it was. Still a lot of cricket left today, and then another 96 overs tomorrow, of course. There's still 156 overs left in the game, so plenty of time, despite the loss of yesterday afternoon to the weather as Joseph bowls, and that is driven by Sam Connors. He didn't time that one. Joseph still looks a bit miffed about life, but he's picked up a wicket, and Ben Cox goes over and gives him a good tap on the back. 1 for 67 from his 15 overs. That was a wicket maiden, his second maiden of the innings. Critchley 73, Connors yet to get off the mark. Derbyshire 251 for 8, so it looks as though 4 bonus points might be as many as Derbyshire can get here. Worcestershire 1 wicket away from a 7th in the match. What does Critchley do here though? Does he carry on? Well, he carries on batting as aggressively as he has been. He's 73 from 94 balls, but does he try and speed up a little bit and get Derbyshire as close to 300 as he can? Be interesting. He's going to run out of partners at some point if he doesn't get out himself.
Pennington from the New Road end bowls to Critchley and chops this one down into the ground. It rebounds up and almost hits him in the grill. Just wondered for a split second exactly where that's gone, but nowhere near the stumps, thankfully for him. 251 for 8. 2 slips and a third man protecting that boundary down there, and everyone else is pretty much spread. Only Ed Barnard saving a single on the offside, really. Big appeal for LBW, an umpire not interested. Very enthusiastic from Pennington, less so from those behind the stumps.
I wonder what was wrong with that.
Let's have a look, see if we can see. Ball behind, so it'll be the next one. I'm not going to touch the bar, the progress bar, because that's what makes it all go wrong.
I'm miles behind.
Be interesting. Can only be maybe leg side. Pennington sprints away now, bowls, and this is a fish outside the off stump. Bit of a waft from Critchley. He's caught in two minds here because he's played with real purpose, whether he's got one eye on the scoreboard, the wicket's down. Crikey, O'Reilly, that was close.
Yes.
I'm not sure what that was missing.
No.
Dear oh dear.
Just having another proper look at it in big screen at the moment, full screen, whatever it's called. Well, that's out, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Looks out to me.
Yep, he's down the track as well.
I'm no umpire though.
I think you should be. It's Pennington. Missed your call, Fletch.
Yeah.
It's dribbled down the leg side, Coxfields. Yeah, again, we're on the angle, so...
It just looked quite good, didn't it? And the shout was, the appeal was immediate.
I mean, it's hit him on the knee roll. I mean, he's taken 2 or 3 steps forward, but these days that doesn't really matter. Because the advent of DRS has shown that doesn't really make any difference now. Ball tracking, it's going to go on and hit the stumps by and large. Pennington bowls into the block hole, down into the ground. He follows.
He's been hit again.
There's
a few words as well.
Yeah, a bit of words between the batsman and the bowler. Down into the ground. Pennington caught it on his follow through, jumping high. Threw it at the stumps and it hit the pads of Critchley. He wasn't happy. Words exchanged.
Pennington, I think, said, well, you were out of your ground, but I'm not sure that he was on that occasion. They'll all shake hands afterwards, I'm sure.
Here comes Pennington. 251 for 8. Bowls, and this is lovely from Critchley. Nice reply from him. That'll be 4. Out through covers. Bit of a word too for Pennington. A send off over from Matt Critchley.
Don't hit me again.
Yeah.
That was a nice shot though, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. Again, not too much follow through. It was all in the timing. Whizzed away for 4. 255 for 8. Critchley 77 now from 100 balls faced. But fortunate to still be there, I think. It was Critchley with the LBW, wasn't it?
Oh yeah,
yeah. Hit him on the knee roll, looking like it was pretty much adjacent. But umpire Rob Bailey wasn't interested. He's got a better view than we have. But there you go.
You'd hope so. Oh, and it's hit the head of Sam Connors as he was evading that one, and it's gone down for 4 leg byes. No, it hit the bat. I thought it hit his helmet.
Yeah, I did as well.
It didn't sound like bat,
No.
but there's no concern for Sam Connors, so perhaps he just left his bat up like a periscope.
Crikey. That was quick.
Wasn't it?
Quick, and he sort of flinched. He didn't go into the full squat to get out of the way. Just sort of bowed his head a bit, and then...
Clearly left his bat
Yeah.
up. And he's off the mark with a boundary. And I didn't know anything about it. 4:59 for 8 as Joseph is in again. Bowls a full length delivery. It's a no ball. He's just trying a bit too hard on that occasion. Alzari Joseph, he sent it down the leg side as well. It was well taken by Ben Cox, diving away to his left hand side.
I don't know, yeah. I can't, it's hard to tell front on, but my initial thought was that was helmet, like you, yeah.
It just sounded helmet-like.
Or handle of bat, I don't know, maybe. Would be of his glove, would it?
That's too much of a noise for
Yeah.
glove, I don't know.
Anyway, he's got 4.
A vicious delivery. And the next delivery, stepping away to the leg side now is Sam Connors. He doesn't want to know anything about these deliveries anymore. He's seen a couple of really sharp ones and he's had enough. 261.
It's not what you want to do, though, is it?
Not really, no.
No. I mean, that's right up there with don't rub it.
Yeah.
Ross Whiteley finds that quite funny at short leg.
By the time the ball had gone through to the keeper, Sam Connors needed a taxi to get back out to the middle. He'd gone that far.
Whiteley's slightly concerned at short leg. He's going to end up in his lap at this delivery.
He's there just to keep him in his crease. This next delivery is a full one and gets an inside edge into his pads. Hence the stifled appeals.
We've still got 3 balls to go as well.
No, it's not great, is it?
This is a good tactic from Joseph. Yes, he's bowled that one quick bumper, but this full and straight stuff and fast is good.
Matt Critchley now the leading scorer in the country in the county championship. He's moved above Jake Libby to 638. He's moved 1 ahead of Libby. So
he has.
Yeah.
Good spot.
Next delivery from Joseph's another quick one, but this one's down the leg side, and Cox does well, diving away to his left hand side again. I've been refreshing that page for about 5 minutes, waiting for him to move to the top, because I wasn't sure if they'd added it on already, but they hadn't. 638 at 58. Libby's got 637 at 67. He's had a couple of not outs. Libby just 1 not out for Matt Critchley. 81 4s and 4 6s Critchley this season. A century and 5 half centuries. Sorry Joseph, AJ to his mates. He's here and bowls him. Well, I'm not surprised. He showed him all the stumps and then swung. That interested Sam Connors in facing Alzari Joseph, in truth, and he backed away, and in the end he backed so far away, even when he threw the bat at the ball, it was miles away from it, and it's clipped the top of middle stump, and Sam Connors goes for 4 rather fortuitous runs in the end. Derbyshire 261 for 9, and Joseph has a second wicket.
Yes, not enjoyable for poor old Sam Connors there, I don't think. Didn't look enjoyable from up here either for him. That was a bit of an ordeal. That's good bowling from Alzari Joseph. I think it's one of those things that Connors will be quite relieved to hear the bail be knocked off.
There he is.
That is over.
Here he is.
261 for 9.
There comes Dusty.
How will he
No need to laugh. That was a bit harsh from somebody out there. He's a genuine, proper number 11 batsman in the old style, in which he can hit the ball a long way, but he doesn't hit the ball very often. He's
got 1 ball left, Alzari Joseph, so fast and full might be quite good.
I think that's the way forward.
And straight, preferably. He might end up with 3 wickets here.
20 runs this season, and his average is 20, so he's not often out. He doesn't often bat. It's only his 4th innings. High score in first class cricket of 15. That was against Essex at Chelmsford.
Still 11 runs away from the follow-on mark.
That's the thing, isn't
so
it?
Suddenly that's come right into play.
Well, it looked a million miles away when Alex Hughes was in there.
Yeah, it did.
And all of a sudden, Alzara Joseph, well, Dylan Pennington initially, and then Alzara Joseph with a couple and some express pace. The stumps still haven't been put back properly. They are now.
If he can get one more, then this would be his best bowling for Worcestershire.
So the final ball of Alzari Joseph's 16th over, 2 for 73 his figures at the moment. And well, I don't think Dustin Melton will back away. He may end up wearing one though. He just flexes his knees. He's ready. Leg slip, short leg, 2 slips. Alzari Joseph is in and he drives him beautifully down the ground. That's a shot. And he's going to get at least 2 runs for it. In fact, he is going to get 2 runs for it. A nice start for Dustin Melton. Alzari Joseph 2 for 75 from 16 overs. Melton 2, Critchley 77, Derbyshire 263 for 9 now. 9 away from avoiding the follow-on target, or reaching the follow-on target and avoiding the potential of being asked to follow on. Good shot that.
Yeah, nice ball to have first
yes,
up.
Yes, it was. Yeah, no, it wasn't quite the
even for a number 11, but so let's get bat on it and pushed it out nicely through mid-on. The bongs of 3 o'clock. Fletch is off to do his bit for BBC Radio Derby. No doubt BBC Hereford and Worcester's listeners to Sport on Saturday will be dropping in shortly. And it's good news for home supporters. Derbyshire 263 for 9. Pennington to carry on, 3 for 40. He's bowled very well today. In he comes, tall, fair-haired, and Critchley is turning down the chance of a single. We're at that stage now. Out to Ed Barnard. The field is spread, as you would imagine, with Joe Leach offering the chance of a single, an easy single to Critchley. So expect them to come in towards the end of the over if Critchley is still on strike to keep him there. Pennington past the umpire bowls. Critchley will pick up runs here. No, he won't. Still turns down the single. Thought there might be a chance of 2. It's a little bit too close to Whiteley. It is the short side of the ground. But he won't run unless he can get a 2, or there are enough balls left of the over for him to be confident that Melton can see it out. Try from the 4th ball onwards, I suspect. Critchley drives it, again turns down a single as it goes out to Ed Barnard at deep cover. So that's 3 balls gone. So he'll probably take a single off the next ball if he can, and then just leave Melton with 2 balls to face. 263 for 9. Still 9 away from that follow-on mark. Here goes Pennington in, and Critchley drives. He will take a single here out to long on to Joe Leach. So there are 2 balls left for Melton to negotiate. Field comes in obviously to try and keep him on strike. This is where Worcestershire have to be right on it and not allow him to pinch. Pennington now. 2 balls left. Can he clean it up here? Past the umpire in and bowls. Down the leg side, flicks the pad. Well, Worcestershire have strengthened their grip on this game in the last 10 minutes or so. Derbyshire have now slipped to 264 for 9, so they're still 8 runs shy of avoiding that follow-on mark. And Alzari Joseph, who's cut a slightly forlorn figure in this match so far. He's struggled with the ball in his spell with Worcestershire, of course, and he's not had much luck today, but he's picked up 2 quick wickets. Firstly, Ben Aitchison LBW to a fast straight one that was going to pluck out middle and leg. Aitchison gone for a single, and then poor old Sam Connors, who didn't like the short stuff very well, kept backing away to square leg. In the end, backed away too far, exposed his stumps and lost his off bail to one from Joseph, so he picked up a couple of quick wickets. Dylan Pennington's also bowled very well today. He has 3 wickets. Derbyshire hanging on in this first innings, but at the moment they are falling short of that follow-on target. Replying to Worcestershire's 421, Derbyshire 264 for 9. Matt Critchlow still there on 78. End of the over. Pennington 18 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 41. Joseph to continue. This is the last over before the new ball is available.
What a terrible waste of money that would be, wouldn't it?
It would be. yeah, totally.
Well, they're about 70 quid or something like that, these balls, perhaps more.
They're not cheap.
No.
Critchley on 78, 22 away.
Look at this field.
I know.
They're giving him the single and cutting off all routes to boundaries. One down the leg side would be handy for him though. Joseph bowls a full length delivery now then. They've gone for one. Dustin Melton's saying yes, I'll come back for a second. He's coming back for the second. He's trying to put the brakes on. He might be out. Run out. Is he run out? No, he isn't run out. He's just about gone back. He's on his front. He's sprawling.
Still there.
Sprawled on the floor is Dustin Melton. It was a bit of a mess really all round, because I don't think that Matt Critchley particularly wanted the single. He wanted 2. Melton ran as hard as he could, but it wasn't quite quick enough. He was sent back by Critchley, and now he's got to face 5 deliveries from Alzari Joseph. So a bad result all round really for Derbyshire there as they move to 265 for 9.
Ben Cox absolutely convinced he
was, wasn't
run
he?
out there. Took a long time to walk back to his mark from the reassembly of the stumps.
He's having to reconfigure his clothing. He's because he was flat on his face. Absolutely fantastic.
That's good effort.
He did well to get back really, because he had to slam the brakes, and he's a big man. He's got quite a large turning circle. And he managed to get back, but now, as I say, he's got to face, potentially 5 deliveries from Alzari Joseph. Can he survive? Joseph on his way, looking for his 3rd wicket. Bowls, that's a short delivery, and he tempts him. He went for it. He went for the expansive hook shot there, did Dustin Melton.
That's triggered a chat.
Yeah. Dusty, quick word. Don't do that. Thank you very much. Have a look at the scoreboard.
21 away. Come on, son.
Yeah, perhaps more importantly, 7 away from avoiding the follow-on. They're going to be 150 odd runs behind, or in that ballpark, you would have thought, come the final reckoning. The attempted hook shot has, I don't know whose decision it was. If it had been Ross Whiteley, it would have been mine. He's not wearing the helmet anymore because he's realised that Dustin Melton doesn't mind throwing the bat at the ball, and we've seen that. He hit Simon Harmer, the best spinner in the country, for 6 at air 6. He's taken a couple of steps down the track. That's a magnificent stop, diving away to his left-hand side by Ben Cox. He got an inside edge on that one. He gave it everything, Melton. He got quite a thin inside edge, but a terrific stop by Cox, diving away to his left-hand side behind the stumps. Otherwise, that would have raced away to the boundary for 4 down to fine leg.
I mean, he's the sort of perfectionist, Ben Cox, that would be cross if he hadn't have stopped that.
Because he didn't catch it.
Yeah.
That was fantastic.
But brilliant work again.
Oh.
Really, really good.
Never a dull moment when Dustin Melton's got a bat in his hand. Flexes his knees a couple of times. Joseph bowls to him, and he just guides that out into the offside very nicely indeed. He wants 2. There aren't 2 there, as it's fielded by Ed Barnard. Another single added to the total. The field will spread. Derbyshire move on to 266 for 9, Melton on to 3. And what we need here is a 6 from Matt Critchley, and then the follow-on has been avoided.
That's all final round, isn't it?
That'd be great, wouldn't it? We've seen Joseph hit for a 6 already, but he was bowling from the New Road end with the square leg boundary to the short side to the ladies' pavilion. Alex Hughes deposited one onto the roof. If you hit a 6 out to mid-wicket and Joseph's bowling from the Diglis end, that would be a very impressive effort indeed. There are only 2 deliveries to go in this over, so the field doesn't want to spread too much. They don't necessarily want to give him the simple single into the leg side, I wouldn't have thought, but that's certainly what they're offering him here. 2 men out. It's going to be a short delivery, surely. 2 men out on the hook, one at square leg and one at long leg, as Joseph is in and bowls a full delivery to Critchley, who can't get this one away, can only push it out into the offside where Tom Fell does the fielding at mid-wicket, extra cover rather.
Better from Joseph. Now 1 ball left. Got to keep Critchley where he is. So
head down and run is the instruction when the 2 batsmen meet in the middle of the pitch there, I think.
Either a brilliant Yorker like the last one, or something short.
Well, give him a
Just
boundary.
a bumper.
Yeah, give him a boundary. There he is, Joseph, on his way in, and that's wide. And he reaches for it as Matt Critchley. He can't get the single as he guides it straight to Ed Barnard at backward point. And Joseph's done his job. He's kept Matt Critchley off strike for the start of the Pennington over. Critchley has 79. The old Pennington Oval.
There's a place there.
Beautiful, beautiful ground at the Pennington Oval.
Yes, have you ever been?
Nice. Only once. Only once. 79 to Critchley, 3 to Melton, 266 for 9. Oh dear. That's where they played the first FA Cup final. I think it was at Pennington Oval.
Here we go then. New ball is being taken as soon as possible by Joe Leach. 1 more wicket to take for Worcestershire in this Derbyshire innings. Still shy of the follow-on, but I think we're close enough now to mean that well, I mean, I suppose it sort of suits both if they get it, because Derbyshire then get it and then Worcestershire don't have that thorny conundrum, providing they can take the 10th wicket fairly soon afterwards.
Well, I think to win the game you have a better chance of winning the game by enforcing the follow-on. I know it's gone out of fashion. Yeah. I know it's gone out of fashion, but I do like it. There's still 55 overs left today, of course, so these bowlers would have to, having bowled the whole of the day so far, would have to probably bowl the whole of today again, or the rest of today.
Pennington from the New Road end bowls. Forward comes Melton.
Shot.
Very nicely, correctly, confidently for number 11. Out to cover, and there's no run.
He clearly decided that the best way to face Alzari Joseph was face fire with fire, wasn't it? But Pennington not so much.
Well, Pennington needs another wicket if he's going to get season's best figures. In he comes, and very nearly picks up Melton then with one that just left him a little bit, and almost tickling through to Cox. Three, 4, 36 is best figures so far, which annoyingly I haven't got written down. Who was against?
Oh dear.
Oh dear.
I haven't even got Alex Hughes in
Thanks
my
for
book.
coming. It's 3 for 41 at the moment. And Melton, leading edge, is going to be okay though. It's looped over cover. Ed Barnard gives chase. They're going to come back for 2.
Interesting.
Yes, that is. Why don't they just take 1?
Don't know. I don't think they're thinking. They're not thinking straight.
Getting carried away, especially if he's out now.
Well, yeah. He was
4 away.
Turning down singles before, wasn't he, Matt Critchley? And now he's run 2.
Do you think it's just dawned on him at the non-strikers?
I think it might have done actually. What am I doing?
Yeah. It was a bit of a lapse, I think. Still 3 balls to go in this Pennington over. Melton on 5, 268 for 9. Derbyshire still short of the follow on. Nicely negotiated again though, out to cover an Alzari Joseph by Melton. Goes for a walk towards square leg, counting the balls off in his head here. 2 to go.
He does look like a number 11 though, doesn't he?
Little bit, yes. Yes. He's definitely got more of a whiff about his number 11.
Well, so does Sam Connors.
Yeah, I was going to say.
I'd
have him at 10, I think.
So did Billy Stanley.
I'd have him at 10 on the evidence I've seen so far. Pennington bowls to him, and that's a bit of a waft outside the off stump again. Hands on heads from the Worcestershire fielders through to Cox.
You do find that the numbers 10 and 11, if they're not batsmen, and with the greatest of respect, Connors and Melton aren't batsmen, the leave doesn't appear to be in the locker, does it?
No.
They just can't.
It's got to be an obligatory shot.
Yeah, you've got to play a shot at everything. So
well, the field will spread.
Well, they're going to give him a single. If they take one here, I'd be very surprised.
He's not going to take it, is he?
No.
That would be madness, possibly. So he's got one more ball to try and fire him out here, Pennington, and make it count. 268 for 9. In he comes and bowls to Melton, who jabs the bat down on it outside the off stump. He could take a single if he wanted to, but common sense prevails, and they say no thank you. End of the over. 268 for 9. Melton stays on 5, Critchley on 79. Pennington 3 for 43 now from his 19 overs.
Nobody's interested in that last announcement, John, I'm sorry.
I don't even know what it was.
Something to do with the football at Wembley. Everybody who's got it on record tonight will be coming round here and throwing stones at him later on.
It's very hard to do that these days, isn't it? Stay away from a major sporting event result.
No likely lads. So Alzari Joseph, with 2 for 77, he's going to continue, but this time with a new ball in his hand, and he's bowling to Matt Critchley, who's on 79. He bowls to him, and this time to drive really back up the pitch. It's left alone by Joseph, and whoever that is 2 miles away on the boundary at the far end comes in to do the fielding. That's long on. There are Worcestershire fielders at regular intervals all the way around the boundaries, standing with their heels on the rope. 4 on the offside, 4 on the onside. There is one slip in place as Joseph is in, and Critchley plays that into. Now they're thinking about 2 here. I think they're going to come. No, they're not going to come back for 2. There's not 2 there. That's good fielding, and it was poor judgment really. Another single is added to the total, but
what are they doing?
I've no idea.
That's very odd. That was never going to be 2.
Hit it 2. He needs to tap it really gently, but
or get it further away from him. He was too close to him, and he hit it too well.
Oliveira raced in off the boundary's edge. Now there are still plenty of gaps out there, aren't there? Because if you look, there's still 2 players out. Well, in fact, Oliveira's just realised who's on strike. In fact, I think everybody has, because the field is starting to close in slowly.
This is a bit where you've got to remain switched on in the field as much as you have with the bat, really. Otherwise, it looks a bit daft. 269
for 9.
Now everyone should be coming in, or pretty much everybody. There's still a long leg.
I'm not sure the long legs necessarily. I think a fine leg would have been better, really, because has he got the ability to get it round to long leg? I'm not so sure. Joseph in and bowls, and that's well dealt with by Dustin Melton, who looks he doesn't even look pleased with himself there. He's thinking, blimey, that was quick.
Played it well though.
Yeah, he did play it very well indeed. I understand the third man I'd perhaps have another slip. Do you really need the man at point and cover? Not so sure, but I'm not a county captain, never have been, never will be. Smacks the ground quite hard, does Melton, as Joseph into him, and that one is pushed up to mid-on. Joe Leach, well, the ball barely had enough energy to reach him. He's on 5, Melton. First class high score of 15. Matt Critchley's on 80. 269 for 9.
I think there may be an opportunity, maybe have a fly slip, maybe have him 3/4 of the way.
Yeah.
Because he's gone at it hard, hasn't he, Melton?
Well, yes, he has.
Everything's gone kitchen sink styly when he goes for the drive.
You can almost see the whites of his knuckles as he grips his back, can't you? Yeah, nothing soft hands about this as he pushes this one into the offside when it's fielded by Ross Whiteley. He's great value, Dustin Melton, in fairness to him. Really good value. When he's batting, just, well, are they going to take the single out to the man at the mid-wicket boundary? Brett D'Oliveira's gone out there. I suppose he might think about taking it on, but they're not going to take a single, surely to goodness.
She can find a 2 from somewhere. I mean, there's a lot of room between D'Oliveira and
that's quite the
Libby
shot,
out
that, though, isn't it? To somebody at the pace of
I
Alzari
suppose
Joseph.
so,
That would be a cracking shot if he got it out to the straight mid-wicket boundary.
Especially if it's a long way outside off.
Yeah. It's more likely to feather it down to third man. Oh, he keeps this one out. That was a full delivery. Sets off for a single there, Dustin Melton. Then he remembers who he is and decides to stay down at the non-striker's end because Matt Critchley had no intention of going for the run. I like the old follow-on thing. It just a little bit more tension, and especially with the number 11 batsman out there. Matt Critchley, I think what he'll do is, what he would like to do is get these 3 runs and then just tee off
and get the driver out.
Yeah, and try to get the 20 runs that he requires ultimately to get to 3 figures again. 80 from 109. It's a pretty decent rate. He's the leading scorer in the country.
Here we go then. Still 3 runs needed for Derbyshire. Pennington starting a new over into Critchley down the leg side. Tumbling Cox takes it to his left, and there's no run. Again, the field is scattered for these early balls of the over.
But no fine leg.
Well, he's round, isn't
he? It's a long leg, isn't it?
Long leg, yeah. Not very fine. A wideish third man as well. And then men on the cover point boundary, the cover boundary at long off, long on, mid-wicket, square leg. Pennington bowls, and a good stop again from Cox down the left, or down the leg side with his left hand.
Yeah, good work from Ben Cox.
And Critchley 20 runs away. Played very well. Can he become the first centurion of this match? 3 others have got close and failed. He's perhaps the furthest at the moment, even though D'Oliveira was out for 71, but you know what I mean in the context of the game. He'll get runs here. Timed nicely out to Libby at deep square leg, so he's left Melton 3 balls to face. Which
I think I'd rather, but Pennington's bowled beautifully, but I'd rather face him than Joseph at the moment. Joseph's,
yeah, I would.
He's very, very sharp, and this is the sharpest spell he's bowled.
Yeah,
isn't it,
this is appreciably his quickest, I think. Leach is not quite ready yet. He tells his bowler to stop while another tweak in the field. Taking his time here, Joe Leach. Important 3 deliveries this.
This is what makes me think that they are going to enforce it, though. I know they don't want to leak lots of runs, but just at this precise moment in time.
Here he goes then, Pennington. 3 balls to go of the over. Edged and caught! Really good catch. Tom Fell. He's dropped one today, but he's held on to a corker. Another really good ball from Dylan Pennington. He's picked up his 4th wicket. Derbyshire are all out for 270. Now whether to enforce the follow-on or not. Derbyshire have missed it by just 2 runs. Melton's gone for 5. And Critchley has been left high and dry for an excellent 81, but a good catch from Fell to make up for his drop of Critchley early on. It did cost Worcestershire 71 runs, that drop of Matt Critchley, but Fell has hung on to his next one. And Pennington, terrific stuff from him. 4 for 44 from 19.4 overs in the end, and Derbyshire all out for 270. What will they do, Fletch? What will they do?
151 runs behind. It was. It might even have been 151 runs they were behind against Nottinghamshire, from memory. I'll have to do maths and talk at the same time, so that's unlikely to happen, but I'll give it a go. In the game against Nottinghamshire, Nottinghamshire made...
Worcestershire have enforced the follow-on.
They have enforced the follow-on, there you go.
You felt it in your water, didn't you, Fletch?
No, they were... Derbyshire were bowled out for 105, and Nottinghamshire had been bowled out for 254, so it was 151 then, and they didn't enforce the follow-on. They went on to score 318 in their second innings and thrashed Derbyshire in the end. So the follow-on has been enforced.
64 runs to
I think that's the right decision personally. It was just the way that he was sort of manoeuvring his field, and he was being very precise, and he thought, yeah, if we can do this, it just suggested that he was going to enforce the follow-on to me.
Yeah.
Although it has, as we've been saying, gone out of fashion.
And the reaction at that final wicket as well was telling. I mean, Pennington, he's like a bottle of pop. He's fizzes on everything, but he's been punching the air with every wicket. But just Joe Leach's reaction and the rest of the fielders as well, they really wanted that, and they've sneaked in under that line and had the choice, and they have decided to stick Derbyshire in again.
We should take a quick break, shouldn't we?
We should do, yeah. We'll be back in 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Speak to you then.
Cheers.
Well, welcome back to New Road. A short break as Derbyshire regroup in the dressing room, as do Worcestershire and the Derbyshire batsmen coming back out of the Graham Hick Pavilion to resume their second innings, or to start their second innings I should say, after being put back into bat by Worcestershire. Joe Leach enforcing the follow-on, so Derbyshire must go again, 151 runs behind. Dylan Pennington and Alzari Joseph doing the damage for Worcestershire. Last 4 wickets going for 20 runs. Pennington finishing with career best figures of 4 for 44. Terrific effort from him, and Joseph as well, who bowled without much luck before taking 2 quick wickets to get Worcestershire going towards those last quartet of batsmen. As Leach to start the second innings from the Diglis end, bowls and is immediately an outside edge from Brooke Guest's bat, but all the way down to Joseph at third man, all the way along the ground, and Guest is off the mark, albeit some well, Derbyshire are batting again because they failed to reach the follow-on by only 1 run. And Derbyshire have been asked to go again by the Worcestershire captain Joe Leach. A fine effort from the home side, the seamers doing the job, led by Dylan Pennington, who finished with 4 for 44, new career best figures for the tall young fast bowler. And a word too for Alzari Joseph. He's not had much luck in this innings and was dying for a spell with the ball and to make an impact for Worcestershire in his final game. And a shout out to him for his 2 quick wickets which started the late rot. Aitchison and Connors he dismissed in quick succession. Pennington clearing up Hughes and Melton. A good catch by Tom Fell, the last wicket to fall at first slip. It left poor old Matt Critchley high and dry on 81 not out. He was dropped by Fell when he had 10, so it was a costly miss, but Fell clinging on to his next opportunity to give Worcestershire the opportunity to ask Derbyshire to bat again, which they have done. And Derbyshire second time round only just started. They're 1 without loss, 150 runs behind. Leach going round the wicket to the left-handed Godleman and playing it out to cover, and there's no run. Well, at least Guest has had a bit of a rest between knocks this time. He hasn't come straight to open after fielding for 100 overs. But the pressure's really on.
I'm sure he'll be looking forward to getting the wicket-keeping gloves back on at some point in this game, but it seems a long way off at this stage. With 50 overs to go today as well.
Leach round the wicket to the left-handed Godleman and trickles out to Barnard at backward point, and there's no run. 2 slips in early doors here. Mitchell at first, 3 actually, Fell at first, Mitchell at second, and Haynes at third. Ben Cox is standing up to the stumps here to his captain.
I was just looking to say it was 82 overs and 4 balls, the Derbyshire first innings. So they proved they can bat for a long time.
Leach bowls, Godleman gets the bat in front of his leading leg and pushes it out to mid-off, and there's no run.
So that the new ball was just 16 deliveries old. Well, that's not going anywhere soon, is it? They don't normally go out of shape that quickly, so the chances of it being used again as anything other than a net ball. That's a ball in the net, it's not a net ball, obviously, that'd be dangerous.
Leach into Godleman, and that's flicked off, I think, the pad of Ben Cox.
Yeah, I think so. Strange one.
Looped into the arms of Fell at first slip. End of the over, 1 without loss. Guest with that single down to third man off the first ball of the innings. 150 runs behind. Was that a footballing update?
Yeah, Yeah, looks like Brentford are going to get themselves into the Premier League at long, long last, which is, I think that's good. I think that's good. They probably deserve it. Dylan Pennington is going to continue or start from the New Road end. He bowled.
From the New Road end, Dylan Pennington.
There's no point in trying to compete with John Curtis. Got the, was it 4 for 44, didn't you say? Picked up the last wicket to fall. That of Dustin Melton. He's now bowling to Brooke Guest, who tries to flick this one away down the leg side. Good take. Tumbling away to his left by Ben Cox. I'm really pleased that they've been forced to follow on. It's the aggressive thing to do. I think it's the right thing to do. These lads, yes, they'll be a little fatigued, but if they could pick up some wickets today, put Derbyshire under even more pressure.
Plus it seems, Fletch, the nature of this pitch hasn't really changed. It's not as if it's ironed out now and it's much easier for batting. There still clearly is something in there for the bowlers, which obviously came into their thinking as well.
But there are more runs out there because of the outfield, as Brooke Guest plays this one into the leg side. It's fielded by Brett Oliveira. The outfield's definitely sped up a touch because of the warmth that is now around, and the clouds are very high. It's very bright. There's some blue sky away to the west, for goodness sake. It's almost summer. Although summer was on Thursday, of course, this year. Yesterday was anything but summer. As Guest waits, Pennington is in again at balls, and it's driven but straight to Alzari Joseph at mid-off, and there's no run. So Derbyshire 150 runs in arrears as things stand. Tea will be at 4 o'clock, so 20 minutes or so until...
40 plus overs, aren't we, after tea?
Yeah. If it is at 4 o'clock, I mean, it might not be, who knows. Next delivery from Pennington, who just wraps Brooke Guest up a little bit. Ball dribbles out into the leg side, and there's no run. Love it. Giving a match report on a mobile phone in front of us.
Those are the days,
weren't they?
Yeah.
I've done the odd one on a payphone in the past.
In the old red phone box.
Yeah. Football reports and stuff like that. Guest waits and turns this into the leg side a little aerially initially, and he's got one. He'll come back for a second as D'Oliveira slides to complete the fielding and throws the ball to the end to which Billy Godleman was running, which is a good idea actually, because I think Guest's a little quicker than Godleman, and Godleman has missed a couple of games this season due to a groin strain. So he's played a couple of games since returning, but you know, that will always be in the back of his mind, you would have thought. It was very odd watching a Derbyshire side without Billy Godleman opening when he was missing. It's a good leave from Guest this time. It goes through to Ben Cox, 3 without loss. Of course, now they've got enough runs to avoid the follow-on.
Unfortunately, way, isn't it?
Unfortunately.
Spread across two innings.
Yeah, end of the over, 3 without loss after 2. Brooke Guest has all the runs, all 3 of them. Derbyshire trail by 148.
Leach to carry on.
A brilliant catch going for the sweep. Sure.
Leach bowls, Godleman forward, and
going.
moves it out to cover.
But D'Oliveira's throw just hit Billy Godleman on the arm, and he never flinched. D'Oliveira's apologised that Billy Godleman's acknowledged it, but he never flinched. If a cricket ball hits my arm, I'm hopping around and crying.
Yeah, waving to the dressing room. I'll have a new arm, please. Leach stomping in round the wicket to Godleman, who thinks of a single here, but he's not got enough on it because it's too close to Libby. He runs around at mid-on.
Are you talking about
My computer's slow. I could say slowly driving me crazy, but actually it's quite quickly.
What's happening to it?
I don't know. It's.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
You're looking for some scores?
I just wanted to. Yeah, just a simple refresh. That's all. Fletcher wasn't asking anything out of the ordinary, you know. Never mind. Leach past the umpire, slightly wider of the crease this time, and beats Godleman's forward defensive grope, taken well by Cox standing up to the stumps. And there's no run.
Well, Derbyshire not the only side following on. Gloucestershire have been invited to follow on by Surrey down at the Oval.
It's all the rage again now.
They're 3 without loss second time around, just like Derbyshire, but they trail by 312.
Ah, yeah, slightly different.
Slightly different. They're in a big hole.
I want a quick wicket here as well, Worcestershire, just to sort of settle them down a little bit. Cut away by Godleman. It was in the air for a long time. A gully might have been interested. Ed Barnard is a little bit too square at backward point, and that flashed away to the fence for 4, but in the air for an appreciable amount of time.
It was very close to him to be cutting it.
Yeah.
He had to lean a long way back, and as he was leaning back, of course, the ball then ends up in the air.
Had there been a gully in there, or maybe a 4-slip, he'd have caught it sort of in front of his face, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there are really. I mean,
Derbyshire move up to 7 without loss. So Worcestershire miles ahead in this game in terms of the runs, obviously, but when you stick a side in, following on, it's always nice to get an early wicket to kind of feel like the decision's vindicated, just to ram home that advantage a little bit more. Deflating when the side get off to a good start in their second innings. Flicked by Godleman out to mid-on to Libby. No, just the 2 slips in for Godleman, who was out in the first innings giving practice to Tom Fell off Dylan Pennington for 10 with a poor shot really. But there are 3 in place at the moment.
It's my fault, I'm afraid, because he did say to me at lunchtime, the gentleman who's currently
engaged,
is giving, he said to me, would it be alright if I did a couple of reports just outside your window? Yeah, I thought they were reports. He's been on for half an hour.
Leach round the wicket. Godleman steers it carefully up to Libby again. End of the over. 7 without loss second time round Derbyshire. Guest has 3, Godleman has 4. Durham need another 270 runs to beat Essex. They're 115 for 3 at the moment in their second innings. At Edgbaston, Warwickshire 76 without loss in their second dig. They are 120 ahead against the leaders Notts, 297 all out. At the Oval, as Fletcher was mentioning, Gloucestershire the other side being asked to follow on, 3 without loss early on there, still miles behind Surrey, 310.
Dylan Pennington into Brooke Guest, who leaves alone outside the off stump.
At Old Trafford, the Roses match, Lancashire have declared at 509 for 9. Josh Bohannon with 100 there.
Bolton boy.
Yorkshire 28 without loss second time round. That's immeasurably better than their first innings, where they were 28 for about 7,
yeah,
they were 8
in
at one stage.
all sorts of trouble in the first innings.
There's T there, but the Yorkies are miles behind, 332 there.
Pennington in again, that one's down the leg side, and it goes all the way for 4 byes, I fancy. 4 wide, 5 wides in fact. So 5 to the total. That's an interesting call from Ben Debenham, the umpire. Don't often see 5 wides in first class cricket, and Dylan Pennington walks back to his mark, looking firmly at his feet so as not to attract the attention of any of his teammates. 12 without loss.
See how wide that was.
It didn't seem that wide to me.
Oh, I've had to touch the progress bar. You know what that means, don't you?
We're never going to see it.
Ah, dear, dear. Be less hassle to get to the moon.
I thought it was just before byes, but it ended up being 5 wides. He's in again now, and this is a better delivery. Inside edge onto the pad. Stifled appeal.
It was very wide.
Was it very wide? Oh, was it?
It was very
okay,
wide.
fair enough then.
And he went slightly wide of the crease when he bowled it, so it was mild. I'm not even sure it swung very much.
I suppose if it gives the batsman no chance of,
Yeah.
that's usually the definition, isn't it?
And Cox no chance either as well.
No, raced away down to the boundary at the far end, at the Diglis end, just in front of the man in the extraordinary shorts. Pennington is in again, bowls one that's well, it looked like a play and a miss, then he dragged his bat inside the line, so it's a 50-50 call really. 12, but there can't be any more questions that they need to ask this chap in front of us now, surely to goodness. Oh, there are.
There's always another question.
Of course, yeah, speak again in 5 minutes, yeah. Cheers. Oh gosh, no. Bring the pigeons back. Here's Pennington. Bowls to Guest, who drives handsomely out to the extra cover, well, the cover boundary really, for 4 runs. Nice shot from Brooke Guest. And he moves up to 7. Derbyshire to 16 without loss. Important that the score runs to whittle away at this Worcestershire lead, of course. Nice shot though. 135 the deficit.
Finished the other scores. Sussex against Northamptonshire. Northampton a run chase there. Gettable too. They need 186 more to win. They're 32 for 1 after bowling Sussex out for 298 in their second innings.
Well, Northamptonshire this season. Next delivery from he's caught behind. Next delivery from Pennington. He hung his bat outside the off stump. Horrible shot from Brooke Guest, and a good catch diving to his right hand side by Ben Cox. I couldn't quite believe that he'd played at that delivery, because it wasn't a great delivery, in all honesty.
It was not a great shot, but a brilliant catch from Cox nonetheless. Absolutely superb. One-handed, diving to his right. It's a signature dismissal for him though, and a fabulous effort. Well held in front of first slip. Tremendous piece of work from him. And Worcestershire have taken their first wicket in this Derbyshire second innings. 16 for 1. Guest has gone. What a catch that was. And Pennington again. 1 for 11.
But why is he playing that? Why is he playing at that delivery?
Good question.
And exposing. Oh, I did the wrong bit there. Leas to Ploy. I know John was worried about pronouncing his name. He's got it hopelessly wrong. It's exactly as it looks, John. Leas. Do Ploy. Nothing could be simpler. I'll have 1 or 2 of the Essex. No, Leas. It's not Lewis. He's dancing around at the far end, trying to get his feet moving, which has been part of his problem this season. I'm going to have to update my records tonight now, aren't I? Because never good either. Pennington bowls to Deploy, who guides this with a very angled bat down to backward point. And that's the end of the over. 9 runs in fact came from it, 5 wides and a boundary, but more importantly from a Worcestershire perspective, the wicket of Brooke Guest, dismissed for 7. Poor shot. And Derbyshire is 16 for 1. Still trailing by 135 following on.
Yeah, replay of that didn't look any better for Brooke Guest, I'm afraid. It was well wide and couldn't help himself, just jabbing at it, but still needed a terrific catch in front of first slip. He went for it and had to make it, Cox, because it was a regulation catch for Tom Fell otherwise. First delivery is missed by Deploy outside the off stump, taken by Cox. 16 for 1, so Worcestershire have that early wicket just to underscore their decision to enforce the follow on. There's Leach round the wicket to Godalming, wider of the crease, angling into the left-hander, covered up nicely though, out to Whiteley at cover, at mid-off rather. Some blue sky for the first time in a long
beautiful,
time.
Isn't it? Birds flying high, some of them with black tips to their wings, I think, potentially.
I think there are any.
No, I don't. Never been a thing.
Well, in some of our heads it has.
Black-headed gulls, but not. Yeah.
Leach in and bowls. Godalming plays off his legs, but up to Libby at mid-on. And there's no run. But yes, lovely day now. A few more members in maybe than there were earlier on. Most of them dotted around the Basil d'Oliveira stand, or rather in the Basil d'Oliveira stand. Leach in, and Godalming again covers up outside the off stump, playing it watchfully here, back up to the Worcestershire captain. He's got 4 from 14 balls. Three slips still in place. Gully, cover, mid-off, everyone else saving one, bar Pennington down at long leg. Leach bowls and Godalming has a look at it outside the off stump, plays no stroke. Taken by keeper Cox standing up. Pennington's wicket in the second innings is his 50th in first class cricket, so notching a career best in the first innings and then reaching that 50th mark in the second. It's driven out to cover, d'Oliveira gets behind it and fields. End of the over, 16 for 1, Godalming 4, Leach now 3 overs none for 5. Deploy yet to get off the mark, but he's only faced one delivery. So they are still, Derbyshire, 135 behind.
Bit of a test for Lewis to deploy this with 5 ducks this season, couple of drop catches, low score in the first innings. He waits now as Pennington bowls to him, and he plays it pretty much from the crease down into the ground, and Pennington fields at the end of his follow through. Just the one score of any note this season for Leas Deploy was in the first innings against Worcestershire earlier this season when he made 98. His next highest score is 39. As I say, there were 5 ducks in there as well. Paddington is in and bowls to him, and he leaves this one alone to go through to Bangkok's. I think one of his ducks came on a day when we actually had duck for lunch at Derby. I don't know what he was thinking in the changing rooms when the players it was announced what lunch was.
Right.
Duck. Oh, just got over that one. Just got over it.
Very fancy.
I'd never had duck before.
Haven't you?
Well, I have now,
had it
but
since?
no.
Right.
It was a bit tough, I thought.
It's one of those meats that you've got to get it just right, otherwise forget it.
Ploy leaves this one alone from Pennington to go through to Bangkok's. I mean, it was nice, don't get me wrong. Quite dark.
Yeah, it's usually quite pink served. I mean, each to their own, but I mean, duck is usually quite pink, yeah.
It tasted a bit gamey, really. So I thought it might have been off. No, it didn't. It didn't. The food at Derbyshire has been outstanding. All season. And I'm assuming they're going to maintain it for the T20s, just putting it out there.
No pressure.
No. Here's Pennington, 3 slips in place as deploy leaves this one alone outside the off stump to go through to Ben Cox. What did he make in the first innings? There's all my notes. I think I've thrown them all away.
Roy?
No, yeah.
7.
7 was it?
Yeah.
I didn't realise it was as many as that. He was out yesterday evening, so he hasn't batted today. That's something, I suppose. We're going down soon to the batsman who batted today already. As Pennington's in, balls to deploy, dabs this down into the offside. Good tumbling stop from Ed Barnard.
Yeah, that starts at Madsen, doesn't it? Madsen and McDermott.
Yeah. Next man in. Ryan Madsen. It's not really what you want, is it, to be batting twice in separate innings in the same day?
It's even worse if you get out twice, isn't it?
Yes, yeah. There's a chance that might happen to a few with 45 overs to go. Pennington bowls. Oh, it's a wild slash at that one outside the off stump from Lears to Ploy. It's fortunate that he didn't get a nick on that one as it goes through to Ben Cox. And the over comes to an end, a maiden over from Dylan Pennington. 3 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 11 his figures. Derbyshire with Deploy yet to get off the mark. Unfortunate to still be there in many ways. Godwin on for our 16 for 1. What kind of a shot was that?
That's not a shot to send any confidence through the Derbyshire dressing room, that's for sure. Godleman now on strike, needs to play a captain's role here to settle everything down a bit. Leach round the wicket to him. And very close to that outside edge as he comes forward, and Cox removes the bails in a flash. He knows that the keeper's right behind him, so he can't take any liberties with where he stands. You've got to make sure his back foot doesn't stray from that line. .16 for 1. Leach on his way again. Past the umpire, bowls. Godleman steers it into the offside. D'Oliveira runs round to field at cover. Leach 23 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 64 in the first innings. Pennington 19.4 overs, 4 maidens, 4 for 44, career best for him. Ed Barnard 16 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 53. Alzari Joseph finally got some reward for his efforts. 18 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 78. As Leach bowls, Godleman steers it again towards D'Oliveira. And we had 3 overs of a Ross Whiteley experiment that cost 11 runs, and 3 overs from Darryl Mitchell, cost 14. Joseph bowled with real pace in a spell from the Diglis end. And poor old Sam Connors was in the firing line for some of it. Leach bowls, won't get a run here though. Godleman steering it to Barnard at point. As Derbyshire lost their last 4 wickets for 20 runs, Joseph taking 2 of those and Pennington the other 2. Critchley left 81 not out, terrific knock from him, but just ran out of partners. Godleman defends it up to mid-off. Whiteley fields. Accurate stuff again here from the Worcestershire captain, making his opposite number, Billy Godleman, play everything at the moment. 43 overs to go in the day after this over. We make up for yesterday's lost time. Godalming defends it to mid-on. There's no run, and that will be tea on the third day, with Derbyshire 16 for 1. They are 135 behind, with Deploy yet to get off the mark from 7 balls. Godalming has 4 from 23. The man out, Brooke Guest, not the best shot in the world, but a brilliant catch by Ben Cox, diving one-handed in front of first slip, so he had to make it off Dylan Pennington, and he held on to it. Guest out for 7. So Derbyshire, when they come out after tea, up against it. 16 for 1 in their second innings after being made to follow on by Worcestershire. They trail by 135. We'll speak to you again when the players emerge after tea. Yes, and we've just reached tea here at New Road, with Derbyshire on 16 for 1 in their second innings. So Worcestershire have backed up their decision to enforce a follow-on. They've underscored it with a wicket early on, which is always a good thing to do, and a brilliant catch by Ben Cox behind the stumps, diving one-handed in front of Tom Fell at first slip, so he had to make it off Dylan Pennington, and Guest a poor shot really, throwing the bat at a wide one, and he went for 7. So Worcestershire firmly in control of this match after dismissing Derbyshire for 270 in their first innings. They missed the follow-on target by just 2 runs, their last 4 wickets falling for just 20, shared between Dylan Pennington and Alzari Joseph, who finally got some reward for his promising fast bowling. Really bowled with some speed, the West Indian, and deserved his late 2 wickets. Dylan Pennington finished with 4 for 44, which were career best. He's bowled splendidly today, and that wicket in the second innings brought up his 50th in first class cricket. Derbyshire 16 for 1 following on. They're still 135 runs behind.
83 runs with 9 wickets remaining.
never no reason.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to New Road. We're almost ready to go after the tea break. It's going to be a long last session here at New Road. 43 overs scheduled until the close. Derbyshire 16 for 1 following on in their second innings. So they're right up against it, the visitors, still 135 runs behind. Ed Barnard is opening up from the New Road end, bowling to the left-handed Lewis Deploy, who is yet to get off the mark. That was the 8th ball that he's faced, and he's defending it out to Jake Libby at cover. Brooke Guest is the first man to go in this Derbyshire second innings. Not a brilliant shot, but a very, very good catch by Ben Cox behind the wickets, diving one-handed to make the grab in front of Tom Fell at first slip off Pennington to give Pennington his 50th first-class wicket after his career best figures in the first innings. Defended up to Pennington and there's no run. 4 for 44. The fast bowler took a couple of wickets for Alzari Joseph as well, as Derbyshire lost the last 4 wickets for 20 runs and almost got away from them a bit, really, because it was looking like they would reach the follow-on target with some comfort when Alex Hughes was batting with Matt Critchley, as Deploy punches off the back foot up to Joe Leach, and there's no run. Orthodox field for the start of this evening session. 2 wickets, 2 slips. There's some finger wagging going on at the scorer's box next door. I think they've spotted that John Curtis is in the wrong seat. Barnard bowls and pushed out to Pennington at mid-on. Taking over the announcer duties, to the great amusement of Joe Leach. I think he's just clocked that.
He's doing a fine job. And they made a couple of errors. We won't go into those here.
We'll meet him in the car park afterwards.
Yeah, we'll sort him out.
Barnard, right arm over the wicket to the left-handed Deploy. Still won't get off the mark here. Cuff to cover and picked up by Libby. So 2 slips with a wide third man, Alzari Joseph, with Brett D'Oliveira at point going through some extravagant stretching exercises. Maybe we'll see him bowl for the first time in the match. Not too distant future, maybe. Cover, mid-off, mid-on, square leg, and the deep backward square as well, as Ed Barnard moves in and bowls. Deploy covers up to a good length ball out to cover, and there's no run. End of the first over after tea. It's a maiden, and Derbyshire remain on 16 for 1.
I must thank you for the delicious fruitcake.
It's a pleasure.
The tea interval and a cup of tea. I feel like I'm starting to become a bit in a position. Joe Leach to continue from the Diglis end. No addition to the score at tea. 42 overs left in the day's play. It's going to be beyond 7 o'clock, I would expect, by the time we finish. Godwin on strike, 3 slips in place, and he pushes it off the back foot up to Ross Whiteley, who's at mid-off. I don't know whether you noticed, but the pigeon's back.
I'd heard a rumour that he might be here.
Trying to find a way of watching the match tonight. Padres taking on the Astros.
I knew that'd be the one you were talking about.
Yeah.
Not the other one.
Can't get excited about the other one, I'm afraid. This next one is edged and just wide of third slip. Good effort, diving away to his left-hand side by Jack Haynes. He might have got a hand to it, but I think it was at the same time as the ball hit the deck. I wouldn't swear to it, but it was a good effort. They got a single for it. Billy Godwin moves on to 5, 17 for 1.
Yeah, difficult to see whether that
I'm not sure that carried. I'm not sure that it did carry. It was a terrific effort to try to, well, he got a big hand on it and prevented the ball from running away to the third man boundary for 4. There's deploy on strike to Leach now. Oh, playing a miss. Something a nothing shot from the out of form deploy. It's hard to put your finger on. I mean, last season, I know we started in August. Last season and this season, it's chalk and cheese for deploy. Really having a tough time of it.
I mean, form's that irritating thing, isn't it?
Looked such a good player last year. He's a little bit of fun as this one is turned into the leg side by the play, set off for a single. He's had to run back, and it's a direct hit here. He'd have been in all sorts of trouble. The direct hit didn't come about. What on earth was he trying to do there? Jake Libby with the throw. He set off with a single. Billy Godwin had absolutely no intention of running. Sent him back. He was pretty much halfway down, and by the time he realised that he had to get back, dear oh dear, that's just what you want when you're out of form. Be run out for naught. He finds new and bizarre ways to get himself back in the pavilion.
Well, they're not calming the nerves here, Derbyshire, are they?
At all. Leach is in again, and that one's left alone by deploy to go through to Ben Cox. Dear oh dear, what was he doing? That's exactly what the pigeon's asking. As it gets slightly more high pitched, he's got
Never a run there. No.
Never.
No. I think Libby would be a bit annoyed he didn't hit the stumps there, because he had a good sight of them. He could see all 3, and he had time to line it up too. I mean, he may well have been home anyway, but
I think if he'd hit, he would. Well, I know. I think if he'd hit, he'd have been in trouble.
You think?
Yeah, I think so. I'm just watching a replay of it now, actually. But at the same time, I'm not. Here's Leach again, and that one's turned into the leg side, and this time deploy turns down the opportunity of a quick single as Alzari Joseph does the fielding at square leg. End of the over. Another jittery over from Derbyshire, who are 17 for 1, following on, having been dismissed for 270 in reply to Worcestershire's 421.
Central Sparks are 134 for 4 in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy at Northern Diamonds. They're chasing 280 to win, so they need 146 from just over 17.4 overs, so the run rate is over 8. Barnard bowls, driven by deploy, Godalman rather, up to Leach, and there's no run. But Amy Jones, the wicketkeeper for Central Sparks, is going well. She's got 92 at the moment. Sarah Glenn and Emily Arlott, both in the Spark side, both taking wickets as well. Arlott 1 for 44 from her 8 overs. Sarah Glenn 1 for 35 from 10. That 50 over competition as Godalman strokes it out to Leach again at mid-off, and there's no run.
Come on, lad. On the boy.
They're 17 for 1 early in this evening session in their second innings, following on Derbyshire. The man to go, Brooke Guest, before tea, brilliantly caught one-handed by Ben Cox. Something of a signature dismissal for the Worcestershire keeper, diving in front of Tom Fell at first, slip off Dylan Pennington, and Guest gone for 7. That was 16 for 1, and Godalman has just cut Barnard for 4 down to the third man boundary, so they move up to 18 for 1 now. 421 was the Worcestershire first innings, remember, and Derbyshire shot out for 270 today, with Alzari Joseph and Pennington sharing the last 4 wickets to fall. Pennington's 4 for 44 were career best figures for him. He's bowled splendidly in this match, and good to see Alzari Joseph finally getting some reward for a very hostile spell at the Derbyshire tail that brought him those 2 wickets and started that last 4 wicket cluster to go for Derbyshire, who remain deep in trouble here. 18 for 1 in their second innings following on. They are still 134 runs behind. Here's Barnard past the umpire and bowls and turned up towards mid-wicket. They'll go for a quick signal. No, they won't. Sent back. Godleman not interested again. Deploy anxious to get off the mark. 18 balls he's faced now. But we've had a couple of scares for Derbyshire. The last thing they want to do is give a wicket away in the position they find themselves. Derbyshire 18 for 1. Leaves this one deploy outside the off stump, not made to play by Ed Barnard. End of the over. Barnard 2 overs, 1 made and none for 1 now. Godleman has 6, but Deploy is really struggling to find his touch this season. Still without a run to his name in the second innings. Derbyshire resumed today on 91 for 3. They added 102 runs for the loss of 3 wickets this morning. It's a fairly even session. Leach in and bowls. Godleman up onto his toes and out to mid-off, and there's no run. But it didn't really go their way post-lunch. All out for 270, so 77 runs added for the last 4 wickets. With Matt Critchley, a fine 81. But left high and dry at the end, unbeaten. Godleman waits for Leach and plays him back up the pitch. The Worcestershire captain fields on his follow through. Three slips. Cox has taken the helmet off. He's now standing back to Leach. Everyone else saving 1, apart from Pennington down at long leg. Leach on the charge, bowls wide outside the off stump, a grunt of effort from him. Godleman just watches it pass harmlessly through, and there's no run. And Cox has seen enough. He's stuffed his green Worcestershire cap into the back of his trousers, and he's put the helmet back on. Here he comes, walking back up to the stumps. Alzari Joseph having a chat with umpire Ben Debenham at half at square leg. Leach in. Down the leg side, not taken cleanly by Cox, but not going to run through for any leg buys. Too close to Tom Fell. Lovely late afternoon now here at New Road. Apart from some heavy drizzle this morning, it's been very nice indeed. Edged all the way along the ground though. Haynes and Mitchell can't stop it. Away it goes for 4. More frustration for Leach. Wasn't a chance, but probably should have been stopped. 22 for 1 now. Godleman goes up to 10. Deploy still. I mean, he hasn't faced a ball this over, to be fair to him, but time to think about where his first run's coming from here. 1 more ball left.
He's becoming increasingly jittery, isn't he?
Yeah.
And he was quite jittery to start with.
Leach bowls. Godleman defends. End of the over. No run. Leach fields on his follow through. 6 overs, 2 maidens, none for 10 now for the Worcestershire captain. 22 for 1. They are still 129 runs behind. Do some quick maths then, because the scoreboard on here is a bit slow. Not on the ground, but the one I have in front of me.
Yeah.
My ancient computer.
You were very good at doing it though, so you got it right.
More out on the close ones.
Story of the day, of course, Derbyshire.
Barnard with a couple of overs since tee, 0 for 1 maiden. Bowling to the yet to get off the mark Leas Deploy. 20 deliveries, as Dan said, he's faced so far. He's ready now, and he leaves this one alone outside the off stump to go through to Ben Cox. Did mention in the first innings he had a really long, which is not much good to read, a really long duck in the first game of the season. It was a 22 ball duck. He's about to face his 22nd delivery now. He's ready. Barnard is in, and he lets it go outside the off stump through to Ben Cox for a second successive delivery. 22 for 1. Billy Godman has now got the same score that he got in the first innings. He made 10 from 12 balls last time around. He's been out there for 34 deliveries this time. Brooke Guest, the man, out for 7 off 12 in the second innings. And at the tee interval, the remarkable sight, this next one is guided to point, where D'Oliveira does the fielding by Leas Deploy, of a ready to bat Ben McDermott in complete pads and everything.
Is he?
Well, that was at tee.
Oh yes, he was.
Walked off to the nets on the far side of the ground, had a little net at tee, and then came back. Now, we did mention that Wayne Madsen pulled up lame at the end of a run, as this next one is defended by Deploy out into the offside. And you just wonder, we get no information of course, if he's okay. We hope he is.
Are you at that stage yet where you're finding the cooing's gone from endearing to irritating?
Oh, it's very irritating. That's why I'm bringing the gun. I don't possess a gun, by the way. You might be surprised to know. I don't think I'd be allowed a license. 2 slips, crouch down as Deploy waits and defends this next ball out into the offside. 25 deliveries faced for his 0 so far. It's just the relentlessness of it.
It is. I mean, like, have a holiday.
He or she, there we go.
On, clear off.
He or she must be absolutely. There was 2. Must be exhausted.
Gone down the other end now.
Good.
Yeah.
Next delivery to Deploy is pushed up to mid-on, where Dylan Pennington does the fielding. And there's Dahl, who went through some fairly extensive bowling at lunchtime without seemingly any ill effects, is now coming back for a net with his back tucked under his arm. So he's been a busy man, the Derbyshire 12th man. His way around the boundary. I thought that was the end of the over, incidentally. 22 for 1. That's a second maiden for Ed Barnard.
Joe Leach then, coming in with grass stains on both knees from the digless end and bowls, and Godalman just steers it out to Libby at mid-on. The hint that might have kept a little bit low, I don't know, it was exaggerated downward movement on the ball slightly from Godalman, so maybe that was might look like it did, maybe it wasn't too short after all. Godalman has a quick scuff at the popping crease. Leach turns, top of his run. Darryl Mitchell puts his green cap belatedly back on his head, hands on knees. He's ready at first slip, taken 2 catches today already. Defended out to Libby by Godalman. He's on 10 from 36. Deploy at the other end. Still can't find his first run. He's had 26 goes at it. It's a bit unfair, I suppose, because some of those he couldn't reach, some of them he's not played shots at, but nevertheless, when you're struggling, was Leach. Sprints towards us now, wide of the crease, round the wicket to the left-handed Godleman, who's forward. Out to D'Oliveira at cover. There's no run.
It'll be playing on his mind though, isn't it?
Well, it must be, mustn't it?
It will be. Yeah, it will be.
Somewhere, got to be thinking about it, and if not, he's probably getting reminded about it by some of the fielders. Ben Cox up to the stumps. I know he's at the other end at the moment, but when he does come down to bat deploy, Leach, here he comes, bowls, and that's a brilliant piece of fielding by Ed Barnard. Good shot by Godleman, controlled it well, kept it down too, and it was travelling, but Barnard at backward point made a good stop to his right, keeps the pressure on. Cox is going back, he's seen enough, 2 balls left of the over. Off goes the helmet, on comes the cap. John's got the thumbs up from the chairman.
That's good. That's
He's obviously doing a good job.
Yeah.
On JC. Each bowls, Godleman defends it calmly out to the covers.
Well, thumbs down is never a good thing, is it?
No. The good news is that was thumbs up.
He's settling into that chair quite nicely. I'm not sure whether he'll give it up to
I
Brad.
know what you mean, yeah. Looks at home, doesn't he? Did he get Leicester right?
He got it perfect this time, yeah. Yeah, got it perfect.
Just shows you only have to tell somebody 17 times to get it right. I should know. Leach in, and he beats Godleman outside the off stump. A play and a miss. Very close. Worcestershire captain buries his face in his hands at the end of that over. He knows how close that was. 7 overs, 3 maidens, none for 10 now for Leach. Typically miserly stuff. 22 for 1 in their second innings following on Derbyshire. Deploy still on naught, and Godleman has 10, although obviously Godleman took the bowling that last over, but they're still a long way behind, 129 behind.
Leah's deploy back into the back onto centre stage in his search for his first run. Ed Barnard, 3 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 1 since tea. He's in and bowls to him, and he drives it into the onside. Good stop by Pennington, prevents the quick single from being taken. And it remains on naught. Durham making a better fist of their second innings than they did of their first. 136 for 3. Their target's 385, so another 249 to beat Essex at Chesterley Street. Warwickshire 109 for 2 in their second innings against Nottinghamshire Edgbaston, lead by 153. Barnard in, and that's left alone outside the off stump by Deploy. Yorkshire 36 without loss, still trailing Lancashire by 314. Northamptonshire 65 for 2, need another 153 to beat Sussex at Hove. Gloucestershire following on are 38 for 1 in their second innings, still trailing Surrey by 277. And Leicestershire, who's been set a target of 378 by Middlesex at Grace Road, are 1 without loss. Deploy pushes this one into the leg side, and there is no run. Those Central Sparks 6 down, needing another 108 from 13 overs and 2 balls. It's going to be a tallish order.
You know, we were talking about Zach Chappell earlier. He's taken that second wicket at Warwickshire. Peter Milan out.
Deploy waits and drives. Is he going to get his first run here? Yes, they're scampering through for a single, and he's off the duck. Dive to his left hand side by Leach just parried it to Pennington. That allowed the batsman to get through, and deploys off the mark at the 30th time of asking.
Do you think if he wasn't on naught he'd have run that?
No.
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 I don't think so either.
Not at all. 23 for 1. Over 8 -3. Going to be losing points for that. Godleman waits and pushes this one out into the offside. It's only the second run conceded by Ed Barnard in almost 4 overs since tea. 1 ball of his 4th over remain. A good effort by him.
Well, maybe we will see Brett D'Oliveira soon then.
Yeah, I don't know how they sort these things out and when they sort them out, but you don't want to see that on the board when you're on the brink of victory, do you?
No.
That's when it becomes slightly trickier. Godleman waits and pushes this back to Barnard, who fields at the end of his follow-through, end of the over. 10 to Godleman, 1 to Leah's deploy. Derbyshire 23 for 1. Following on, still trailing by 128.
Chris Wright's taken 6 wickets today for Leicestershire. Middlesex 218 all out in their second innings, but they're well ahead in the game. Leicester 378 only to win that match.
Plenty of time.
Get them in singles.
They'll not do it though. Yes, quite. But they'll not do it.
Lost to 38 for 1.
They're in big trouble, aren't they?
Not going to win that game, by the look of it.
No.
Just
sticking your neck out there.
Yeah. Deploy driving the first ball up to mid-off. There's no run. He's just going to just relax the shoulders a little bit of Leah's deploy. Finally off that blob.
Not sure that it will really.
It's got to change for him at some stage, hasn't it?
Well, it has. It has. You'd expect so.
23 for 1. Leach bowls to him now. Tucks him up a little bit, but keeps it out. Back up the pitch, and there's no run.
Took a step or 2 forward there as well. I mean, he's concerned about the movement of the ball, clearly. Leah's deploy, so he's doing everything in his power to try and negate that. Because the next step will be for Cox to go up to the stumps if he carries on doing it. He's batting out of his crease anyway. So if he takes a step this time.
Here's Leach. Round the wicket to the left-handed deploy. And he ignores it through to Cox.
The answer to my query is no, he didn't. Perfectly correctly, leaving that one alone. Quiet night in tonight, I think. That's what it sounds like. We went too early.
Is that why you're sniffing the alcohol gel?
I'm going to take this home and I'll probably drink that.
And then do some fire breathing.
Yeah.
Deploys forward, defending up to mid-off, no run. Here comes the pigeon again. There we go. Remind me what that percentage is?
Well, it doesn't say. But it smells like...
But it does have a skull and crossbones on it.
It smells like a lot. It's a fire hazard anyway.
Right, not surprised.
Keep away from sparks, open flames and other ignition sources, it says.
Bowls wide of the off stump. Deploy not tempted. Through it goes to Cox.
Do not mix with any other chemicals. Wow.
Do not drink.
That is some fierce stuff. I might give it a little go actually. Let's have a little drop.
Here comes Leach. Fletcher's still upright at the moment. Turned out to mid-on, no run. End of the over. It's a bit quiet here at New Road now. Derbyshire 23 for 1. Weathered the initial storm, it seems. After tea, it's been sedate stuff. Deploy off the mark. Godalming with 10. 35. Oh, 35. Whoa, 35 overs remaining in the day.
I think it's removed my fingerprints. Can't barbecue for a fortnight. In comes Ed Barnard, balls to Billy Godalming, who drives it beautifully to extra cover for 4. Really nice shot. Trademark Billy Godalming. Hit the ball all along the floor and just stood there. He knew from the moment it left his bat it was going to be 4 runs. He moves on to 14, 27 for 1. Terrific shot from the Derbyshire skipper. The first boundary off Ed Barnard. Billy Godalming's 27th boundary of the season, for what it's worth, which isn't very much. He waits now. Barnard balls trim and he defends this time up to Joe Leach at mid-off. I do listen to a lot of baseball, and I'm full of admiration for the commentators and that, because it's statistics are everything, absolutely everything in that game, and they clearly have a bang up-to-date computer, otherwise, because they can't keep the stuff that they come out with in their heads. Godalming turns this one into the leg side.
So do you listen as much as you watch?
I probably listened more.
Oh, right.
Yeah. I get about £1.60 a month or something for the MLB app, and you can listen to all the radio broadcasts of the Major League Baseball.
Oh, right.
And I listen to an awful lot.
Well, they play about 1 million games a season.
162 games in the regular season. As Godalming leaves this one alone, that's a good leave. Good ball going across him from the right-handed Barnard, bowling over the wicket, and that is a terrific leave.
It's no wonder the pitcher's shoulders disintegrate, really, is it?
Yeah, well, they only play about once every 4 days, normally, the pitchers, and the squads are rotated quite a lot. But yeah, I love the American commentary. Godalming waits, and this time struck on the pad, stifled appeal, stifled very quickly, in fact.
I mean, they're pretty good all across the board, aren't they? I mean, the American football guys are excellent. Basketball.
The ice hockey ones that get me, because I can't actually see the puck.
Ice hockey. No. Well, who can?
Sometimes the puck's the least important thing on the ice, I think.
Yeah.
It seems. Barnard balls, left alone by Godalming in a fairly extravagant manner. Ball goes through to Ben Cox, end of the over. Godalming has moved up to 14 with the boundary in that over. Deploy has won. Derbyshire 27 for 1 now in their second innings, following on, and they trail by 124. I have considered getting the, because if you get the MLB TV, you can watch any game at any time, effectively.
Right.
I just think it's just a little expensive.
Is it not on any other satellite / cable?
Well, yeah, I mean, BT and ESPN show a lot of games, so there's plenty of it on. And they have a free game pretty much every day that you can watch. And there's one game on YouTube a week and stuff like that, so there's plenty of it out there. But as you said, there's plenty of it to go around as well. But Joseph bowled a really good spell, didn't he, from the Digless end? I think it's a good idea to bring him back on from that end.
Yeah, definitely. His tail's up, definitely, and he's bowling very well as he's done in his entire stint here. Last game, of course, first ball is driven out to cover. Jack Haynes fields and there's no run. He bowled with real pace, hostility, roughed up poor old Sam Connors quite a bit, and got his reward, albeit only 2 wickets, but they were late in the first innings and late in his spells. Looks like he would go wicketless for a long time, finishing with figures of 2 for 78 in the end. Dot ball to his next delivery, out to Haynes again, almost a repeat of the previous ball. Yeah, 18 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 78. So he was going for over 4 and over. Which has not always been the case. I mean, he has struggled to take wickets this season, but he's not been whacked around the park. He's not been expensive. Here's Joseph again. That's a bit better, a bit quicker. Pinged off the surface through to Cox, but Deploy plays no stroke. We've seen some flashes of his talent with the bat. He batted well actually in Worcestershire's first innings without getting many runs, but hung around for a long time, giving support to Ed Barnard in the pursuit of bonus points and getting Worcestershire over the 400. His efforts were backed up by Leach and in particular Dylan Pennington late on at number 11. Joseph bowls on the drive, lovely shot, Deploy. Beautiful, through the covers for 4, all the way along the carpet. And Haynes has to go and trot and into the deep and field that. That was nicely done.
Very noticeable.
31 for 1.
Billy Godleman, you would expect him to come down and punch gloves. He actually patted him on the back.
No way.
When he played that shot and got that boundary, as if to say, right, there you go, you can
remember
do it.
who you are.
Yeah, absolutely,
yeah.
Absolutely. Think back to the first innings at Derby against Worcestershire when he got to the 80s. I think he was dropped a couple of times early in that one as well, from memory.
Joseph, what sort of response has he got? 2 balls left of his over, in, and that's nicely done again. This could be successive 4s from Deploy. It is, out towards that short boundary. It clatters into the boards in front of the chestnut tree. And lovely placement in that between mid-wicket and mid-on. Split Libby and Leach impeccably there.
It's about the most irritating thing from a Derbyshire perspective this season is that people know how he can bat, and it just hasn't come together. Perhaps those 2 boundaries may well just trigger something in him.
Well, he's rocketed up to 9 now, 35 for 1 after taking an age to get off the mark. Joseph is into him outside the off stump, leaves alone, bat well above his head, through to the keeper. So round 1 there to Deploy in the battle with Alzari Joseph. 35 for 1, Deploy 9, Godleman has 14, but they are still 115 runs behind. Joe Leach is off the field. Josh Tongue has come on to replace him. So Jake Libby will take over the captaincy while Leach is off the field. Newly appointed vice captain this season, midway through it actually. Took charge against Nottinghamshire. As Fletcher's off to talk to the listeners to BBC Radio Derby. I'll probably get dropped in by Sport on Saturday for an update. Ed Barnard from the New Road end. Here he goes. 35 for 1. Bowling to Godleman. Inside edge, but he'll get a single here as he carefully works it down to long leg. Ross Whiteley is there. Throw comes in. 36 for 1. Godleman up to 15, so he's passed his first innings score. Deploy has done likewise, although the bar is low for him. 7 in the first innings. He's had his troubles this summer. He's played 2 lovely shots in the last over off Alzari Joseph, facing Ed Barnard now. No ball called. 2 to the total. Pennington picks up at mid-on. And there's no run. Dylan Pennington and Ed Barnard have a chat as Barnard goes back to his mark and runs in to deploy. Won't get a run here as he finds substitute fielder Josh Tongue at mid-wicket. Joe Leach is the man off the field for Worcestershire. So captain Jake Libby rubbing the ball on that left forearm. That stain on the inside of his forearm getting ever redder. No run here. Again, it's towards Tongue at mid-wicket, but he's left it for Pennington. 38 for 1. Zach Chappell's got another wicket for Nottinghamshire at Edgbaston. Warwickshire 115 for 3 now. Sam Haynes gone. Defended up to mid-on and there's no run. Yeah, it's going to be a long late session, this one. There's still 32 overs to go after this one before stumps. Derbyshire have moved on to 38 for 1. They were 16 for 1 when Brooke Guest was brilliantly caught one-handed by Ben Cox in front of first slip off Dylan Pennington for 7. But since then, after taking an age to get off the mark, Leas Deploy has just creamed 2 successive boundaries off Alzari Joseph, and Billy Godleman, the Derbyshire skipper, has cut a calm figure. He's got 15 off 50 deliveries as Derbyshire just look to regroup and try and clear their heads after agonisingly for them failing to reach the follow-on target by 2 runs. They were bowled out for 270 earlier today, and Worcestershire, unsurprisingly in a way when you consider the nature of this pitch, because there's still definitely something in it for the fast bowlers, deciding to keep the pressure on Derby, be aggressive and stick them back in again, and that early wicket seemed to underscore that. But Derbyshire showing a little bit of resolve here. 38 for 1 in their second innings, but they are still 113 runs behind. 2 here, or is it 3? 3 for Godleman as he stroked Joseph out to the deep cover.
Well, interestingly, they ran 3. Billy Godleman shouted "run, run" at the end of the second and then seemed to hesitate, which was a slight concern, but they got there comfortably enough in the end, which is good news for Derbyshire. So yeah, 41 for 1. Now Billy Godleman's moved on to 18. 9 to deploy, who in the previous over hit back-to-back boundaries off Alzari Joseph, which will have given him some confidence, and he turns this one into the leg side. That was the loudest cry of no for a single that was never there, I think I've heard for a long time, as it was fielded by Josh Tongue, who's on the field. You've already said he's on the field, haven't you?
I have, yeah.
Yeah. Excellent.
I only knew that though because John said. To be fair. Credit where credit's due.
So he's replaced Joe Leach for a short while, has he?
Yes.
Excellent. Bang up today, the comings and goings. Joseph in again, and this one's left alone by Leas Deploy, on length as much as anything. Turns around, remarks his guard. And Ed Barnard no ball in the previous over. That was something of a rarity. He's been miserly, 6 overs for 9. 2 of those 9 are from a no ball. That would have cheered him any. The shorts are disappearing again for a moment. Wow. Magnificent. Cut round the back of the D'Oliveira stand as Joseph bowling from that end is into Leas Deploy. props forward and pushes that one out into the offside, where it's fielded by Brett Oliveira.
Central Sparks thinning hopes of beating Northern Diamonds in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy match, resting in the hands of the two Worcestershire players. Derbyshire-born Sarah Glenn in at the moment. She's got 27. Emily Arlott is with her at the crease. She's yet to get off the mark, but they are chasing 280 to win. They're 204 for 8. Need 76 off 57.
Chelsea balls to deploy, pushes it up to mid-off. It's fielded by another Fort man with Derbyshire connections, Ross Whiteley. If anybody can do it, Sarah can do it.
Yeah.
Learnt everything she knows at the county ground. Spoke to her a few times in the past 12 months or so as she's rapidly come a inked-in player as far as England are concerned as well, with her leg spin. Joseph in, bowls to deploy, pushes this out into the onside. Josh Tongue does the fielding. He's going to leave the field now because we're having the return of Joe Leach. End of the overs, 41 for 1. Deploy has 9, Godalming has 18. And we've around about 2 hours of play left with 31 overs to go. Derbyshire still trailing, having been asked to follow on by 110 runs. So it's plenty of hard work ahead of the Derbyshire batsmen. At the moment though, they're doing okay. Brooke Guest's the only man out. He was dismissed when he was caught by Ben Cox off the bowling of Dylan Pennington for 7 before tea. 16 for 1 at that stage. It's now become 41 for 1. It's those little partnerships that are going to be important for Derbyshire.
Barnard, 6 overs, 2 maidens, none for 9. Here he comes again from the new road end. Oh, and a bouncer which Godalming gets into a bit of a tangle with. Did that hit him in the face?
Well, I think it might have done. Billy Godalming said it
Maybe
his
just
forearm.
He got that right in front
So
of
I don't
his,
think the umpires are 100% convinced there, but one for the over signal, but he didn't deal with it particularly well, did he?
That got big on him very quickly. Seemed to get into a bit of a tangle. In the end, played it well. Barnard bowls. He'll pick up a single here. Might pick up 2 actually. He's found the gap, but he'll settle just for a single. It was the short side of the ground. Yeah, good bouncer in the end on the replay from Ed Barnard. The ones that followed the left-hander. Because he didn't decide to duck, he didn't really have anywhere to go, so that kind of followed him. In the end, it wasn't a problem for him. 42 for 1. Deploy on 9. Solidly forward and defending out to cover.
So 2 hours cricket when he got one more update. One easy street.
Yeah.
Easy street.
I've got probably at least 2.
Yeah, money for old rope, as you said earlier.
Actually, I say 2, probably 1. It depends. They might come to me. They could come whenever. Who knows?
Well, yeah, that's true.
It's a fluid situation.
Did the Warriors win? Do we know? I'll check. You do. You go. No.
Barnard bowls. This will be runs. Nicely tucked off his legs by Deploy. They run the first quickly, coming back for the second. And because they've run the first hard, that gives them the chance to do 2, which they complete. Haynes with the slide and the return.
Oh, it's heartbreak.
Is it another defeat?
Worcester 17, Leicester 18.
Crikey.
Oh no.
Story of their season.
Yeah.
When they play well and they get close, they still don't manage to get over the line.
That's a shame.
44 for 1. Barnard bowling to Deploy, won't get a run here. Out to Joe Leach at mid-off.
The difference between the sides essentially was they got 2 tries each.
Yeah, Barney.
Worcester converted both. Leicester only converted one, but Leicester got 2 penalties and Worcester got 1. And that's the difference between the sides. Small margins.
Exactly.
Small margins.
Yeah. No relegation, of course, this season, which is a good blessing for the Warriors. Otherwise, that might have been
Well, I think they're only 16 points adrift at the bottom of the table.
settled some time ago.
Yeah.
Dot ball to finish the over. It was played down to second slip, and Daryl Mitchell fielded quite comfortably. 44 for 1.
I hadn't looked at last night's scores. We were in a pub last night and the Sale Bristol game was on, and at half time it was 0-0. Really? That's quite unusual.
That is, yeah.
Early second half, Bristol took the lead, but Sale went on to win it, and the mighty Northerners are hot on the tails of Bristol. Bristol top, Sale second. Good to see. Although Exeter will overtake Sale, you would have thought to go back into second place. All across the Gallagher Premiership.
I can tell.
I'll watch it. I will watch it. I will watch it. I think it's a decent product. Well, that's a phrase that I particularly detest. it's a good game to watch. Alzari Joseph from the Digley's End, left alone by Billy Godleman to go through to Ben Cox.
I wouldn't have you down as a decent product kind of guy, Fletch.
Well, it's entertaining. I think it's.
I mean the phrase.
Yeah, no, not really. But that's the kind of thing that the hip people say, isn't it? Which again is why I seldom use it. It's on a Friday night generally. In fairness, I think BT Sport do a wonderful job with the rugby union. A really good job. They're very entertaining too. Joseph into Godleman, who pushes this up to mid-off. It has gone a little quiet here, hasn't it? Which is why I'm prattling on about BT Sport's coverage of the Gallagher Premiership.
I think Brett D'Oliveira might get a roll of his shoulder in a minute.
That's worth a try, isn't it?
Yeah, anything.
Worth a try.
It's just gone a bit flat from Worcestershire's point of view. Derbyshire, of course, will be lapping this up. No problems at all.
Well, they've now bowled, 103 overs. The Worcestershire bowlers between them in a row, if that makes sense, having asked Derbyshire to follow on as Billy Godleman picks up another single as he cuts that away. He's coming back for the second, and he gets back for the second comfortably enough in the end. And there's a hobbling. Is that Jake Libby down there to our left?
No,
I didn't think it was. No, Jake Libby's at mid-wicket.
Is that Haynes?
He's limping. His left knee sliding there.
Yeah.
He'll be okay, I think.
Indicating that he's done something diving.
Yeah. He's flexing his knees. Keep an eye on him. Just to make sure he's okay. Godleman's moved on to 21 as Joseph is in, and it's edged and caught. That's a poor shot, really. Wide of the off stump. Daryl Mitchell takes the catch. Godleman's gone, and Alzari Joseph makes it what could be a crucial breakthrough for Worcestershire as Derbyshire lose their second wicket. Godleman goes for 21, and they're 46 for 2 now.
Yeah, not a good shot again. He's guilty for the second innings in a row, isn't he, Billy Godleman, I'm afraid? Catching practice for Daryl Mitchell, whose hands have been very safe at slip today. Third catch, he's pouched. Straight at him, admittedly. He caught it just in front of his face, and not a brilliant shot. Put up there by Alzari Joseph. Not a lot of foot movement from Godleman, and a bit of a waft. And Mitchell did the rest. 46 for 2. Godleman gone for 21.
Yeah, disappointing from Billy Godleman. It's Wayne Madsen who comes out next. It's good news for everybody, because it means that he's not being troubled by the whatever it was that forced him to pull up at the end of a second run earlier on today. It wasn't too long after that he was eventually dismissed for 51. So we're now back to the batsmen who've already batted today.
Yes.
And we've still got 30 overs to go. Well, 29 overs and 2 balls at least. I've taken another wicket. I seem to have taken a lot today.
Excuse you.
There's the horn.
That sounds a lot closer than it did before.
It does, doesn't it? I think it's just because it's so still. I saw him blowing it. Madsen flexes his knees. Joseph is in and bowls to him, and he drives it up to mid-on. And Ross Whiteley does the fielding. There's a conversation going on between the slipcord and Ben Cox, and the man down, the third man, which is Haynes, which is presumably why we can hear it quite loudly in our effects microphone. Jack Haynes, who should be standing there on the boundary rope with a century in his back pocket from the first innings, but was dismissed 97. Madsen, first innings half centurion, is off the mark as he clips the ball into the leg side around the boundary. It goes Josh Tong, who's fielding out there in the deep, which rather suggests that just for the time being.
He's been off a while, hasn't he, Leach?
No, well, Leach.
Oh no, he's there back on. Isn't
Leach is back on. Who was it who damaged his?
Haynes.
No, Haynes is there. Then I wonder who has gone off. He's going off himself now, Tong. That was the end of the over, incidentally. Madsen off the mark with a couple. Deploy has 11. Derbyshire 48 for 2.
Coming on to bowl at the new road end, Brett Oliveira.
There we go, better leg spin. Better leg spin.
The first time in the match, D'Oliveira. First bowl for him. It's not been a match for the slow bowlers so far. It wasn't Critchley's 2 for 97 from 23.2 overs. He made up for it with the bat though. D'Oliveira's already got 71 behind him with the bat. What can he do with the ball? Can he do any better? 48 for 2. Here he comes. Leg spin round the wicket. And that's not a bad start to the left-handed deploy. He definitely played at that. Didn't miss it by much. Through to Cox. Off come the bails. One slip in. Everyone else saving one, bar Ross Whiteley, who's behind square on the leg side, 3/4 of the way back to the fence. Oh, and Alzari Joseph's on the fence at cover point, protecting that short boundary. D'Oliveira bowls, gives this one a bit more air. Forward comes deploy, and there's no run. D'Oliveira, a bit wider of the crease, firing in towards Midland leg. Deploy solid in his defence. 12 wickets so far this season for Brett D'Oliveira. So he's near the top spot as far as Worcestershire concerned with the bowlers. He concedes a run here as Deploy uses his feet to turn this one into a full toss down to long on to Pennington. But he's performed a containing role more than anything else, D'Oliveira. He's done it very well as well. Bowled with decent economy, given his captain breathing space and a bit of control. Just a touch over 3 runs and over his economy rate this summer from 218 overs before this one.
Not bad.
Which is pretty good for a leg spinner. And someone who doesn't normally do a lot of bowling in a match necessarily, particularly this time of year. But Worcestershire, of course, short of options in the spin department. And this is creamed through the covers, but it won't be 4. It'll just be a run for Wayne Madsen as Whiteley's patrolling the deep out there at cover. End of the over, 2 runs coming from it. The 50 is up for Derbyshire in their second innings for the loss of a couple of wickets. Guest for 7 and Godleman for 21, and they still trail by 101 runs.
Yeah, still a lot of work to do for Derbyshire. Alzari Joseph looks like he's going to continue, or is he? He's in deep in conversation with Joe Leach, the skipper. Yeah, he's going to continue. He wants somebody out on the mid-wicket boundary for Wayne Madsen. I think they believe he might take them on. He's a long way away on the mid-wicket boundary in front of the newer scoreboard. 2 slips in place. Joseph into Wayne Madsen, who pushes it up towards mid-on and then sets off with a cry of wait, and then turns around because there is no single available. Bradders is back. Thank goodness for that. Busy man on the radio this morning, here this morning, Warriors this afternoon, back to the cricket. Joseph's in. That was a short delivery that really takes off, and it's a good parry by Ben Cox. I'll go through for a single. It was speared down the leg side. He's just holding his ribs a bit there. I'm not surprised. He flew through the air, Ben Cox. Got a hand to it. Would never have been able to have clutched it in, though. I think the best he could have hoped for was a parry, and that's exactly what happened. Derbyshire moved to 51 for 2. It was a quick delivery as well. Joseph is in again and deploy. Gets some bat on it, dribbles out back with a square on the offside. And Ed Barnard just moves around from point to do the fielding on this occasion. Be hugely disappointing now if Derbyshire didn't at least take it into a 4th day. Although they're still some considerable way behind at 100 runs exactly. Joseph, short delivery, deployed ducks underneath it comfortably enough. And it goes through to Ben Cox. So yeah, exactly 100 behind now. With 2 wickets down in their second innings following on.
I wonder whether Joseph will just get to a stage where, or Joe Leach might tell him, you know, just run in and
give it
let it rip.
Yeah,
let's just have
give it everything.
3 or 4 overs of absolute everything.
He's in now and Floyd pushes it up to mid-off.
Because he's been very disciplined and he's bowled his lines, his lengths. And there's just that brief period latterly in his spell where he picked up those 2 wickets where he seemed to just take the handbrake off, really crank it up. A few bumpers, some fast Yorkers as well. Okay, he was bowling at the tail.
Yeah, but the same deliveries would trouble any batsman, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
Deploy waits. Joseph in again, and that one's pushed out into the offside. Brett D'Oliveira comes in to do the fielding. He can hold on to the ball because it was the final delivery of Alzari Joseph's 4th over, 1 for 15. His figures: Madsen 3, deployed 12, Derbyshire 51 for 2, following on, trailing by exactly 100. Worcestershire firmly in the driving seat here at New Road.
Some mixed news today about Moeen Ali, who's been. The good news is he's been playing. He's back in action, playing club cricket today for West Bromwich Dartmouth. Bad news is he only made 2. So Worcestershire fans will be pleased to see him back as they pick up 2 runs here. Wayne Madsen steering the first ball down through the 3rd man. Didn't go all the way there, but Whiteley had to chase. So whether we'll see him back in the County Championship side maybe next week for Durham, I don't know. That's the situation with England and not for consideration at the moment following the IPL. This is a full toss from D'Oliveira. It's put away. Might be 4. Is 4. Out to that short boundary on the leg side. Alzari Joseph got a chance of cutting that off. Easy for Madsen there. He goes up to 9 with the 2020, of course, just round the corner. It's important to get Moeen back in the groove, but only making 2 runs today. Madsen goes to give him room outside the leg stump to cut this next one, but hits it straight to the man at backward point. 57 for 2. Throws himself a catch and off he goes again. A bit quicker and flatter this time. Onto the back foot is Madsen and steering it to cover. Tom Fell fields. Two balls to go. D'Oliveira wide, cut. Fielded by Barnard at backward point. Last ball coming up for D'Oliveira. None for 8 from his 11 deliveries so far. 1 slip, and he comes. Takes an inside edge of the bat as Madsen comes forward, dribbles around the corner. Fielded by Jake Libby. And the end of the over. 57 for 2. Derbyshire following on. They are still 94 runs behind. Still 26 overs left in the session and the day. Joseph to carry on from the Diglis end. 4 overs, 1 for 15. Derbyshire 57 for 2, so Worcestershire have picked up their 2nd wicket in this 2nd Derbyshire innings. Billy Godleman, the captain, has gone not to a brilliant shot, you have to say, for the 2nd time in the match. Caught at slip again, this time by Daryl Mitchell. Has had a good game there so far. It's his 3rd catch of the match off Alzari Joseph to claim his 1st wicket of this 2nd innings, to go with his 2 late ones in the 1st dig. Godleman out for 21, that was 46 for 2, but Lias Deploy is on 12, Madsen on 9. He's already batted today. He'll want to avoid the ignominy of being dismissed twice in the same day, of course, which is a real possibility for him. 57 for 2 Derbyshire. They are still a long way behind, 94 runs in fact, and there are still 25 overs to go after this one in the day's play. Update for BBC Hereford and Worcester's Sport on Saturday audience. Might get back there, they might call in on us again before 6 o'clock. We'll still be playing then for sure. Edging towards a post 7 o'clock finish again. Joseph bowls on the drive. They'll get a single here. Whiteley shies at the stumps and misses. Deploy picks up another single. Up to 15. 60 for 2. These are Joseph's best match figures for Worcestershire at the moment. Not by much, and they might not be for much longer, but took 3 wickets in the match twice. 3 for 143 against Derby in the first meeting, and 3 for 102 at Edgbaston. Bowls cut away for 4. Short, wide, and nicely slashed behind point. Ed Barnard didn't really flinch there. There's a way it hurtled. He's in double figures now, Madsen. He's got 13. 64 for 2. Joseph's figures now 1 for 22. So exactly 3 for 100 at the moment. So he needs to take another wicket here to keep his best match figures. And he comes short, and Madsen rocks back down on his haunches. Through it goes to Cox. It's better from Joseph. He's got to find some extra pace from somewhere. We definitely saw it late in that first Derbyshire innings, but not so far in this second. Come on, AJ, are the calls of encouragement for him. Now he would love to go out with a bang here in his final match to really get in amongst the wickets in this second innings and help propel Worcestershire to potential victory. In he comes. Played back to the pitch by Madsen, and there's no run. End of the over. 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 22 now for Joseph. Derbyshire 64 for 2. Deploy has 15. Madsen 13. Fletch is back.
That's me done.
Is it?
I think so. I'm going to pretend it is, even if it is.
Best way.
Yeah, I think
I might have one more before 6, do you think? I think so.
Do you think so?
Got a chance.
Leg spin to continue. Brett Oliver, 2 overs for 8 so far. Bowls to deploy, pushes this one out into the onside, where it's fielded by a tumbling Tom Fell. 64 for 2 means that the trail by 87 now. Derbyshire uses his feet this time, does deploy, and pushes it up to Dylan Pennington for a single. He moves on to 16. 65 for 2. Seems a lot more settled now, Leah's deployed, doesn't he?
Yeah. But cuts to figure sort of what was the problem all about, really.
Madsen pushes this one out to Fell in the extra cover area. Pennington doing some fearful exercises. Dear, oh dear. If that hasn't stretched him out, nothing will. He's at a deepish mid-off. Madsen pushes this one out to Fell again in the covers. There's a man out on the cover boundary as well. That's Ross Whiteley in the far distance in front of the plastic sheeting, which isn't plastic, but it is sheeting. Oliveira bowls, and there's an attempt to cut that. There's a claim for a catch off the bottom edge of the bat, I fancy there. Because the bails are still on. Couldn't have been appealing for anything else.
Not sure D'Oliveira was that bothered, was he?
No, it didn't seem to be. Cox went towards Rob Bailey, the umpire, as this one off the back foot is pushed up towards mid-on. Fielded, stopped by Jack Haynes, and as a result there's no run. End of the over. The rattle through them, these leggies. 3 overs for 9. 65 for 2. Deploy 16. Madsen 13. And Derbyshire, well, they trail by 86. Following on, remember, not just trailing but following on. So still plenty of work to do with 24 overs remaining in the day. That's an hour and a half's worth of cricket in anybody's language.
Oh, it's getting close, Fletch. Central Sparks. Crikey.
Is Sarah doing the business?
15 from 18. Favourites now. Okay, they have 2 wickets left, but Amy Jones 114. Sarah Glenn 65, not out.
Batted, Sarah batted. Derby born.
Joseph bowls. Deploy will get a single. Nudged out to mid-wicket. Emily Arlett's there offering tremendous support. She's got 14 at a runner ball. That'd be a good win, that would, from there. Well, not from now. It's from where they were. Crikey.
Be a bad defeat from here.
It would, yeah. Changed. It'd be a throwaway if they don't get that now. They looked well out of it at one stage, but tremendous stuff from the 2 Worcestershire women players. Warwickshire have moved on to 118 for 4. He's out Will Rhodes, 63, bowled by Zach Chappell. It's the second half century in the match for Will Rhodes. 118 for 4. This is short from Joseph. He's gone round the wicket to the right-handed Madsen. That's a good idea. Just change it up, alter the angle, and crank it up a bit. Haven't seen too much short stuff. Might as well try something a bit different now. It's gone a bit quiet again as far as Worcestershire are concerned. But the match has kind of followed that pattern anyway. You get little clusters of action and then it goes a bit quiet. The batsmen quietly accrue runs. Joseph bowls. Get a run down to mid-wicket. Fine leg. Not even close. Haynes is down there. Seems to be moving alright now, Jack Haynes. He was flexing that left knee a while ago into when he was diving. 3 or 4 overs back. One more to the total. 67 for 2. Madsen up to 14. Deploy on 17 from 70 deliveries. You won't care about the number of balls. It's all about getting himself back into form here.
Yeah, ideal opportunity really.
Joseph bowls to him, pushed out to Joe Leach, and there's no run.
He's probably the one person or one of the few people inside the ground who are happy that there are 24 overs remaining, because come back tomorrow morning and has to start again, and that's when it becomes a slight problem. But now he's in, he'd be more than happy to stay out there as long as he possibly can. I'm happy to be here till 24 hours, obviously. I was thinking of other people.
What I've taken is red flags.
Yeah.
Joseph round the wicket to deploy up onto his toes, out to cover point. D'Oliveira bends down and picks up and wipes some perspiration from his brow.
I was just reading a bit of a report there from the Warriors game. Apparently they had a penalty to win it.
Oh no.
Late on. Missed.
Close, was it?
It didn't say.
Didn't say how far?
No, it didn't say. I have to get the full SP from Bradders later on.
Let's see how he looks now. He's walking across.
He's fine. He takes victory and defeat with equal calmness.
Joseph bowls. No run here for deploy. Can't work it into a gap on the offside. D'Oliveira cuts off that possibility. On come the reserves with their hand gel. Cleansing break for the players. 67 for 2. Madsen 14. Deploy 17. None for 9 from his 3 overs now, D'Oliveira. Not much there for the spinner though.
No, there hasn't been throughout the game, has there really?
No,
I don't think
not really.
It's turned, particularly a wrist spinner is always likely to get a bit more turn than a finger spinner on a surface that's unresponsive, but it's definitely one for the seamers, this. A new road. Trying to find out information about Blackrod Cricket Club. It's proving hard to get through to the 21-year-old. Of course he could be out in the field, but it would be nice if he'd told me, wouldn't it? Yeah, I don't ask a lot. The leg spinner experiment has been ditched. We're going to see Dylan Pennington return. 3 overs for 9 runs. Brett D'Oliveira, here's Pennington in from the new road end, and the first ball is played off the back foot into the covers by Wayne Madsen, but no run.
Durham are up against it. 161 for 6 now against Essex. Ned Eckersley, the latest man to go, Peter Siddle, has winkled him out. They still require another 224. Durham, the visitors, here next week.
I was a little disappointed when we went to Chelmsford and Siddle was rested. Pennington is in. That was down the leg side, collected by Cox. They come to Chesterfield, Essex, for the final game in the group matches, or the first round of matches certainly, by which time they will almost certainly already have sealed their place in the top two, you would expect, along with Nottinghamshire. Certainly be the favourites, those two. Warwickshire close behind. Madsen wades, two slips in place. Pennington bowls to him and he goes off the back foot and pushes it out into the offside, where it's fielded by Ed Barnard. Again, there's no run. Kettle in the scorer's box is the loudest kettle.
Sounds like a very big kettle.
Yeah, it sounds like a jumbo jet taking off.
It does sound like one of those enormous Pears.
Yeah. They have to do something about that. They must be able to put a silencer on it or something. Madsen in again. No, he's not. Madsen's facing. It's Pennington who's in again. Madsen doesn't bowl at that pace. He picks up a single as he guides that one down to third man. There's Wayne Madsen. He moves on to 15. 68 for 2.
Tinkle of teacups.
Yeah, he's not the quietest tea maker, is he?
Brothers.
Yeah. I'm not sure he does anything particularly quietly.
He's having a cleansing break.
Yeah. Well, he just touched the kettle. Pennington in. Definitely him. Delivers this next ball to Deploy, who pushes it out into the offside. Libby Fields, there's no run. It's going through another one of those quiet phases here at New Road. Worcestershire relatively happy with the 2 wickets they picked up, I'm sure. Would like a couple more before the close to really pile the pressure on the Derbyshire batsmen. Still trailing by 83. If Derbyshire can get through to the close just 2 down, that would be a real triumph. Deploy waits. It's defended up to Joe Leach by South African, and there's no run.
Yeah, I mean obviously they'll want as many as they can, but I reckon if they can get 4 tonight, leave them 6 tomorrow potentially, and they'll probably think that's okay.
Tardy announcement to tell us that Pennington had come on from the New Road end there from the stadium announcer. He was too busy making tea when he came on.
Yeah. He's on the same time zone as Cathedral, isn't he?
Yes. It's a good
13 minutes rather than 13 seconds, I think, though.
He announced it as quickly as he could.
Well, D'Oliveira is on again. They've just switched ends. So he's gone from the New Road to the Diglis. 3 overs for 9. Hasn't been too much for him so far. Let's see what happens from the Diglis end. As he bowls to the right-handed Madsen, goes back and cuts, but straight to Ed Barnard at point. He's only bowled for 3 overs, hasn't he? So not really enough time to shift that over rate. Still says -3. Might be a lengthy bowl here for D'Oliveira. And he comes. This is short again. Cut once more. Will get runs this time because he's managed to avoid Barnard at point, out to Alzari Joseph on the fence at cover. Through they come. 69 for 2. Madsen up to 16. Deploy has etched out 17 from 75 deliveries. But for him personally, it's just all about staying in, occupation of the crease, and we've seen in this match so far, if you do that, then you can score some runs. There's something in it for the bowlers this pitch, but also you can graft and get a score. And with the outfield quickening up, it's pretty sluggish and slow this morning, understandably after all the rain, then the rewards are growing for your shots. Forward comes Deploy. Back up to the bowler.
Has been usurped as the leading run scorer in the country by David Beddingham.
No.
He's up to 665 now. at an average of 73.8.
Cut away by Deploy. He'll get a single here. Out to cover in the end. Through they come. 69 for 2. He got all the sixes, Beddingham, hasn't he?
Was he got the 6 aces? He must be still in then, yeah.
He's 24 ahead of Critchley now. Libby back in third. Oliveira bowls. Throws this one up a little bit, but Madsen not tempted. Bat and pad very close together defending that last ball. 16 he has. 70 for 2. So they're still 81 runs behind.
Martin Emerson, who was with me last week, I think, was perplexed that Beddingham had been beaten by Critchley to the Player of the Month for April. He's got all these runs. He said he's got all these runs. Yeah, Critchley's got all these runs and all these wickets. He couldn't quite believe it. So see what it says in the paper in the morning, Martin.
Well, it'll say in the morning that Central Sparks have won.
Wow.
Northern Diamonds. That's a brilliant win.
That's an excellent result.
Really, really good.
Yeah.
Finishing 283 for 8.
New over from Pennington. His first delivery is turned into the leg side by Deploy. They think about a second run, but D'Oliveira's there quickly and throws the ball back into Ben Cox. So only one run possible. 71 for 2.
Derbyshire born, Worcestershire player Sarah Glenn leading the charge. Well, Amy Jones, the keeper, got 100. So that's the foundation of Sparks' reply. But Sarah Glenn, wonderful stuff. 71 off 52 balls with 1 4 and 6 sixes.
Pennington bowls. It's cut it to the ground. Oh, now then, that's bad news for Brett D'Oliveira. He went to field that. It was cut hard into the ground by Wayne Madsen, and he's gone down clutching his left hand, I think. He's back on his feet now, but he stayed down for a while, and straight away Ed Barnard called for the physio, but I think it's more of a blow than any other further damage.
Well, hopefully that's just a fleshy sound on his palm rather than one of his fingers going, or his thumb.
He's now clapped his hands together to prove that he's okay, but he didn't look great for a moment or two there. Wayne Madsen just checking on his welfare.
Oh, he hit that, didn't he?
He did hit it. Hit it very hard indeed. He waits now as Pennington is in, and that one just rears a little on him, and he does well to keep it down.
Well, he's had hand problems in the past, D'Oliveira. This was a couple of years ago, not that long ago, but he picked up a fracture. I think it was in his... Well, I got a 50-50 chance, haven't I? I'm trying to remember which hand it was.
So.
I don't think it was his bowling hand, so it must be his left hand. But he was in a cast for quite a long time, and it caused him some trouble.
Next delivery wraps the pads of Wayne Madsen, so he gets stuck between the pads, and he eventually just pops it down on the ground in the crease and walks away.
And that was sustained fielding off his own bowling, and so the way he first reacted, especially Ed Barnard, he thought, oh no.
Well, he waved straight away.
Yeah,
Barnard,
he did. Yeah. But the good news is he's all right.
Yeah.
I would not have liked to have been at point to that delivery. I think I would have just stepped aside.
Well, my reaction is I wouldn't have got,
after you, sir.
Wouldn't have got anywhere near it, even if it comes straight at me. Pennington in again. Madsen leaves alone outside. The off stump goes through to Cox. The sun is out at New Road. It's a glorious evening. Shadows fairly lengthy, but it is, of course, already 10 to 6. But it's the first proper sight of full sunshine of the day. Beautiful.
Just finishing off the Central Sparks game, I've got to have it's a more than worthy note for Emily Arlott as well, the other Worcestershire women's player, finishing 24 not out off 18 balls, 3 4s and a 6, helping Sarah Glenn get the Sparks over the line.
Defensive shot played by Wayne Madsen down into the ground from the final ball. over Dylan Pennington. Over 71 for 219 to deploy 16 to Madsen.
Bears have had a bit of a collapse.
Have they?
134 for 6.
Oh dear.
Luke Fletcher again. Couple of quick wickets for him. They lead by 178. There's not much, is it?
No.
Against the leaders, Nottinghamshire.
He's got a book out, I think, hasn't he? Look, somebody mentioned it to me. Can't remember who. In passing.
Well, he's going to continue to bowl, D'Oliveira, which is tremendous news given how hard he was cracked on his left hand, admittedly, not his bowling hand. But here he comes, round the wicket, he's okay. Down the track comes Deploy, almost gets himself in a bit of a knot. But probably beaten by the flight a little bit, but readjusts and manages to somehow stop the ball from passing. Cox would have been interested there at a potential stumping had that come through to him. D'Oliveira in, throws this one up, and he's asking for a caught and bowled, and he's been given. Deploy's gone, hands on hips, he can't believe it. Whether he thought instinctively that was a bump ball, tucks his bat under his arm and looks to the skies as he wanders off, but D'Oliveira had no doubt at all that that was a legitimate caught and bowled, and Deploy's got to go.
It's going to be very tricky to see on the replay.
71 for 3, yeah.
Because the umpire's hat is going to block whether or not it hit the, as is the bowler. Deploy scampered back into his ground, turn around, well, that may get Deploy into a spot of bother, because he turned around and he visibly gasped. He visibly gasped. If you look at his reaction, he cannot believe it. Lewis Deploy goes for 19 off 81 balls. It was a very patient innings and a fairly tame way to go, if indeed it was caught and bowled, but it's impossible to tell. And they still trail by 80, Derbyshire. As Ben McDermott comes out into the middle to join Wayne Madsen.
The two men who started the day.
Did this not happen last night?
Did.
Dear, deja vu.
Yeah.
All over again.
See what he did there.
Very good.
Very good.
Well, Ben McDermott had a net at tea. Seems a long time ago now. He's got 19 overs and 4 balls to survive. Lewis Deploy clearly didn't think he was out. D'Oliveira was in no doubt. Pays your money and he takes your choice. Impossible to tell on the replay.
Yeah, sadly it's not HD.
Well, it's not just that. It's the fact that you've got the umpire's hat and the bowler in the way. So try and do a frame by frame. Go on, do a frame by frame. I'll finish the D'Oliveira over. That one is turned into the leg side by Ben McDermott. His first delivery was defended. The second one gets him off the mark.
I'd have half a chance if my computer wasn't so pants.
Well, I'll have a go in a minute. Well, in fact, in a minute we'll see the replay will come up as a little highlight, won't it?
It's totally useless to replay, you're right.
Yeah. Next delivery, Madsen pushes it back to D'Oliveira. It's the camera, through no fault of anybody, but the camera isn't high enough.
No, just see the back of the umpire, as you said.
Yeah, that's the one thing that's sort of preventing us from giving you a definitive answer. Madsen. Chairman's keen on it though. Pushes the ball back to D'Oliveira, and it's the end of the over. McDermott on 1, Madsen on 16. A successful over for Brett D'Oliveira, who picked up the wicket of Lewis Deploy for 19. Derbyshire 72 for 3 now, following on, still trailing by 79.
Have you ever been called sensational?
No.
No, I haven't.
No, never.
No.
Oh, he wasn't surely referring to John's ability on the PA, was he?
Yeah.
Well, he got Lewis Deploy's name wrong.
Got it right in the end, I suppose.
Eventually, yeah, he got it right eventually.
The rest of it, though, to be fair.
Oh, it was all right.
Yeah,
a bit too much football, really, for a cricket crowd. Dylan Pennington from the New Road End To Ben McDermott, who defends the first delivery back to the bowler.
I can't help anybody with that.
I think, well, I'm relying on you, really.
No. I mean, I was hoping maybe I could see. I'd have to see the catch because we know he took it. Just if it was a bump ball or not, or where it bounced. But it's not even. That's obscured by D'Oliveira and the umpire's shoulder.
You need a sort of side-on view, don't you?
Yeah.
Pennington in, bowls to McDermott, who defends it back to him.
Although actually, hang on.
Oh, hello.
Well, no, I'm thinking I'll just use the edit clip rather than try and scroll.
That's a
through
good
all
idea.
that
That. I thought, yeah.
I'll get there in the end. You just have to lay quite a few breadcrumbs for me to get there.
72 for 3. Come on, you big Labrador. What on earth is that all about? They're enjoying themselves out there, the Worcestershire fielders. 2 slips in place. McDermott turns. Oh, well, he turns it off a pad and he's gone. He's been given. Ben McDermott's out now, and Derbyshire are starting to crumble a bit. Deploy in the previous over. McDermott in this one. He doesn't look massively happy, but he's on his way for 1, and Derbyshire have lost their 4th wicket. They're 72 for 4, still trailing by 79.
Good bowling by Pennington again. He's been on fire this match. 4 wickets in the first innings, career best figures, and now he's picked up 2 second time round. Derbyshire right in the mire. 72 for 4. Will be worth checking on the replay.
He'd made a couple of steps down the track, tried to turn it into the leg side, and on this occasion it was umpire Bailey who had no hesitation. They're just going to see it. Well, we're not going to see a replay at all, are we? That wasn't a replay. Well, it was a replay, but it didn't show us anything. He wasn't a happy man. Here we go. Let's have a look at this. It looks in front to me. It's Matt Critchley again, everybody. Here he is. Been a long time. Well, you see, of course, now he'll be the non-out.
He's 19, doesn't he? He's got 100 in a day.
100 in a day, yeah. Yeah, good shout. Like it. I'm using paper like it's going out of fashion here. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I can't. I'm officially declaring I've got no idea about the caught and bowled. I thought the edited wicket, which is in HD or much better definition anyway.
Have you got any thoughts on the leg before?
I'll have a look at that in a minute now. There have been quite a few that have looked very, very out that have not been given today.
Yeah.
So let's just be interesting to see how close this one was. The umpire didn't take too long to decide, Ben Debenham. It's even nice to say.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? Next delivery from Pennington is turned into the leg side for a couple of runs by Matt Critchley. First ball he's faced. 74 for 4 now. It might queer the man. No, Critch won't mind.
I want 52.
He won't mind speaking to us, I'm sure. The bong. No 6 o'clock update for me though.
No, I haven't been required up to 6.
Sun shining. Worcestershire massively on top. Derbyshire trailing by 77 now. This next delivery from Pennington is driven beautifully by Matt Critchley. I don't think he's going to get 4 for it because it's been chased down by Jack Haynes. They'll get 2 instead. And he moves on to 4 from his first 2 deliveries faced. Derbyshire up to 76 for 4. He'll, as he did in the first innings, I'm sure, take the attack to Worcestershire, and he's out there with Wayne Madsen, as he was in the first innings earlier on this morning. Blimey. Pennington's on his way in. Balls, that was hit the pad, but it's too high, hence the lack of an appeal from the bowler. Might even have been a little inside edge onto his pad as well as he tried to turn it into the leg side, but a successful over for Dylan Pennington. 6 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 17 to add to his 4 for 44 first time around. And he's got Derbyshire in a whole heap of trouble. Madsen 16, Critchley 4, Derbyshire 76 for 4 now, and they trail by 75.
Yeah, I think the LBW's out.
It looks
He
out.
got a long way across actually, and although he was slightly wide of the crease and angling in, yeah, McDermott got across. It hit him right in front for my money. Oliveira starts a new over from the Diglis end. Cut away by Madsen, but straight to Libby at cover.
Yeah, carnage out there really, from a Derbyshire perspective.
Oliveira bowls. On the drive is Madsen. He'll pick up a single here out to the long off. Through they come, bringing Critchley down. 76 for 4, but it's just followed the same pattern all the way through this match. Is that you have quiet periods. It looks okay for batting. The batsmen quietly accruing, and then all of a sudden things suddenly change. Oliveira bowls, Critchley drives, same as the previous delivery really, out to long off, so through they come for a single.
In the first innings they were 109 for 4, so they're slightly worse off second time around.
This is cut by Madsen. He'll get a single out to Azari Joseph in the deep, down there at cover point. End of the over. Oh no, 1 ball left, beg his pardon. 1 for 15. Where Derbyshire are starting to crumble a little bit here. 79 for 4. Critchley has 5, Madsen has 18, so they're still a long way behind Worcestershire in this match. Ben McDermott, the last man to fall. LBW to Pennington for 1. The other men out, Guest for 7, Godleman for 21, and Deploy for 19. Dylan Pennington has taken 2 wickets to add to his career best 4 wickets in the first innings as Derbyshire were asked to follow on. They are still a long way behind. 79 for 4 second time round, replying to Worcestershire's 421.
Can I just say that is magnificent.
A good save. I think that comes in. That was the of Wheeler, which is sometimes all I get, folks.
Yeah.
When I know someone's coming to me and wants me to talk remote sense, which is hard at the best of times.
Just a little bit of notice would be handy, wouldn't it? Dylan Pennington, 2 for 17. Oh no, the 12th man hadn't left the field, so he set off and was prevented from reaching the crease by umpire Ben Debenham. Ready now. Pennington's on his way in, bowling to Wayne Madsen, who pushes this one out into the offside, and there's no run. So 17 overs including this one still to go in the day's play. Derbyshire now battling to take it into a 4th day. I know there are 6 wickets left, but it's going to be tough, and then they have to bat for most of tomorrow as well to try to save this game. Can they do it? Madsen takes a couple of steps down the track and drives the next delivery from Pennington up towards Joe Leach at mid-on. Straight to Leach, and therefore no chance of any addition to the score. Why Madsen's been out there for 40 deliveries now for his 18. Made 51 in the first innings earlier on today. Both of these two batting for a second time. This one is played off the front foot out to Brett Oliveira at backward point. In fact, Ben McDermott has now become the first man to be dismissed twice today. That's not a good thing, is it?
No, you got to hate that, haven't you?
Yeah, might be not be a good day to speak to Ben.
I wouldn't ask for him.
No. Oh.
Critchley's a safe bet, isn't he?
Absolutely.
Especially if he gets 19 at least.
Yes, it'd be better if he was not out. Madsen waits for the next Pennington delivery and turns it into the leg side. Jake Libby is there to do the fielding. Joe Leach in conversation with Ben Debenham about the extra half hour, presumably. Just a polite inquiry, early doors.
Won't it be dark by then?
But almost certainly. Almost certainly. Unless there's any light reflecting off the cathedral by then.
Plenty of blue sky at the moment, though.
It's glorious, isn't it? Pennington in again. That one is pushed into the offside by Wayne Madsen. Barnard does the fielding. And there's no run. There's that many frames of windows between us and the pavilion away to our right hand side. I know there are people sitting in the pavilion from Derbyshire, but I can't actually see who they are. Our view's terrific from in here, especially with the pitch being to the right. Well, yours isn't, but mine's great. That's why I picked it. This one. I did.
Well, that's why you were here early.
Yeah. Well, I was here Wednesday. It's the end of the over.
Came in, found a towel on the back of his chair.
16 overs to go, an hour's worth of play. 79 for 4. Derbyshire second time around, following on Madsen 18. Critchley 5, trailing by 72.
Oliveira is going to continue. Still says -3 on the over rate. He's only bowled 6 overs. Seems like he's bowled more than that. Anyway, obviously he hasn't.
But they're in line for 23 points, aren't they? So let's get them back in the mix.
It would. 2 games to go. Both of them here. Durham next week, and then the gap for the T20, and then it'll be Warwickshire to finish. First ball is deflected out to Pennington, who's in there at short extra cover. There's a slip in place, mid-off cover and backward point. Groan of effort from D'Oliveira for that delivery, which is defended out to Haynes at mid-wicket.
John Curtis, who's gone back to being a journalist now, has just chased a wasp out of the commentary, out to the press box.
Unscathed?
Well,
him or the wasp?
Well, he's chased it out with a bottle of the.
I'm not surprised at that. They have to just flip the lid and go. Whoosh.
I might have another go actually.
A dot ball
leaves your hands soft, it says here.
And on fire. D'Oliveira bowls, defended by Madsen, no run.
Look at that. Beautiful.
That'll knock me out, that will.
Can't drive for 24 hours.
80 for 4, and this is close, very close for cutting for Wayne Madsen, but he gets enough willow on it. It smells like a really cheap cocktail.
Tastes like that.
Yeah, D'Oliveira bowls, driven, and that's a great pick up and throw on the turn by Jake Libby. But they're through for a single. That was a bit sharper than perhaps the Derbyshire batsmen were initially expecting, but they're home safely. End of the over, 81 for 4, Madsen 19, Critchley 6, Guest for 7, Godleman for 21, Deploy for 19, and McDermott for 1. The batsman to be dismissed. That's good. I've written myself. I've got McDermott, LBW McDermott. That's not right, is it?
No, I don't think so.
Unless his dad suddenly started playing for Worcestershire.
Dylan Pennington begins a new over to Wayne Madsen, who goes on the back foot and forces it out into the offside. Straight to Ed Barnard, there's no run. It's been so still today, hasn't it? The trees have not moved at all day. I don't really know how the clouds have dispersed, presumably just burnt off by the sun, but I must admit, when I saw it raining and walked through a bit of drizzle on the way to the ground this morning from the hotel, I feared the worst, but it's been an absorbing day's play. Derbyshire are fighting here to save the game if they possibly can. Oh, as it strikes the pad of Wayne Madsen, not out, says umpire Debenham. So a little inside edge. Well, Dylan Pennington thinks he's out because he's got his right hand across his stomach and his left hand in front of his face as he walked back past the umpire. He'll just tell him why he gave that decision, I'm sure, Ben Debenham.
Let's look at the evidence.
Who lives in a house like this? Dear oh dear, it was a big shout. I've gone miles behind here.
I think I'm a ball behind, but he's got such a long run up, Pennington.
He's on his way in again now. Balls to Madsen, who pushes it up towards Joe Leach. Oh, there's no run.
Fletch.
Was it out?
It's hard to know what that's missing.
Let's have a look. They didn't know that was the replay. Yeah, you think?
I mean, maybe sliding down, but that's generous. I'm not sure there's enough benefit of the doubt there, but close.
Oof,
well, we can say it's close.
Pennington's in again. Madsen takes a couple of steps and whips it into the leg side for 4 runs. Square. Proper wristy Wayne Madsen type shot. He moves on to 23. Derbyshire to 85 for 4.
That was a lovely pickup. Fuller from Pennington and just straying onto the pads of Wayne Madsen. And that absolutely flashed away.
Good with his wrists, flicking it away, the old hockey background. He waits now. Again, takes a couple of steps and that one takes off and whips past the shoulder of the bat through to Ben Cox, who takes it at face height. Can't have missed the bat by much.
Pennington's on fire here.
Tense times for the Derbyshire batsman. Chairman's back. Taking up a seat at the far end of the written box.
You know, we had the discussion earlier about who you'd rather face, Pennington or Alzari Joseph at first innings.
That was nasty, that was.
Yeah, I think I don't want Pennington.
You're going Joseph now, are you? Madsen waits again, takes a couple of steps down the track and flicks this away for 4 runs. Down to the... he flicks it off a pad, but it's still 4 runs. Down to fine leg. Leg byes signalled by Ben Debenham. Last ball of the over as well. 89 for 4 now. With 14 overs to go. Madsen on 23, Critchley on 6. Josh Tong's back on clearly, or he never went off and Bradders has just spotted him. One of the other. The deficit. Oh, that's no good, is it? Don't do that. It's just pointless. Deficit now is what? 66.
Oliveira on the Diglis end. Cuffed by Critchley into the covers, straight to Libby, no run. And these are best match figures so far for Dylan Pennington. 6 for 80 is his current, or was his best, but now he's the live personal best, as it were. As it is 6 for 65. That's right.
Don't do it.
Oh, I felt for that, didn't I?
65,
I
you're
think
right.
I got it right.
Yeah, I think you're right.
6 for 65. Oliveira bowls to Critchley, smacks it back up the pitch, and good save on his follow through. Low to his right from D'Oliveira. 6 from 12 balls, Matt Critchley. will be desperate to avoid the fate of Ben McDermott of being dismissed.
Is betting him out?
Oh, that's a good question.
I'm sorry, I could look it up myself, obviously, but there's no point in doing that when you've got
you'd quicker to
high-speed computer.
Go to Durham and ask him, but I've just clicked refresh. You've got plenty of time. You go now. Oliveira bowls, onto his stumps goes Critchley, up to mid-on, and there's no run.
He is out. Durham are 9 down, staring at a huge defeat. They're 174 for 9. They need 211 from the last pair.
So he stays on 666.
Yeah.
Critchley back into his stumps again. No run. Hits Pennington at short extra. End of the over. 89 for 4. 13 overs remaining in the day. Madsen 23. Critchley 6. But Derbyshire still 62 runs behind.
Critchley's moved up to 648 now.
Have you got the live text service up, by the way, Fletch?
No.
The BBC service. Today, Jed and Joe are in charge of that, doing a sterling job. I can't understand the symbol for close of play.
All right.
Have a look and see what you... Can you explain that to me? Someone taking their hat off.
Oh, yeah?
I don't even know what that is.
No, I don't.
No, I don't know what it is. I'll text Jed and ask him. Stop confusing me.
I don't know what they're playing at.
I don't know.
They just found a symbol and thought we'll go with that.
Well, I've had a text from Jed. What's he saying?
He said we're using a symbol of a man taking his hat off for the close of play.
No. What's now? How many overs are left?
Dylan 13. Dylan Pennington on his way in now, balls to Madsen, and this one's driven very pleasantly out towards the cover boundary. I'm not sure it'll get there. Leach is chasing it, but he's going to be overtaken by Ed Barnard, who gets there. They come back for a third. Nice shot from Wayne Madsen. Good chase as well. I think that Ed Barnard gave Joe Leach a 50-yard head start there and still beat him to the ball. 92 for 4. Madsen moves on to 26.
I've asked a question anyway.
Yeah, okay.
Let's see what it is. He'll know.
Well, you'd hope so. He's using it.
Sure as hell don't know what that is.
No. You probably find it's rude. It always happens, doesn't it? You use a symbol and you can't use that. Emojis. Critchley pushes this latest delivery from Pennington out into the onside. No, he doesn't. Pushes it out into the offside.
Is that what he said?
And
he said, don't ask me, I've not got a Scooby. I'm not even sure I can describe it.
No, it's a strange one, isn't it?
There's a green line at the bottom, which is fine, and then a figure. It looks like it's pointing. It's got one arm outstretched, and then
Pennington bowls. Critchley pushes it again into the offside. Another fine piece of fielding from Ed Barnard.
And in the other arm, they seem to be holding a cap, and then they've got a half a head, semicircle head.
Yeah, it's the line that comes out from the shoulder. Is it an arm?
I'm assuming it is.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Not sure at all.
I mean, I don't even know what else it looks like. I mean, who cuts their head in half at the end of play? I mean, don't know.
Maybe one or two might want to. Pennington in the balls to Critchley, who pushes this up to mid-on. There's no run.
Just never argue with a BBC icon.
Well, no, I'm sure they know what they're doing.
Unless Jed's the BBC icon, is he calling himself an icon?
Durham, well, they currently have 5 deliveries remaining in the day, but you'd have thought that Essex might ask for the extra half hour, with Durham being 175 for 9, unless they can't already have had the extra half hour, can they? 96 overs tomorrow as well. Pennington is in and bowls. That one is pushed into the onside by Matt Critchley. Peter Siddle's picked up the latest wicket to fall out of Ben Rain. Siddle with 3 for 43. And Jamie Porter with 3 for 24. So they're winning that game without really needing the wickets of their number one spinner, aren't they? Which is quite remarkable. In fact, well, he is playing Simon Harmer, 0 for 57. His figures so far as Pennington is in and bowls to Critchley, who's beaten. In fact, he's edged that one the first slip. What a catch! One-handed, diving to his right, absolutely stunning. Tom fell at first slip, absolutely stunning, and Critchley's gone now, and Derbyshire lose their 5th wicket. They're 92 for 5. Critchley, the hero of the first innings, goes for 6. Brilliant.
Wonderful stuff. Well, he dropped one earlier, didn't he, Tom Fell? He dropped Critchley on 10 yesterday, and he's made up for it and some with that absolute belter. What a catch that was. And Critchley's gone for 6, and Worcestershire halfway towards a big victory here. 5 wickets taken, 5 wickets remaining. Yet to bowl out a team twice this season, but they're getting closer and closer. Still 12 overs to go, including this one. In fact, no, the end of the over, isn't it? So there's 12 dead to go. This will be worth seeing on the replay.
It was stunning.
Oh, wonderful.
And absolutely one-handed, diving to his right. Astonishing.
Because he
Astonishing.
almost made that initial movement to his left, didn't he, the wrong way, and then readjusted, and it was almost behind him when he got his hand to it. Wonderful.
A couple more wickets quickly here, and they could be seeking that extra half hour tonight. Could Worcestershire. You wouldn't necessarily be surprised. So the new batsman is Finn Hudson-Prentice. Joins Wayne Madsen, who's on 26. Oh, kept low. And Oliveira tried to force it away, Wayne Madsen, and ended up just jamming the bat down on it. Wow.
Hudson Patice is back, isn't he?
Yes. Oh, they're all coming back. Oliveira in again, and that one is driven out to the cover boundary for a single by Wayne Madsen. He moves to 27. Alzari Joseph does the fielding on the boundary in front of the ladies' pavilion. 93 for 5. So Derbyshire have lost 12 wickets today. It's a little bit careless. Now Matt Critchley joins the ranks of those who've been... oh no, he wasn't dismissed first time around, was he? Next delivery is pushed out into the offside, so he will remain the second highest scorer in the championship. He's 18 behind David Beddingham after 7 matches, on 648 runs. Next delivery is turned into, or turned up to mid-on. They're in celebratory mood out there, the Worcestershire players, and why wouldn't they be? Hudson-Prentice waits, defends, and inside half of the bat, out into the leg side. Jack Haynes comes in to do the fielding. Having taken that stunning catch, Tom Fell's no longer in the slips. There's only one slip. Darryl Mitchell for Brett D'Oliveira, and that one is bowled him. He went back, tried to play it out into the offside. Hudson-Prentice stands and looks at the ground. He's gone. And Derbyshire, well, they're plummeting towards defeat here. Didn't score, out for naught. Derbyshire 93 for 6 now.
Yeah, starting to unravel quite quickly here for Derbyshire. It looked like they were sort of steadying things before this latest flurry of wickets. And yeah, not good from Hudson-Prentice, who'd batted well in the first innings this morning, but going back when perhaps should have been forward. And
he's looking at the replay. He just goes back, he chops on. He's trying to play the ball out into the offside. He chops on, he can't quite believe it. I'm not sure that I can either. Wayne Madsen looks a fairly disconsolate figure out there as wickets tumble all around him.
here's Pennington then, looking to polish things off. 4 wickets to go for Worcestershire tonight. That's a lovely shot though by Madsen. Won't get more than 1 though. Timed it beautifully off his legs out to the mid-wicket boundary. Libby with the throw. They make a bit of a mess of the catch though, Worcestershire. Doesn't cost them an extra run. 94 for 6. Madsen with just the single. Alex Hughes then, who made 25 in the first innings, and when he was in with Critchley, it was looking like a different situation entirely, and it was his departure with that brilliant catch by Ben Cox, one-handed off Pennington, that really started the rot. His last 4 wickets going for just 20 runs in the first innings. As he defends this ball from Pennington up to mid-on.
Well, if anything, this will be a worse defeat than the defeat to Essex by an innings, because Essex would be expected to roll over Derbyshire, but they wouldn't expect to come down to New Road in Worcester and be rolled over like they're being rolled over at the moment, and they certainly shouldn't expect that.
Here's Pennington sprinting up to the wicket and bowls wide outside the off stump, and Hughes leaves alone, particularly when you consider how much of the game they had at the first meeting this season.
Well, they should have won that game. Missed a chance, probably missed a couple of chances to really force home their superiority in that game. Well, they've been second best in this one for lengthy spells, I'm afraid.
Pennington steaming in now. 94 for 6, Derbyshire in all sorts of bother. Hughes pushes it back up the pitch and there's no run. Pennington 7 wickets in the match.
Yeah, I'm not sure I could pass any exams.
Pennington wipes his brow, in he comes. Long strides up to the wicket and bowls. No run here though, into the onside. Hughes just happy to keep it out at the moment. Finds Libby at mid-wicket. End of the over. 10 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 25. Pennington's outstanding figures. Derbyshire 94 for 6.
10 overs to go today. Potentially 18 if it doesn't go dark. At current rate, they'll do well to hold on. Bradder's trying to work out who Josh Tong's replaced. He looks puzzled in the box next to us. But he looks puzzled most of the time. There's Bradders, bless him. No idea. D'Oliveira begins a new over from the Diglis end. It's forced out the first delivery into the offside by Wayne Madsen. I might get home in the light at this rate. Here comes D'Oliveira again, a sweep from Wayne Madsen. He's going to pick up 1. Is he going to come back for the second? Yes, he is, because he didn't make good contact with the ball, and as a result it's quite a lengthy chase around for
Is it Ed Barnott? No, shining the ball.
a player I can't remember the name of, was Ross Whiteley. Bizarrely, it was him who chased around.
Yeah.
Kept him down to a couple. 2 more to Madsen, moves on to 30. 96 for 6.
Bell?
Who did? Perhaps he's hurt his hand in taking that catch,
It's
possibly.
Haynes at mid-wicket, Whiteley out, square leg, Mitchell slip, Barnard short cover, Pennington point, Libby cover.
D'Oliveira bowls a scented sweep. The bails are whipped off by Ben Cox, and fortunately for Madsen, well, not fortunately, that's exactly what he was aiming to do. His back foot was still firmly in the crease.
No, fouls at long on, Leach long off. So who does that leave? Oh, Joseph.
Alzari Joseph, yeah, he's gone. D'Oliveira in, sweep shot from Wayne Madsen, picks up a single out to Ross Whiteley, out in the deep on the mid-wicket boundary. He moves to 31, Madsen 97 for 6. Hughes on to strike. He's only faced 5 deliveries so far in his fledgling innings, and he defends the first ball he faces. Brett D'Oliveira out into the offside. Ed Barnard does the fielding. He's in fairly close at cover. Worcestershire on the attack. Again pushed out into the offside by Hughes again. Barnard who does the fielding. He's going to bowl, I think, 'cause he's removed his cap. So Pennington, 10 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 25. His latest little burst, 7 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 14. Decent enough. And Ed Barnard will take over from the new road end. Madsen's got 31. Hughes yet to get off the mark. Derbyshire 97 for 6.
Barnard to continue then. 9 overs to go. The over rates improved for Worcestershire, now says -2. D'Oliveira's 10 overs have helped that. So Barnard, Pennington's off then at the moment. A well earned break for him. None for 12 from 7 overs for Barnard, so he'll be feeling quite refreshed. In he comes, short, it's paddled round for 4. It's not a million miles away from Jake Libby at deep mid-wicket, but he's hit it so well, Wayne Madsen. That's flown away. And the 100 is up for Derbyshire, 101 for 6. Madsen up to 35.
Remarkable shot.
50 behind still. It was almost like not quite a tennis smash, but
it was a strange one,
it was a
wasn't
good fetch from wide outside the off stump. Not a great delivery from Ed Barnard. This one is better. Played out to short cover, Haynes Fields, and there's no run. Durham, have they lost yet? No. 180 for 9, leading 205.
Still going, aren't they?
Yeah, that keeps a bit low from Barnard, but Madsen gets enough bat on it to deflect it down to fine leg.
They require a 203. They've got 93 overs to get them.
Oh, that's all right.
Unfortunately, they're 9 down in their second innings. They've just reached Essex's first innings score of 182. Could be tricky.
Warwickshire 179 for 6, struggling a bit there to really put the pressure on Nottinghamshire, only 223 ahead.
The good thing for Durham is that they can play through the night, because apparently the lights up there, I'm told, you can play no matter how dark it is.
Right you are. Barnard bowls. Cut away down to third man. Whiteley Fields, just the single.
We had that discussion on air.
Did you?
Yeah, myself and Martin, with Mr. Rushworth in the back of the box saying, no, Martin's right. I'm saying, no, he's not. Once the artificial light takes over, you've got to go, no, these lights have been given a special permission by the ECB to carry on playing no matter how dark it gets. It's clearly nonsense, as I said at the time.
How did that conversation end?
Oh, with both of us just sort of going, there's no point, is there, continuing to bang your head against a brick wall.
103 for 6, here's Barnard. cut away down into the ground by Madsen. They'll get a single out to D'Oliveira, who seems to be suffering no ill effects from that blow he took on his hand at point when Madsen cracked a bullet straight at him off Pennington.
I don't recall whether Pasha the dog was there as well or not.
Pasha the dog?
Yeah, Mr. Rushworth's dog.
Oh, right. Barnard bowls and turned into the onside by Hughes. He'll get a single here. Out to Libby at square leg. Rubs the ball on that inside of his left forearm.
Thank you, Bradders.
End of the over. 105 for 6.
So 8 to go, potentially 16. But you'd think they'd have to have them 8 down, wouldn't you, at the end of these 8 overs to ask the umpires and for the request to be granted. Might even depend on the standard of the umpires' hotels. Who knows? I don't know how these things work, if I'm honest. Oliveira begins a new over. It's forced into the offside by Alex Hughes, and there's no run. Next delivery is defended to Ed Barnard, who's in at short extra cover. Just a couple of strips across from the one we're playing on. Hughes waits again, repeats the shot. Barnard again picks the ball up. Capless as he's bowling from the new road end, sparing the 12th man running on and off with his cap. D'Oliveira is in. This time any potential spin is killed instantly by Hughes. D'Oliveira. Hughes this time plays it squarer, but Pennington is there just to the left of umpire Debenham to do the fielding. And this one's given more air by D'Oliveira, and it's pushed up towards mid-on by Alex Hughes to end the over. He's on 2, Madsen 37, 105 for 6. The over rates come down to -2. It'll be -1 by the time we finish, and 0 by the time they've fiddled about with it. 7 to go today.
Barnard has ball in hand. 2 Derbyshire batsmen are still having a conference. Now they're ready, going to their respective ends. Bencock standing up to the stumps. 2 slips in weight as Barnard moves in, bowls. Madsen solidly into line and defending it out to mid-off. Pennington fields.
Yeah, they have taken the extra half hour at Durham, or at Chester Street at least. At Durham,
Are they 9 down?
9 down, and they're still 196 away from their target.
Barnard runs here for Madsen, just the single, as he nudges it up onto his toes down to backward point. D'Oliveira is quite a long way back there, so no problems coming through.
Matty Potts has just hit Jamie Porter for 6. A little bit of late defiance.
Barnard turns, off he runs up to the wicket and bowls. Firmly behind this is Hughes, riding the bounce as it rears up a little. Not quite the splice of his bat, but everything in line where it should be. 106 for 6.
And Jamie Porter gets his retribution by dismissing him the next delivery to win the game for Essex. Essex win the game at Chester Street inside 3 days by 195 runs. That's quite a big victory.
And the visitors here next on Thursday. Worcestershire will be hoping to go into that game off the back of a convincing win. 4 wickets away from achieving that tonight, potentially. 6 overs to go after this one. if they don't manage to claim the extra half an hour. Might have to get to 9 wickets for that, maybe 8. Barnard turns in, cut away by Hughes, straight to D'Oliveira though, good shot for nothing. Still a lovely evening here at New Road, plenty of blue sky. Clouds have started off pretty grey this morning, but have got progressively lighter as the day has moved on. There's thankfully been no hint of a return to the drizzle we had this morning. We did get to start on time. Run here for Hughes as he deflects it down to third man. Whiteley picks up, ends the over with a single, pinches the bowling. 107 for 6. Hughes has 3, and Madsen on 38. 6 overs to go today.
Potentially. Yeah, it's looking very bleak.
13 wickets gone today for Derbyshire. That's one short of Worcester's feat on the final day against Nottinghamshire.
Well, that's it. I mean, if they win today, Derbyshire would have lost 17 wickets in a day. It's a lot of wickets.
That is a lot of wickets.
It's a lot of wickets.
When you say it like that.
Just seen Jack Leach in sort of sign language conversation with the scorers, and I think he's trying to work out when he can ask for the extra half hour as well. I don't think 6 down, and I don't think they'd entertain it, but
it's got to at least be 8, hasn't it? Probably 9.
Yeah, I think so. Brett D'Oliveira has continued from the Diglis end. It's driven straight back to him. He claims it with his left hand and drops it immediately, almost as if he's got a big bruise on that hand from something.
Wouldn't be surprised.
No, I wouldn't either. Fortunately, it wasn't his bowling hand. He's in again, bowls, and Hughes pushes it out to Barnard and an extra cover.
You do an interview with him? Yeah. What? How long after? How long after that?
Delivery from D'Oliveira is
what is carried on?
pushed out into the offside by Hughes.
Oh yeah.
He's the loudest man in the world, John Curtis, isn't he?
He's trying to secure.
That's a good delivery, full of length, kept out by Hughes.
Secure our interviewee for afterwards. Got to be Pennington, I would have thought.
Is that his dad or something?
Don't know.
Or his agent, possibly. Asking for a fee, as this one is pushed back by Hughes to D'Oliveira. It's somebody from the club, because he's wearing a Worcestershire top and he's carrying around an important looking pile of papers. D'Oliveira bowls. Hughes drives into the offside, straight to a fielder. That's the end of the over. 3 to Hughes, 38 to Madsen, 107 for 6. 5 overs remain today. The deficit 44 now. These two showing a bit of fight, but not going anywhere really. I want to get through to the close to make sure they don't lose inside 3 days, having lost an entire session due to rain.
Barnard in and bowls. Madsen behind it and out to Leach at mid-on.
If they were to lose this evening, it would effectively be a defeat in 8 sessions, because we lost 1 yesterday. They lost in 7 sessions to Essex and 7 sessions to Notts.
Barnard past the umpire. Not a run here. Madsen
clearly. No, Yoz. No.
No. No,
Get
sir.
back.
Yes. Fielded by Jack Haynes.
These have gone.
Been 1 or 2 dodgy moments between the wickets for Derbyshire, but no run out. Off the back foot, cracked this time by Madsen. He'll get a single out to deep point, where D'Oliveira fields and throws the ball in right over the top of the bails. Essex's victory over Durham by 195 runs confirmed. Barnard bowls on the drive and slightly on the walk is Hughes. He turns it towards mid-wicket. Fielded by Libby. Warwickshire 186 for 6 at Edgbaston against Nottinghamshire. Leading by 230. 4 wickets remaining. Still playing at the Oval. Gloucestershire also being asked to follow on today by Surrey. Barnard bowls. Forward solidly is Hughes, and there's no run out to mid-off. 124 for 5 in their second innings after being bowled out for 158 in reply to Surrey's 473, so they're still miles behind. 191, with only 5 wickets left. Stumps everywhere else. Middlesex against Leicestershire at Grace Road. Leicestershire 75 for 1 in their second innings, leading 303 to win. No run here out to mid-wicket of the next delivery to Libby. End of the over, 106 for 6. 4 overs to go today. 10 overs, 2 maidens, none for 23 now for Barnard. Madsen 39, Hughes has 3. The Roses match, Lancashire 509 for 9 declared. Yorkshire 85 for 2 in their second innings after being bowled out for 159. They trail by 265. And at Sussex, that's set up for a day tomorrow. Sussex 298 all out in their second innings. Northamptonshire 131 for 2, so heavy favourites there to win that. They need 87 more tomorrow.
Joe Leach back into the attack from the Diglis end. Bowls to Wayne Madsen, who chops it into the leg side somehow, off an inside edge probably. And they scamper through for a single. He moves on to 40. Derbyshire to 109 for 6. Leicestershire have a chance, don't they?
They do.
Well, I mean, it's an outside chance. They need 303 runs tomorrow, but they have a chance. Good effort.
Essex top of the table.
Yes.
After that win.
Leach in, balls to Hughes, who pushes it out into the offside.
But Nottinghamshire still very much in the hunt against Warwickshire. So Essex 10 points ahead as it stands at the moment. Durham in third.
Yeah, Nottinghamshire will go back to the top, won't they?
Yeah, I would think so.
You'd have thought.
Yeah.
Do they have the bonus points added in those tables?
I think they do, yeah.
That's bad news then. This next delivery's pushed out into the offside, so Derbyshire's...
Well, maybe they don't actually. The ones on Cricinfo do. I don't think the BBC's ones do.
So Derbyshire will move to 58 points, which makes them, especially if Leicestershire do okay, put them at the bottom of the county championship effectively. They're currently second from bottom going into this game, point behind Middlesex and 3 better off than Leicestershire. Heading for the bottom group come September. Leach bowls, and it's driven by Alex Hughes to mid-on. And there's no run. I'm sure we'll be the last game going. Are we the last game going? We must be close.
Not quite, no.
It's always good to keep the lads on the live text.
Yeah, no, still playing at Surrey and Warwickshire at the moment.
Leach in again. Hughes pushes it out into the offside. Libby does the fielding.
Nearly did the Ron Burgundy then, because I was looking at the match that said live. I nearly said they're still going at Surrey, Worcestershire and Warwickshire. Just read what's in front of you.
No, I must admit I've done that before. It's like when you read half-time scores out in the football and you include the game that you're at, and you have to say, and of course we know that because you've been listening. Just a shame I wasn't. That'll be the phone. In comes Leach again and pushes this one out into the offside. Hughes, he remains on 3, Madsen on 40. 3 overs to go now in the day. 109 for 6. Trailing desperately by 42 runs, and battling to avoid an innings defeat, because surely they can't get out of this one. It would be a magnificent effort if Derbyshire got out of this particular pickle.
Well, I don't think the weather's going to save them tomorrow, is it?
No. I think, well, they're going to have to bat until mid-afternoon, aren't they?
Barnard with a new over from the New Road end. 2 to go after this one. Pushed out to Pennington at mid-off, and there's no run.
The remaining batsmen, essentially, Connors, Aitchison and Melton after these 2, so this is where the match is, on these 2, Madsen and Hughes.
Barnard bowls up onto his toes, goes Madsen, he'll get a single here, gone out to D'Oliveira at deep cover, hurls the ball in, good throw again. 1 more to the total, 110 for 6. 41 still behind. Barnard, here he goes. Bowls solidly into the line, and pushing out to mid-off is Alex Hughes. No run.
Come on, boys, eh?
Last push here for Worcestershire. Come on, boys, as I'm sure you heard the captain Joe Leach. But it's been a terrific effort with the ball to get this far for Worcestershire. Barnard bowls, won't get a run here. Straight to D'Oliveira at backward point, is in close now for Alex Hughes. So barring something spectacular in these next 14 deliveries, then we'll be back tomorrow. Worcestershire 4 wickets away from victory. Barnard past the umpire, bowls. Hughes turns it to mid-wicket. Won't be a run. Happy just to play for the close now and see these overs out.
Yeah.
Regroup and then just try and come back tomorrow with some kind of plan, and hopefully a large dose of inspiration to just frustrate as much as they can tomorrow, Derbyshire. Take a leaf out of Worcestershire's book in the first meeting. It's nicely driven by Hughes, but sadly for him straight at Pennington. Good shot for none again. End of the over. 11 overs, none for 24 now for Ed Barnard. 110 for 6 with 2 overs to go until stumps.
This is looking increasingly likely that we will be back tomorrow. For how long remains to be seen.
Derbyshire 110 for 6, so Worcestershire inching their way towards a big victory here, but it looks like they'll be back tomorrow. We've only got 12 balls left of the day. Joe Leach is starting the penultimate over of the day from the Diglas end. It's been a terrific performance with the ball for Worcestershire today. They took 7 wickets to dismiss Derbyshire for 270, and they've picked up another 6 after enforcing the follow-on. 110 for 6. Dylan Pennington has taken career best figures of 4 for 44 in the first innings. He's got career best match figures as well. He's now taken 7 wickets so far. Derbyshire in all sorts of trouble. Worcestershire will hope to close out victory tomorrow. 110 for 6 Derbyshire. They are still a very long way behind. 41 runs away from avoiding an innings defeat here.
That was a surprise.
It was. Most of all to me. There seemed to be some kind of fake crowd behind that as well.
There was, wasn't there?
Yeah.
Could have been a real crowd.
Might have been.
Leach is in, balls to Madsen, who clips it into the leg side for a single. He moves to 42. Derbyshire to 111 for 6. The Derbyshire board is making its way home over on the far side of the ground. Heads bowed. All masked up. Can't be pleased with what they've seen as Leach bowls to Hughes, and that's turned into the leg side. There's no run as it's fielded there. At mid-wicket by Jack Haynes. 2 balls left of this over and 1 more over after that. So 8 deliveries left in the day's play. It's looking like we'll be back tomorrow at 11 o'clock. After another cooked breakfast, it's killing me.
What was it this morning?
Beautiful English.
Oh.
Absolutely magnificent. Next delivery from Leach is pushed out into the offside by Hughes. There's no run. Very watchful from Alex Hughes. 3 from 38 deliveries. Wayne Madsen 42 from 76. 39 deliveries now Alex Hughes has faced. For 6. Final delivery of the day from Joe Leach. From the Diglis end, he's in, and was an attempt to cut that away by Alex Hughes. He misses it. It goes through to Ben Cox. It's the end of the over. 1 to go, which means if a wicket falls, there'd only be 7 down going into tomorrow, and the extra half hour, you'd imagine, cannot be claimed. And as a result, we will be back in the morning. And Derbyshire will probably have to bat until mid-afternoon to stand any chance of survival, and even then it will be a fairly outside chance, you would have thought.
Here's Barnard then. Final over of the day. In he comes and bowls to Madsen, who will be quite happy just to pat these next 6 deliveries out to the fielders and come back tomorrow. Tomorrow's another day. Leach fields as the clock strikes, the clock, you know what I mean, the cathedral strikes 7. More overtime following yesterday. 111 for 6. Barnard bowls onto his toes. Is Madsen, won't get a run. Out to Haynes at short cover. That's the phone again.
It sounds like the phone, doesn't it? Somebody should answer that.
Barnard into his 12th over now. 2 maidens, none for 24.
He's got a phone to each ear. Talking to himself.
Barnard bowls, runs here. Nicely put away off the back foot by Madsen. Out to D'Oliveira in the deep at cover point. Through they come. 2 for 53 from 16 overs in the first innings. Ed Barnard. Wicketless so far. Pennington's been the star of the show. 4 for 44 in the first innings, and then 3 for 25 so far in the second. So 7 for 67. 69. It couldn't last all day, could it? It couldn't. Out to Pennington. Or even 5 minutes. I don't know why I've said all day. Not even close to that, is it?
Not massively close, no. No. If I'm being honest with you.
2 overs to go. 2 balls to go, thankfully. 112 for 6. In Barnard comes, bowls, and Hughes plays it to Pennington again. Mercifully, only 1 ball left. Let's hope for everybody, including mostly me and my brain, which is getting towards the fried stage now. There's not a no ball or a wide. Smile on the face of Ed Barnard. It's been a good day for Worcestershire. 112 for 6 Derbyshire. Following on. In comes Barnard. Final ball of the day. Safely negotiated by Hughes. Down into the point region. D'Oliveira fields, and that will be stumps, with Derbyshire getting to the close on 112 for 6, but that will feel a bit like a hollow achievement in some respects, because although they've stopped the rot and they haven't slipped to defeat inside 3 days, they know they face a really difficult day tomorrow to try and survive. Stranger things have happened, of course, but Worcestershire will go into the final day massive favourites to wrap up a big victory. They just need 4 more wickets to do so after a terrific bowling performance today. Derbyshire started the day 91 for 3. They had a decent first session, adding 102 for the loss of 3 wickets, but it all fell apart between lunch and tea. The last 4 wickets going quickly for 20 runs, 2 for Pennington, 2 for Alzari Joseph, all out for 270. Missed the follow-on by just 2 runs, but with the wicket always offering something for the bowlers, Joe Leach took the decision, the aggressive decision, to force the follow-on, which is not the done thing these days, but he sensed that his bowlers would still reap the rewards, and so it proved. Guest for 7, Godalman for 21, Deploy for a painstaking 19, but it's some kind of return to form for him. McDermott for a single, Critchley for 6, who finished 81 not out in the first innings incidentally, and Hudson Prentice for 0, the men out. Pennington with 3 more wickets to add to his career best 4 for 44 in the first, a couple for D'Oliveira as well, and Worcestershire will come back tomorrow needing just 4 wickets to wrap up their first victory of the season. Thanks to you, Fletch, for your company today. We'll be back tomorrow. Please come back tomorrow.
I really don't know what to add, other than, yeah, it would be quite a remarkable achievement if Derbyshire get out of this.
Please join us tomorrow at 5 to 11. We'll be with you for the final day's play here from New Road, but from Dave Fletcher and from me, Dan Wheeler. Thanks for your company, and we'll speak to you tomorrow.